Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah. Chaos in my office this morning. Stand by. By the way, if you hear me and it's like super quiet, let me know because I've been having to restart my phone for the last couple of days. It's pretty funny. I have a different sleep schedule, so my mornings are different. But the one thing that's the same is every day I get up and I take my allergy pills, and they always kick in just about the time I go live. So bear with me if I'm a little zombified right now. I'll check the messages here to make sure if I'm coming in okay. Worst case scenario is I restart the phone, but the hangout continue because it's on a different machine. Wow. I don't know if this is legit or not, but apparently my Amazon UK account has been suspended. I've never gotten this email before, so I suspect it's spam. I usually know what the nomenclature looks like. Very odd. Yeah, I think it is coming in quiet because little green dots are barely there. Oh, great. I have an international phone call. I think I'm fine, actually. Just let me know. Man, fucking Ralph Fiennes calling my shop. This very thick Scottish accent. I wish I could do that impression better, like that accent better, but I can't. And you would think, being partially of the people, I could do it, but I can't because I guess genetically I'm not enough of it. I'm not Scottish enough. I can't do it. Not correctly. Maybe in small bits and pieces. All right. So I think most of my morning chaos is under control. That Robin's Egg blue Glock frame apparently is legit, like factory legit, because Bass Pro is selling them and it's in their circular. Unless they're Cerakoting. Do they Cerakote polymer? Like the frames? I mean, is that what they're actually doing? Here, I'll show you. The reason I question is because of what it says on the bottom. So there's a, see, there it is right there. But then it says Cerakote. So I don't know if they're actually Cerakoting the frames or the slides. But it seems like the slides are just unfinished stainless. And this, it would just seem more sense to just put blue dye in there to make this color when you injection mold it. I don't understand why you would have to Cerakote it. But what do I know? Just everything but that. How's that for arrogance? Okay. Pants is asking me a reloading question, and we're playing PM tag. By the time I got his 3 messages this morning, I was at work. So sit tight, and when I get home tonight, check my line and a couple other sources. I'm looking at full wad cutters in 38. Just the Spear, I think they're Spear 130 grain or 158 grain wad cutters. And you're right, the overall length is freaking tiny because of the way that the Spear dots or the Spear hollow points were designed. They're really old. Like the one I've got is from a box from like maybe the 60s. And like some dude gave it to me as part of his estate sale or whatever. But for me, I got lucky because it had a cantilever. So if you want, worst case scenario, I can give you an OAL for that. And what I'll do is I'll run it up against the wad cutter length first. That way you can sort of draw a conclusion. You know, if like mine is say like 0.65 of an inch, or sorry, let's say mine's 3/4 of an inch long and yours is 3/4 of an inch long, the OAL I'm using. So if that's the case, then I can give you those numbers too when I get back. So anyway, I heard a really bizarre story on the way home from work yesterday. Apparently, so okay, the thing is, the president was one of the most vehement deniers of Russian collusion. Rightfully so, right? If he really believes that there's no collusion, then there's no collusion. That's the way he feels. But yesterday he signed in the sanctions bill against Russia. Now, if you're the president of the United States and you don't believe there was collusion, and you think this is all just a perpetrated lie by the other side, then what you really should have done, being the kind of man he is, where he, fights back or whatever, he should have took the bill and tore it in half right in front of whoever brought it to him and say, stop wasting the American people's and my time with this bullshit and get your ass back to work. Do something useful, right? That's what he should be doing. But instead, he signed the bill, which is not the actions of a person who believes that there was no evidence, no collusion. And then yesterday on the way home, I heard this story about how he was very uncomfortable in signing this bill. And it's like, well, then why'd you sign it, you idiot? So I found that peculiar for a guy who supposedly doesn't believe the shit, and then he signs the punishment bill anyway. What an idiot. Is that you, Tony?
Yeah.
Yeah. Morning. Just getting settled in.
Morning. What are we talking about?
Oh, I was talking about how Trump signed the sanctions bill against Russia, which is not indicative of a man who doesn't believe that there was any collusion. Like, he should have just tore the bill in half and told Congress to quit fucking wasting the American people's time and get your asses back to work, right? Because this is all a waste of time. But he signed it anyway, and then he turns around and he says he was very uncomfortable signing that because he doesn't agree with it. Well, if you don't agree with it, why the fuck did you sign it?
Probably because he wanted the North Korean part of it and the Iranian part of it.
Okay, so it wasn't just sanctions against Russia then.
Right.
Okay, so it was multi. Okay, that makes sense then. I didn't look that deep into it. It's just, I read the bits of the story that just didn't add up to me.
I mean, from where I sit, and I'm not the military mind of the century, but I don't see no fix for North Korea but going in there.
Right, and then
Because this fucker doesn't care about his people suffering at all.
yeah. Well, that's the thing. You see, this is third generation asshole there. My mom grew up to the first and second generation, and now the country is facing the third generation of this guy, right? And what needs to happen is exactly like you said. There needs to be an intervention, and because of that intervention, you're going to know who your enemies are immediately after you start that conflict. Because if China and Russia side with North Korea, then they've been feeding us a line of bullshit for the last 50 years. There's no strategic advantage to sharing an 800 and something mile border, 810-mile border with China, unless there's some benefit there. And China keeps saying, "Oh no, we don't support them anymore." No, that's bullshit. They support them. They still do. They have to. Otherwise, they would have stopped it themselves. Chinese infantry outnumbers the Korean infantry, I think, 2.5 to 1. I used to tell people, I'm like, China has an infantry bigger than the size of our entire country, numerically. But I looked into it, and they actually don't. They have a lot less people than I thought. Like, I thought they would have, in a country of over 1.5 billion people, 300 million in your army doesn't seem like a large percentage, right? But their standing infantry, I think, is only like 2 million people, 2.5 million people, which is still a lot. But North Korea doesn't have nowhere near that. They could have stopped that shit in like 3 days if they wanted to.
Hell, the only other player on planet Earth that's got close to that's probably Russia.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they can play in that ballpark now.
Yeah. I'm privy to a little insider information when it comes to North Korea. Not because I'm Korean or whatever. It's just I know the MO of the country and military and the media over there. And essentially the way it works is if you want to eat in North Korea, you join the army because all the food and everything gets prioritized to the military first. So in most of these situations, that's exactly what happens. People join the army because they don't want to starve to death. That's why their infantry is as big as it is. And then they spend like almost a year, brainwashing these guys with propaganda. It's strict and vigorous physical training too, but the propaganda part of it is ridiculous. It's huge.
Well, in order for dictatorships like that to continue to exist, they have to.
Yeah. It's like, they haven't fought in an actual war in millennia in North Korea. And yet, if you look at the generals that stand in line, you could defeat them with a metal detector or a magnet because they showed like all these top generals standing there at a commencement type thing, right? And they had so many medals that it covered their entire front of their jacket and halfway down their right leg or left leg. And it was like, what are all these bullshit awards? They didn't earn them. They didn't do anything for them. I think Kim Jong-un killing his generals, I think what's actually happening is he weighs them down with so many medals that it breaks their necks and backs trying to stand up straight. Bunch of goobers.
They probably give medals for kissing ass, so.
Oh, yeah, because, they don't want to die. They like being on this side of the grass.
And this is going to sound bad, but I just wish them fuckers would attack South Korea or somebody.
In another case, if I wish a motherfucker would. Right?
Yeah, that's it.
They did, Tony. The world has the world has a very short-term memory, and I really get irritated by that because I actually knew somebody who was affected by this, but they took a submarine and fired a torpedo at a destroyer and sunk it, and people died. A lot of them died. I think like 113 people died or something like that. And like my family knew one of them. They were pissed, and it's like they already did that. A motherfucker did, and we didn't do shit about it. Nothing.
Who was our commander in chief at the time?
I don't remember. Doesn't matter though. It was back in 2009, 9 or 10 or something like that. It was the Chonin sinking or whatever. But it doesn't matter because, like you said, I wish a motherfucker would, and a motherfucker didn't. NATO didn't either.
NATO's, I don't know, just the left hand to the UN's right hand.
I talked to a guy who's a 22-year Navy veteran, sonar man on a Los Angeles class attack boat. And he came up with a really good idea. NATO as an entity probably still has a use, but the United States has no business being in it. Because all the conflicts that NATO usually address are on that side of the world. We started it, but now it's time for us to get out of it. They can call it NATO if they want, because we are in the North Atlantic too, but it needs to be something for that side of the world, run by that side of the world, for those people on that side of the world, by those people on that side of the world. 2010 is when it happened.
Any world organization like that wants to be fucking world government, just I have a problem with.
I doubt if it's managed properly. Like I never thought that was a terrible idea, but it has to include representatives from all the different areas, because not one person can understand the comings and goings of a particular region if they're not from that region, Like it would have to be like a parliamentary style world government if there was going to be one, which means, like G was saying months ago, gridlock is a good thing in government, because that way things don't fly under the radar or fly right by very easily. And, even though British Parliament gets really heated and they yell a lot and they argue a lot, the one thing that they do differently than we do is they eventually try to find common ground, whereas we don't. We're bipartisan. We only have the two parties that always fight each other, and if you're on one party, you have to be against the other party. Parliament has like 7 or 8 parties, and they always eventually work to a solution.
I really think the whole party system should be abolished.
Well, now is the perfect time in history for it to do so. Like, if you listen to somebody like Sean Hannity, right, he'll turn around and say he's not a registered Republican at all, and he doesn't like the Republican Party anymore because he feels like he was betrayed by the party once again, where they promised one thing and they didn't do it. They didn't follow through. So if you look at the way that, I guess, ripoff happened, then that party is now null and void because it doesn't follow through on its promises. It's untrustworthy. Or at the same time, you have the DNC with Wasserman Schultz in trouble right now. Hillary's still flying under the radar. There's this thing called the shadow government theory that's been toyed around with for the last couple of months. It's like, we already know Democrats are a shit party. So it's like right now there's a perfect time because both parties are garbage and they both need to burn. So this is the optimal time in history to start over politically. New parties, new rules, all that shit. Because, the president now, he took the party via corporate takeover. He thought of it as a business, and he took it as corporate takeover. And then after he got it, he had this hope in the back of his mind that he would reform it in its image. He thought, you know what, this party is still worth saving. This institution, this storied historical party name, I can save it. I can, if I can get these guys to work with me, I can retool it and reshape it in my image. But they're not helping him. They don't want to retool. They want to stay the grand old party of corruption and fucking undermining, whoever's in charge. So it's got to go.
I agree.
I've been toying with this idea. It's really funny because it's like you meet one influential Jewish guy and he'll open the doors to tens of thousands of other influential and financially successful Jewish guys. And I'm in this position right now where I meet up with at least 12 to 15 people, mostly of the Jewish community. And I'm not even religious. I mean, they know that and they're cool with that. But we started this thing. I jokingly called it the what is it? The American Common Sense Brain Trust. That's what I called it. And we get together and we talk about the stories of the day or whatever. And I keep telling them the same thing. I'm like, I wrote this theory about America first a long time before President Trump started talking about it. And I jokingly said he must be reading my blogs. And I'm not getting any credit for it. But now I want to take it a step further. Like, I'm in the process of actually starting to write a book about this. And essentially what it is America First can't be a political campaign slogan. It has to be a political party. And you have to find like-minded people, constitutionalists and conservatives, that will back it. It's not to be isolationist. It's to put your nation's interests ahead of the rest of the world, because that's the right of every sovereign nation. And right now we're not doing that. And they're just eating it up. Because I still think that I have a role to play in politics somewhere to some degree. So I'm going to write the book. One of these guys is actually a big publisher. And he said, you send me a manuscript and I'll look it over. He was like, if I think it'll sell, I'll put it to print. If I can get enough eyeballs on it, I may actually end up influential in some way to a usable degree, not just some guy on YouTube. That's my long-term goal. I was going to write the book before the election, but then he sort of just took the idea and ran with it. And unfortunately, I think he twisted his ankle halfway down the race. So it's not going to be Trump. He's not going to be it. But he's the progenitor of making me finish my idea and then see how many people will stand behind it. Thanks. I was reading this thing about how the Supreme Court's going to take the case for concealed carry or whatever. The story was out yesterday. And I mentioned this, if the Supreme Court's only job is to look at the previous ruling before it went up to their court and answer the question, does this law violate constitutional right? Then this should be over before it even began. They look at it and they say the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That the latter half of the Second Amendment, right? And it doesn't say ... within your home, or ... within your work, or ... within your car. It just says for the person. The constitutional law applies to the person, not where that person is going. And as soon as they can get their head out of their ass and realize that it's a law for the people, not from where those people are going, this whole discussion is over. Gun control is over. The Supreme Court has to heavy-handedly put that opinion out there. Any gun control law is a direct violation to the right to keep and bear arms.
I've been harping on that for a year and a half now.
Yeah. And that, you know what that would do, though? That would force all concealed carry laws to be null and void. That would force 50-state reciprocity. That would force 50-state constitutional carry, because every single mandate, law, background check, they're all violations. All of them. Now, if you want to do background checks to keep criminals and the crazy out, fine. That's your one concession, but nothing else. And it has to be basic at best, rudimentary at best. If you have a criminal record as a felon, that's going to come up quickly, so that's not probably a problem. But they can't go attaching a bunch of bills about insomnia being a mental disorder, and if you have a mental disorder, you can't have a carry license, because there won't be a carry license anymore.
Yep. But they're hoping to go at it from the other direction where there won't be carry license anymore because nobody can get one.
Right. Well, right now, supposedly the Supreme Court is a 5-4 slant in our favor. So it should work. The Supreme Court needs 4 justices to agree to a case to look into it. They're going to get 4. Gorsuch and Thomas are 2. They're going to get 2 more quite easily, I'm sure. But one of them is just going to have the bravery and the conviction just to lay down a heavy-handed opinion and then look back and just say, deal with it.
Unfortunately,
otherwise they're not doing their job.
They could have had this all resolved with Heller, and then Scalia wrote in that fucking proviso where it was subject to some legislation. That ain't what the fucking thing said at all.
That's just what's going on in my head. My ex-girlfriend's suicidal right now too, which is crazy. But I talked to her sister last night and I was like, she's certifiable. She's like, you're kidding. So I sent her screen caps of the conversation I had with her last night. And I was like, it's not my job to save your sister. She's like, I know. And I'm like, I'm not going to do it. She's like, I know. And I'm like, you need to. And she's like, I won't. She's like, she threatened my kids. I'm like, okay. Because she's at a point in her life, her sister, she has her own family to deal with. She has a husband and 2 kids. And it's like, that comes first now, not the family you came from, the family you have now. So it's getting really messy.
It should.
Right. And I told her that. I was like, I respect that completely. You know, that is your priority. That should be. But I'm saying that your mother isn't doing anything to help your sister. And I said, maybe you're just going to have to intervene by making something happen. You know, have her picked up and committed or something. Because she's losing it. Her sister's turned into Carrie, and her mom is just like the mom in Carrie. And they don't realize it. Like the mom doesn't realize it. She's like, oh no, you're over exaggerating. I'm like, no, read your Facebook post for the last like 9 months. You've been the biggest Bible thumper in history, and you don't talk about anything else. I'm like, you're obsessed by it. It's crazy. She thinks her sister is going to kill her mom. She's like, that's going to happen one of these days. I'm like, no, I don't think so. I was like, your sister doesn't have the... First of all, she doesn't even know weaponry at all. You know, she's pretty naive. And I'm like, plus she just doesn't have the conviction to do it. Crazy or not. It's nuts. It was one of the reasons I didn't get to do anything last night. I went to bed early because I was just so drained after talking to both of them. I would talk to her mother, but the thing is I really don't want to. If I start talking to her mom, I'm going to start yelling. Because she's a complete failure to her kids. Trying not to get involved. Trying to think about this weekend only right now. Big shoots, friend's birthday. It's going to be like that scene at a stop loss. I'm going to sit in the tailgate of the truck with like 2 cases of beer and my fucking Marlins and just have at it. Maybe I'll even bring fucking, was it Toby Keith? Yeah, I'll bring a Toby Keith CD or something. And I'm not really even into country. I'm just appreciating it more the older I get.
Redneck weekend.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't appreciate it any older I get. I still fucking hate it.
I think what it is I read and I hear the lyrics and I understand the stories they're telling better than I used to, you know? I mean, look at, like, when DB's in here, we're going to talk about mumble rap. If you read the lyrics, they're incomprehensible. They make no sense. Half of it's just repeating 4 words and grunting or mumbling, you know? There's no story or lesson to be learned there?
No story or lesson to be learned. Hell, YouTube's made a fucking mint on that.
Yeah. That is not my phone number. Hang on a sec, I gotta get this. God damn it. I wish it would actually just say echo test when the fucking system does that. Like I pick it up thinking there's somebody on the other line and it isn't. Anyway. Yeah, I need to get away from all of this, to be honest. Like I had a huge letdown when my fucking paperwork for my loan didn't go through in time. Because otherwise I'd be broadcasting to you 4 hours from now, just getting up from the lonely northern islands of Alaska, staying away from everybody.
Well, I can certainly see the appeal in that.
Yeah, it's not bad. I had the whole fantasy planned out, man. Dark blue 1976 Ford F-250. White picket fence around my 160-acre island with trees and dogs named Bear. High of 68 degrees in the summer. I had it all figured out. Have the occasional visitor come by. Be cool. I gotta build this one today because it's a regular order, not an Amazon.
Yeah, I was going to get up and go hunting right quick this morning, but it was freaking humid as all hell when I got up. They were calling for isolated storms all over this part of the county. Fuck, I ain't going to get out there. Either get soaked from sweat or rain.
Well, look on the bright side. In a couple of weeks, it'll be inundated with mosquitoes the size of pterodactyls.
I'm already suffering from that shit.
It's been pretty tame in my area this year. It's really surprised. Of course, I don't work outside like I used to, you know, in the cars and whatnot. So maybe it is actually out there. The last time I changed my oil, I think was back in March or May or something. May, and they were out there, the small ones. Now the big ones are out for sure.
They're talking down in the low 50s next few nights, and that's going to be great.
Oh yeah, that's like cognac and cigar weather on the front patio.
That's definitely get up and get in the woods before daylight weather.
Yeah. I had to ban somebody from my Scotch whiskey and bourbon appreciator aficionado group yesterday. This dude posted a picture of Pappy Van Winkle, Family Reserve. And he was like, oh yeah, he's like, that's good stuff, man. He's like, I picked up a bottle for $49. And I'm like, you're full of shit. Get the fuck out of here. It's a $500 bottle of hooch. No fucking way you paid $49. I don't care if you blew the distillery, like everybody in it. You're not getting it for $49.
Well, he picked up the bottle. He didn't specify whether it's full or not, or what it was
That's
full
true.
of.
Nah, I banned the dude. Look, you're full of shit. No fucking way.
Yeah, I was watching some freaking documentary on Fleetwood Mac this morning, just killing time waiting to go to the doctor. And
all right, G, I agree with that. Not all music has to tell a story. That is true. Otherwise, I wouldn't be into like drum and bass and dubstep and things like that. What I was saying is country music tells a story. Rap generally tries to tell a story. It used to. It definitely used to. Nowadays, it doesn't. It's more like noise. My dad would say drum and bass is noise, which part of it is. Some of it is. Like I like lyrical drum and bass. So generally those do tell a story still. I'm just saying I've become more tolerant to country music. Like I can appreciate when they do tell stories, I guess is a good way to put it. But yeah,
jazz and classical both tell stories if you are versed enough to understand it.
Yeah, I don't do modern jazz though. I do classic jazz. Like I do like Ella Fitzgerald and fucking like I'll even do Satchmo and shit. You know, it's like I do really old school. Like Dave Brubeck might be one of the more newer ones I'll listen to. Most of my jazz collection on vinyl, it's from like the 20s through the 40s, more or less. I've got a shit ton of vinyl.
As far as jazz, I think pinnacle is Miles Davis.
Oh yeah.
And there was a lot of good ones out there, but Miles Davis kind of brought it way forward with the fusion side of it. Bitches Brew is one of the greater albums ever.
Yeah, that's instrumental though, G. I mean, I see what you're saying. And actually, there's a really famous, I think it's a Beethoven piece, but it was a story. It was a great story. It was a tragic story. It was a guy who wrote a song to a woman that he loved, and she didn't love him back. And you know, everybody knows what it is. I just don't remember the name of it.
Just pick up a freaking classical station on the internet or whatever you listen to, and you listen to an assortment of classical music that's basically done by an orchestra.
Yeah.
And you don't hear a story in the songs, then A, you're not really much of a classical music buff, or B, you're not listening right.
Well, to be fair, most classical was done as noise music, right? But yeah, there's a lot of operatic theme tunes played by orchestra. So the the orchestra just supplements the story that's actually being shown to you at the theater. So I mean, there's that. But yeah, that unrequited love, basically, that thing, that's deep, like super deep.
But then I spent a lot of years studying music too. I don't have a real untainted thought process about it. You know, I like classical, I like jazz, but I got to be in the mood for either one. But I have never, ever been in the mood for country. I fucking hate it.
As a gun guy, that actually seems weird to me that you wouldn't appreciate Marty Robbins.
That's because didn't spend your whole freaking life coming home to your drunk mother listening to that shit cranked.
No, I know, but like a lot of Marty Robbins' music was tales of gunfighters and you know, villains and cowboys and shit. Like he was a master of it. And there was a love story in there every now and then too. Like Hanging Tree is it's an odd one, but you can figure out the story as it unfolds. That's kind of cool. I still think Tim Allen is like the illegitimate love child of Marty Robbins and somebody out there because he looks just like him. Like Tim Allen should star in the biographical movie of Marty Robbins.
That's what I said about Kid Rock. If that ain't Ted Nugent's son, I'll kiss your ass.
Yeah, but they don't quite look the same, do they?
God, you look at Nugent when he's young. And they have the same fucking personality.
Well, yeah, but I guess. Fixing my soldering tool or solder removal tool. Eggs.
God, I need to remember to get on Amazon and look for tips for my freaking soldering iron. I keep forgetting.
That's where I get them. Matter of fact, that's where I got the soldering gun I use too. I got a Kendall. It's all modular and it's got like the adjustable base and everything. It's pretty nice.
I got an El Cheapo because I use it about once every 5 years, but I'd still like to get a new tip because I burnt the tip off of it.
Yeah, I end up filing my tips down because like the nub starts to change shape and then I have to make it pointy again. Like you wouldn't think that the tips would deteriorate like they do, but they do.
Yeah. Yeah, I ground this one a couple of times, and now the copper core is exposed, and
yeah, mine too. It works. It's just
it ain't that easy to control now.
Yeah.
I don't know why I care. I ain't got any need for the damn thing. I mean, I'm not working on guitars anymore, so I don't solder there, and I don't work on electronics.
Or pickups and whatnot.
Yeah, I used to alter everything in a guitar to get specific sounds I wanted. Hell, I don't think I've plugged in an electric guitar in 3 or 4 years.
I got rid of all mine. I just have acoustics now.
I have a couple of acoustics here and probably 10 electrics, but I don't get them out.
Yeah, me neither. I just don't have the talent for it. Like I can play anything with a mouthpiece that's made out of brass, except a saxophone. Like easily, I can just pick it up and take off. Probably right where I left off 21 years ago. But I just don't have the patience for it.
I can't take the freaking pain.
Yes, it does have plastic. Well, yeah. But the machine, the instrument itself is made out of brass. I don't know. When I was growing up, I wanted to. Before I started learning music, I wanted to play sax, but then my neighbor's kid, he was way older than I was, but he had a cornet, and I played with it just a little bit, and I was like, no, I'm gonna do this. So like the day I went in before my 6th grade or whatever, they were like, what do you want to do? I was like, I want to play that. And he's like, are you sure? I'm like, yes, that. And then from there, I moved on to baritone, trombone, bass trombone, tuba, sousaphone, obviously from marching band or whatever. Good times. To my last year of high school.
I don't know, man. I was
Turn the key, Scotty.
considered a blues guy, pretty heavy, but man, I fucking hated a horn section. I never did like the sound of it. Now, a big horn section in orchestra is one thing, but
what's up, gentlemen?
Yo, you're up early.
Yeah, already at the lake.
Yeah, that's how I started.
So that stream come through okay down at the waterfront?
Parts of it did, yeah.
Well, Tony said he was seeing it, but at one point you were saying you didn't see it. So
I was probably just waiting for the video to catch up. It came back in later, though.
Did you actually see the ships?
Yeah, some of them.
Well, there's only 2 of anything cool. There's only 2 U.S. Navy guys who came through. After that was some Canucks and then the Coasties. What's that, Tony?
that fire suppression boat was cool.
Oh,
I
yeah,
like
yeah.
that. Riot boat. Yeah, it might actually do them use some good to send those down to Somalia.
So yesterday, that wasn't smog. It is smoke. And it's not even from fires. It's not even, we don't even have any major fires going on in our state. It's all coming in from British Columbia. So I wonder what kind of show the Blue Angels are going to put on today. Hopefully the low show.
Well, I'm going to bail out of here, guys. I got to get ready to go to another doctor visit.
Good luck, Tony.
This one's just taking the old lady to the doctor. My own visit for the doctor is later today.
Well, best of luck on both of them.
Thank you.
Yep.
You guys have a good one.
I'll see you later. I don't think I have any more visits to do, thankfully. For another 7 months.
Yeah.
I got medically cleared last Friday. That was a relief.
Shoot the 4570 yet?
Nope, gonna do it Saturday.
Right on.
I hope this guy's range has steel targets, or I'm gonna be disappointed.
You hope what?
I hope this guy's range is gonna have steel targets outside. Otherwise, I'm gonna be kind of disappointed.
Yeah, man. After shooting steel at range day, I definitely got to get some.
Yeah, because I mean, you know, a can of spray paint here and there is definitely cheaper than stopping everything and stapling up a paper target, back all the way over to your bench. Fuck that.
Most definitely. But I mean, the biggest thing is just the reaction that you get. I mean, you get immediate feedback.
Yeah. Generally, you can see where you're hitting to.
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't want to move that box. Really don't want to move that box.
Smoke sucks, but good thing is it's gonna keep us under 100 today. So.
Is there a smell with that?
No, not really.
You know, it's really crazy. Is there? It's probably more than 10 years ago now, but there was a giant fire in Mexico, northern Mexico, and the smoke drifted across the Gulf into Houston. It's like over 1,000 miles. And it was, you could still see, it was hazy, and you could still smell something burning in the air.
Jesus.
It must have been really thick down by the source. Oh shit, this is tape 2.
We got so much here. They were showing NASA imagery on the news last night, and big cloud over Western Washington.
Hmm. This is from Bensonville. This is from, okay, so it's all the same. Sweet. 98-pound box of fucking tape. I ain't picking that up. No, sir. No way. Yes, G, you missed a bit of the boat parade yesterday.
Yeah, what was it? USS Anchorage and then the USS, do you remember? Marshall? No, that's what I originally thought.
Mm-hmm. I think you said the Arleigh Burke came across.
It was an Arleigh Burke class destroyer. Let's get the name of it. I got it saved right here. Yeah, I was down there taking some pictures, so I figured I might as well. And I was in the hangout, so I rigged up the cell phone and figured I might as well let everybody see. And then the USS Michael Murphy. What do they name the destroyers after? Do you know?
Currently, no.
I mean, that name doesn't come across as a general or.
Let's see, United States Ship Naming Convention. Destroyers and destroyer escorts. Well, this is were. Let's see what their contemporaries are. Arleigh Burke class destroyers. There was originally 76 planned, and it retained the traditional naming convention. Okay, so the traditional naming convention of destroyers is named after U.S. Navy, Marine Corps, or Coast Guard heroes.
Oh, okay.
That makes sense.
That does make sense.
Battleships were originally named after states, except for the Kearsarge. Carriers were named mainly after battles until 1968. Since 1968, they've been named after American presidents, with the exception of the Enterprise, the Nimitz, the Carl Vinson, and the John Stennis.
You know Instagram all that well?
Just rudimentary stuff, posting pictures and little videos and whatnot.
After you post a picture, can you go back in and edit your tags?
Let me take a look.
I'm so new to it. I just started it for TriggerCon and got a couple pictures from a guy down at Boeing yesterday.
Yeah, you can edit. You just click the little 3 dots next to your name, and then, or you choose the picture, right? And then you see your name, and to the far right, you see the 3 dots. You click that and just type edit or click edit, and then it'll just show you the text part of your post, and the tags are usually there still too. You can just take them out or add them in.
Oh, right on. So I don't have time to sit down and figure out all the tags I want to put in this.
So this one was already closed, so I don't even have to deal with it. Sweet.
Are you following me on Instagram?
Pretty sure I am. Let me see. I am now. Apparently I wasn't. Of course, I'm not very good at this either. I think I make a post like once every 3 or 4 weeks, so I hardly ever check it.
Yeah, I'm still figuring it out. Give me 1 second. I'm going to post a picture. I'm not following you. Who are you on Instagram?
Same name.
Just Ponery?
Well, full name, yeah.
Search.
Damn, this dude's making a ghillie suit? Oh, shit. It's a lot of work.
Just posted it. Tagged you in it.
Oh, Oh, very nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get back in contact with dude and bring my camera down and it off to him and let him behind the fence. I should have just hung out yesterday since he told me I could, and he would when he had time. But
Really? Thank you. So they gave up real quick. Damn. You know what I'd like to see? I don't think there's a single flying example out there, though. Yeah. There isn't a single B-36 Peacemaker in flying condition. None. Only 4 of them, only 4 complete planes are in existence right now.
P-36 Peacemaker. B-36 Peacemaker.
They're incredibly awesome, size-wise. Yeah, the prototype one, it's in a private collection in Ohio. And what's really funny is inside the bomb bay, there's a crate, and it has a complete P-47N in it.
No shit.
Pieces. Yeah.
So size-wise, how's that compared to say whichever one's bigger, the B-24 or B-25?
It's like 3 times wider.
No shit.
Yeah.
I got some decent shots of the B. I think it's B-25. What do they call it? Grumpy. Well, come on, Falker. I want my pass so I can get in. Sit by the water.
Oh yeah. I'm all in send mode. That's fair.
Damn, I should have sat at the house and had another cup of coffee.
Man, fucking fourth party bullshit. So yeah, anyway. Once upon a time, I saw a picture of a B-29 parked next to a B-36. And I'm pretty sure they said that you could park two B-29s side by side on one wing of the 36. Let me look. It's substantially larger. It was the workhorse of Strategic Air Command in the 50s, too. Yeah, like you could park one wingtip to fuselage on a 36's wing, and then you could park a second one next to that one. I mean, the left wing would hang over the side of the 36's wing, but you could literally park two side by side on the wing of one B-36. You could put four on it, essentially. Very cool. Gigantic. Mechanics hated them, though. It was really funny was the guy I was talking to, he kept going on and on and on. I was like, this isn't my order, this isn't my order. And then all of a sudden I heard Ron White's voice, and it was like, I'm third generation, I don't give a fuck.
Hey, brother, my buddy just got here.
Yep.
Truck and all that stuff, so I got to hop out.
All right, man.
Right on, man. Have a good one.
Yep.
I'll try. I might jump in a little bit later on, depending on how busy I'm here.
Is that what this is?
Do-do-do. I'm here.
What happened yesterday?
Well, yesterday I spent most of the day reconfiguring a new fucking router because the one the night before I had died on me, and I have to RMA it because I bought that back in February.
Oh.
Pisses me off when a new router decides to, hey, guess what? I'm just going to take a crap and give you no internet.
Monday router.
Yeah, it was a case of the Mondays. And the Tuesdays.
Oh, were you not able to do a show on Tuesday?
No. Smeggy did it. Smeggy actually stepped up and, acted as the co-host should.
Oh, that's why he sent me a link. Okay.
Oh, so you're taking his links now instead of mine?
No, I see how it is. When I woke up yesterday morning, I heard this noise, right? So I looked, and it was a PM from Smeggy, and it said hit or miss. And I'm like, oh.
So I downloaded it off of his YouTube channel and put it on mine, so we have all the episodes in order. And he's like, I'm going to file a copyright. And I go, on the comments, and I go as a response, yeah, you can go, yeah, you'll get around to it eventually, just like you will sending me that mil-spec trigger and hammer, right?
I have to find my boss. I'll be right back.
Uh-oh, good luck.
No, it's okay. All right. Oh, sweet. This one's done.
And I know, Angry, but I just have to give him just a little shit just because it's Smeggy, okay? And you're right. All good things in time. I know. It's just...
all in good time, sir. All in good time. What?
Is that Clockwork Orange?
Right there in front of your cabinet. That one.
Oh,
yeah. That's funny. I've got a really twisted sense of humor today. My boss was like, "Where's your package?" And I was about to grab my crotch. Right here.
Angry just said that trigger will be the most mil-spec trigger ever. You are right, Angry. It will be once I finally wrestle it from the hands of Specky 42.
It's gonna be shaped like a Y.
Right? No, actually, the
trigger.
If you look at the trigger, it's almost shaped like a Y already. So.
Oh man. I was watching Jive Turkey this morning because he does the cold water stream every morning. So like I wake up and that's the first thing I see on my screen. I'm like, cool. The sonarman, the Navy guy, and he did the Hunt for Red October mission. It was a single mission or whatever. He blew up 5 blue whales. It was like the book. So he was looking for biologics, right? So he was surrounded by a pod of whales, and he thought one of them was going to be reclassified if he got close enough as a Typhoon class Red October. So the first one he saw, he was like, look at that. It's a blue whale. It's doing 14 knots. And he goes, no blue whale does 14 knots. So he took a shot at it, right? And it chased and it chased and it chased. And then the whale evaded.
The whale evaded? Yeah. What the hell is this shit?
So then he swung it around because it was still on manual control with the wire. And he popped it and it blew up. The whale blew up. And I was like, oh shit, he killed a whale. And then he was like, I guess that wasn't it because the mission wasn't over. He ended up blowing up all 5 whales. And the Red October got away because he never caught it on the sonar scope.
So what system was he playing it for?
5 whales. It's PC. It's a game called Cold Water. You probably saw me stream it last Saturday on the chat. I don't know how loud that is, but I have to do it 3 more times, just so you know. 2 more times now. And it's the only time I've ever do this today. Other than that, it's going to be returns and power supply repairs. All done. Noise over.
Okay.
But yeah, it was the first time I actually saw a whale in a game. I have the game and I've never seen one. And then I actually saw him blow it up. It was fucking hilarious.
Now, do they have the Red October in here?
Yes. There's 2 versions of it. You can get the standard propulsion and you can get the silent drive propulsion one. But they don't have an option to turn it on and off.
You see, that's what I don't like. Because that's half of a Red October. So
the thing is this game has for what it offers so far, and by who created it, it's brilliant the way it is right now. But the things that they need to add, that they're trying to add, because the Red October is the only one of its kind that's going to have this technology where you can flip the different propulsion systems. But they're probably going to do it, and then they also have to work on the 3D models too, because they're just clones of other Typhoon models right now, so it doesn't look too much different. They put the stern planes through the engines, and the engines are never on, or the screws are never turning on the silent drive one. But there's limitations to the avatars they can use for now. The game was created by actual retired sonar or sub operators, including a captain. So
there's an old game I used to play that was naval.
Silent Hunter? What was it? Silent Hunter 5 or something like that?
No, it wasn't that one. It was Silent Steel.
Faces of the Deep.
No, this was an adventure game. Yeah, Silent Steel. Basically, you take control and you play as the captain. Had full motion video and whatnot. And you chose choices to go after this submarine that has just been spotted in the Atlantic. Of course, you're an American captain and it's an American ship. So it was pretty fun. It's a good game.
I think my first exposure to a submarine in a game was Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis. It was one of those Lucasfilm side scroller clicking RPGs or whatever.
Funny thing is,
and Loom and Monkey Island.
Mine was on the Game Boy because guess what? I had Hunt for Red October on the Game Boy.
Oh, I have that.
That was my first experience right there, and then I got everything else. And yeah, I have an Indiana Jones to the Fate of Atlantis.
Yeah,
it's like I especially like it when you're able to commandeer the Nazi sub. That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's the part. That was my first exposure to a submarine in a game. I was like, oh look, Nazi boat.
He's captaining the. He's running the entire ship by himself with no help whatsoever.
Right.
And they don't see him. That's how it's supposed to be.
Silent running.
I know, but I have to joke about it. It's just mandatory.
Now, the amazing thing to me right now is after playing Cold Waters, I didn't realize how torpedo technology was in World War II. Because they were all dumbfire torpedoes.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, Silent Hunter 5 is not easy. The controls and the learning curve for that game are incredible. You know, kids will not enjoy it because it's too complicated. Couple that with the fact that you have to know time and distance calculations, time on target, leading your target on a torpedo that only goes in a straight line. It's hard to make it fun, but I still enjoyed it. Aces of the Deep it wasn't too bad, but one day I loaded it back up and man, it's all pixel art in comparison. So I'm like, man, I don't really like this anymore. I wish they would remake it.
You love pixel art.
Yeah, but not for a simulator.
Ah, you'll be fine. Okay, so here's a question for you, Sean. Do you have Amazon Prime?
Yeah.
Okay, have you bought stuff that's Prime with the shipping? And does it always come on the when it's supposed to, or are there instances where it comes late?
So far, it's been on time or early. Now, like my shop here as a seller, I get complaints because they're late, and I know why they're late. Because even with the next day or second day delivery, for us, there's a window that I can ship with. So like, if somebody placed an order past a certain hour, it's obviously not going to be processed till the day after because there's a certain pickup time that I can't meet on that day, and it's disclosed. But on the other hand, Amazon also gives you like 2 days to ship the item, even on a next day air order. So like if they ordered it today on the 3rd, and I saw the order in my system, it'll tell me expected ship date, August 3rd through August 4th, which means I don't have to technically ship it until tomorrow. And then if it goes out, then they won't get it till the 5th, which would be late for a next day shipment. So, I mean, it's up to the courier and the seller. And in Amazon's case, if it's a fulfillment order with Prime, they ship it from their warehouses. So usually it's on time or early. But if it's late, they usually refund the shipping if you call them.
Okay, because I'm new to this Amazon Prime shit. So,
well, I mean, you only get Prime for one reason, and that's for Prime Video. Because the second day delivery thing, while it is nice, a lot of the stuff that I used to buy because I got Prime in the first place, they don't offer anymore. I can't buy brass anymore. They got rid of it. They got rid of a lot of reloading supplies and like gun parts, and you still find some. But
well, the issue is right now I need a lot of computer peripherals. Yeah. You know, like adapters and whatnot for the insides computers and keyboard adapters and whatnot because I can't find my box full of shit. So I have to order new adapters and whatnot. And if I get it via Prime, I don't have to pay extra for shipping because I'm already paying for Prime. And
you're talking about like USB to PS2 adapters and shit?
Yeah, I can't find. I
sell those.
Yeah. Well, I just went and bought some. The ones I have are coming from Virginia and Florida.
Yeah. Yeah, I sell those on Amazon actually. I think we send it to them as an FBA. So I mean, it could be I sent them these, and then they're shipping from their fulfillment centers in those areas to you.
Yeah, but the
I'm
issue,
the third one on the list.
The issue is I bought one, but I had to buy something else along with it.
Oh, to get a minimum order in?
No, because I needed the other part, so I had to get it. I had to get a DIN 5 to PS2 connector.
Ooh.
Because I found my old DIN 5 mechanical keyboard, and I'm like, I wonder how this is for gaming. So I'm going to go and test the waters on that one.
Is it an old clicker too?
Yeah, I can go get it if you want.
No, I'm okay with it.
Because the old keyboard from like the late 80s, early 90s, they were mechanical keyboards. And then sometime during the the mid '90s, they changed to all membrane keyboards. Where they didn't do the clickety clackety, and
because people wanted quieter keyboards in office buildings.
And then what is it? 5-6 years ago, they're like, "Oh, mechanical keyboards, they're all the rage for gaming," and I'm like, "I've got one of those in a computer box somewhere." Yeah, no, this is a mechanical keyboard.
Yeah, I remember I had this one from IBM. It had I thought it was lead at first, but then as I got older, I realized it was just a chunk of steel. But there was a 3x5 plate of steel on the top left and top right corners of this keyboard. It was heavy as fuck. And then the body of the keyboard was made out of metal that was painted. And then the keyboard itself, you could pop out the cover of the key, then you can pop out the key after that. And then there was like a brass coil spring underneath each key. And then there was a contact below that. Like each key had 5 separate pieces.
Yeah. But this one isn't that advanced because it was made in Malaysia. But this one on the back of it, I've looked. I can't find the model number anywhere on the internet. It just has the one thing on the back of it that I do understand. It's a US 101 keyboard. Mm-hmm. That's all I got.
No Windows key.
No Windows key. But here's the thing. If you know your Windows, just press Control Escape, and there's your Windows key.
Oh, that girl Michelle Carter, the one that convinced her boyfriend to go ahead and kill himself. She's facing 20 years. Good. Yeah, it's going to be a strange couple of days, man. I have to get used to seeing 2 Porsches outside now. 2.
Why, did you get one?
No, my boss's sons got delivered yesterday.
So your boss and his son both have Porsches?
Yup.
That's messed up.
Yeah, I know. But they're leases, so.
Ooh, snap. They're leases.
No, it's smart. Like, my boss is actually a genius when it comes to these types of things because he figured out how the game works. So you put down this massive deposit, like 10 grand, right? You get your payments way down. You pick a car that has good residual value, good resale value, and then you drive it for 3 years. He gets to write off every payment as a tax write-off, quote, company vehicle. And then at the end of the lease, they send an appraiser, they check it out, they make sure everything's in good shape. And then you get your deposit back. So he's literally getting to drive these things for free for 3 years. He just puts gas and tires on, pretty much. That's it. It's actually very clever.
Yeah, but I'm sure they ding you if you ruin the interior.
His son got dinged for curb rash on the wheels, and they did replace the back tires, but they were a different brand than the front ones. And the guy said that they might be a stickler for that, but he didn't care. He was like, "I don't care. It's over. I got my new one already. Take it and go."
Well, he has enough money that he can afford to do that.
Well, I mean, the lease payments come back as tax returns, so he pays it up front, yes, but he gets it all back in the end. So it's very clever. Like, even I'm pretty impressed by it.
Oh, I know you can do it that way. My dad's an accountant. Of course I know. You could if you started a business.
Well, I mean, I've been with the guy I'm working on my 15th year now. And I think it'd be cool, like go ahead and lease me one too and write that shit off. Because it's like, I don't go anywhere. It's like I work, I go home. I still got my Fiat, which I take to gun shows anyway because it's easier to park, especially downtown.
Just take your Fiat to work.
So I do. It's here today. I was going to take the BMW today, but I'll probably drive it tomorrow.
No. Well, I'm kind of looking on cars on Craigslist just so that I could do a roadkill thing because a friend of mine wants to get one of these old cars and do a roadkill with it. Mm-hmm. And sure, why the hell not? It'll be a great daily driver if you want to go for 10 miles, but further than that, you don't want to go very much further. But we'll see what happens on that. he likes watching roadkill as much as I do. So.
It's amazing how many of these damn things sell these days. TPMs are becoming very popular items.
What are?
TPMs, trusted platform module or whatever it is, where it encrypts all your data.
Yeah.
The thing is most people don't know how to use them, and most people think that they're going to be able to bootleg movies and shit, even if they do that. And it's like, nope, doesn't work that way. I keep seeing all these advertisements for VPNs, and I'm like sitting there thinking, I'm like, how many of these are scams? How many of these are VPNs where they're actually tracking you?
Only a very few.
Like, are all of them, most of the ones you see commercially, are they legit, or are they keeping a list and keeping tabs?
Have you heard of TorGuard?
Mm-hmm.
That one's legit. I use that one, and they don't monitor you. They don't even do anything with logs. They just throw the logs away. They don't even keep them. My dad
actually, he streams a lot of video, right? And I think he downloaded one time, and I got hit with a copyright infringement notice from Comcast. I'm like, wow. I'm like, you're not supposed to be watching this shit. Plus, he probably did it peer-to-peer. So how were you able to link everything back together to find out what it was? You know, I was thinking about that. I was like, bootleggers are stupid. Because what they ought to do is, if they're going to do this, right, and your ISPs are tracking the names of the things you're downloading, then they should make like the file name some bullshit thing, right? And then in that archive have a text file that tells you what to rename it to.
Yeah, name it Ponery's Bizarre Adventure.
Well, no, I mean, like, say someone was going to download a copy of like Fast 8, right? Right. If they downloaded a file that said Fast 8, they're going to get nailed. They're going to be like, you did a copyright infringement for this file called Fast 8. But if they downloaded a file that said A13B45672-Q, they're not going to know what the fuck that is. And then they open that RAR file, and then inside there's a text file, and it says, oh, rename it to this. Copy and paste this and change the name of it to this. Like, I'm helping people break the law by saying that, but it's like they could do that, and that would solve everything. And it's like, I'm shocked that nobody does that. It's so basic and simple, it's retarded.
The problem is the retards that are downloading this shit can't follow instructions.
Right? Yeah, they don't even read the quote README, right?
Right. I always read the README, but that's just because I'm a stickler for directions.
Well, sometimes the READMEs are like, this file was downloaded from so-and-so, or this file was hosted by so-and-so. It's like there wasn't anything useful in it. But you won't know that until you open it. Return ship. Fancy name for this. Okay. Another day, another TPM.
Ooh, Dodge Challenger.
Start putting in these.
1972. Not roadkill enough. It looks too nice.
What you need is a Ford Falcon?
No. What I need to do is get a Ford Ranchero.
I want to see someone put a Power Stroke in one of those. I'd like to see that.
I want to put a turbo in it.
Well, no, I'm saying Power Stroke turbo diesel. Like, I want to see. Like, you take a. Well, let me find one that I actually like the look of first.
All right. Here's one. Here's one. A 1976 Cadillac Coupe de Ville.
I had a 78, but it's the same car.
Yeah. They didn't change much back then.
Those are too nice to mess with. That's too small. That's too small. That's 2 square. Okay, so take like a 40 or 1972 Ranchero, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's got the front end from Gran Torino, and then it's got a truck body on the back. I'd like to see someone take one of those, put a Power Stroke turbo diesel in it, a 6-speed manual, and dually the rear wheels, and then put a proper Dana 130 axle on the back, or a 60 or a 70. That would actually be kind of cool. Like you'd have to graft the flares from a new Super Duty onto it, but I think that would be kind of cool. And then like airbrush the tailgate and say "Rolling Coal" on the back or something. I'm down for that.
Yeah. If I could find an old broken DeLorean, you know what I would do? I would put I would try and get a diesel engine in there, so that I could set up the Mr. Fusion to make biodiesel for it.
You can do that.
I've seen someone do that.
A Cummins 4BT would fit in there perfectly.
Well, I heard, if I got one of those French Renault PRT engines, will work in those too.
Yeah, because they had was the engines? I think the engine was Peugeot, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, you could probably pull that off. Or if you don't mind using an adapter, you can use a Cummins 4BT because the parts are easy to get. Or you could probably even get away with one of the newer, like Blue Tech diesels out of a fucking Volkswagen Golf or something. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, but it's just the factor that I saw that somebody did that, and I'm like, I got to do that too. Or shit. Why not just take the engine out of a Tesla?
No thanks.
Make it do the, since Tesla has a thing built in to do sounds and whatnot for the vehicle, so it's louder. Just do the same thing, but replace all the sounds with DeLorean sounds. So if you actually do get to hit 88, you'll be good. It'll make the sound.
Set the speed governor on a DeLorean to 88 miles an hour. Weld your foot to the floor, and every time you get a ticket, make sure you got 88 on it. The judge would throw it out the first time. He's like, "That's pretty funny, dude.
Don't do it again."
Yeah, don't do it again. This feels like power.
Honestly, I could probably get away with it on the freeway.
Yeah,
because
the do 88 and get run the fuck off the road.
No, the freeway over here, it's like 75. That's the speed limit.
Yeah, we have an 85 between Austin and Dallas, I think.
So I'm sure for like a full stretch, like here between here and Columbia, I could probably do 88 just fine.
Oh yeah.
Because I got a friend that gets, usually it takes like 2 hours to get to Columbia. It takes him like about an hour and a half because he's going 100 up and down. So, why the hell not?
Dead at power on. Oh, this is going to be good. I like when I get returns like this for DOAs. I take them out of the box. I hook my power supply tester up to it, plug it in, instantly works. So when I write the messages behind it, I'm like, technician literally took the product out of the box, plugged it in, and immediately began working. Your move, creep. What's up, John?
Hey, good morning, guys.
It's Mr. New York himself.
How's everybody?
We're surviving.
I think The Walking Dead.
I'm glad to hear that.
How are things going with you?
Not bad. Just, I'm actually getting some of my silver together because I need to start to pay up some bills.
Silver? Bullion?
Yeah, you know, bullion, coins.
Yeah.
Who said you could have silver?
What, are you out of work right now or something?
Yeah, I've been out of work for a while since I got injured.
Oh, shit. And you don't get, like, medical for it or whatever?
I get medical and a few dollars, but
It's never enough.
the other side lawyers.
Did your insurance cover it?
Well, it's their insurance, the workers' comp insurance.
Oh, and they're not paying out enough.
Well, they're paying, but the lawyers keep sending notices to the doctors to say stop treatment, even after the judge puts a decision in my favor.
Well, what you
So
probably have to do then?
I have to keep going back and forth between the lawyers because my lawyer's going to them, what are you people doing?
Basically, what you need to do then is you have to countersuit them, right? And
oh yeah, every time we have a hearing.
And then you got to put in a supplemental claim for the additional amount you need, or on top of that, you have that case pending and open and running, and you go to the Social Security office and you get a supplemental income benefit for being disabled due to work.
Oh no, how do I say that? No, so the number, the calculation you do under workers' compensation for the percentage of what you get paid, their lawyers originally gave me too low of an amount. So that's part of the
or appeal it.
No, it's already been going in my favor the last 3 hearings. So the next hearing coming up is the final determination. So my lawyer's hoping to get me more, obviously, and they have to back pay me for the last 2 years.
Absolutely.
Because
how long are you going to be down for?
Well, I'm already in the process of trying to find work.
Okay, so like you've already finished rehab and everything.
No, I still have to do rehab.
Yeah, the back paycheck's going to be nice because usually it's added with compound interest if it's in your favor.
Exactly. Oh no, it's already in my favor. So that'll help pay for the lawyer, obviously. And
did he take a retainer, or did he just say he would take it out of your compensation claim?
Take it out of the compensation claim.
Okay, so you got a good one.
Right. So,
which is rare in New York.
Well, no. What it is, I don't know if it works the same everywhere or New York is just different. I honestly have no clue. But in New York, it's the workers' comp authorizes your lawyer and sets an amount under workers' comp. So if your lawyer charges $500 an hour or whatever, they can't do that. They have to go by the prescribed workers' comp. Because it's under workers' comp, they have to follow their prescribed computations.
Yeah, this is the exact thing that Tony got out of work for. Like, as soon as he knew he was going to be out of work for more than like a year, before he thought he'd never go back to work, he immediately started the process with Social Security because that's what it's there for.
Exactly.
And they back paid him too, which was nice.
Right. But Tony got disability under that. I'm too young to get disability.
What do you mean you're too young to get disability?
You're at it. I'm too young. Unless you're permanently stuck to a wheelchair, they're not going to consider you for disability because of your age.
No, dude. My ex-girlfriend, she had Social Security disability from the ages of 15 to 22.
Why for such a short time?
It was it was a supplemental thing with her insurance or whatever, and she
Right, but
she
that's
basically
not
used the money for school.
That's not disability. That's something else.
No, she has a disability.
Oh, so I don't understand. If she has a disability, why did it stop at 22?
Because after 22, they figured, you know, it was to supplement income while she had to go to therapy or whatever, right? But
Right.
her disability is not debilitating. Like she
Right.
could be a functional member of society. So they were like, well, after the age of 20, or we'll give you 1 year past your 21st birthday. After that, you're kind of on your own because she has to work to put into the system, which she never did before that. She was getting benefits before she put into the system.
Oh, okay.
So they were like, well, since you're not in a debilitating state, you can work if you want to. And
Right.
they cut it off to kind of nudge her along. Now, if it was debilitating and permanent, yeah, she'd still be getting them today. But she was getting them as early as like 15.
Wow.
So I mean, there's really no age limit as long as the paperwork's filed and the process is done.
Right.
Tony's only
Well, I mean,
55?
the process can be done 1,000 times. Doesn't mean you're gonna get approved.
Right. I mean, Tony's only like what, 55 or something?
Right.
He got it. I mean, are you in your 40s?
Yeah.
You can probably still get it, depending on the nature of your damage.
Well,
yeah.
Again, it's a long hassle to go through. So my lawyer just said, well, part of the stipulation in my case is you go back to work, whatever your final determination in your workers' comp case is. If you make less working, if you go back to work and you make less than what you were making before, they compute that and take a percentage from what you're making and add that as an addition to your settlement.
Yeah, the supplement.
Right. So it doesn't actually lower the settlement. It's just an addition to it.
Yeah, and that's what the Social Security thing's supposed to do also. Like your workers' comp, I keep saying constipation because that's why I was joking to call it. But your workers' compensation is the primary source, and then you can usually put in a supplemental income request through Social Security.
Right.
And
well, it's not. It's not.
Since you're not asking for the full amount, they generally go ahead and fast track those because you're not trying to take it for everything. You're just taking it as a supplement.
Right. I'm not like some people. They'll say, "Okay, give me $400,000," and then the other side, after they pay you out, you no longer have. They're no longer responsible for you. Not medical, nothing. But I didn't do that, so you know. Although one of my neighbors said someone he knows did that, and he moved to I don't know where did he move, Pennsylvania, Vermont, somewhere wherever. So he took a $400,000 payout.
Oh, lump sum.
Yeah.
Cha-ching.
Yeah, but after that 400,000, God forbid he has any medical issues, he's responsible for it. So at least I'll have the lifetime medical care.
It's Thursday.
As far What'd you say?
Oh, it's Thursday.
Yeah. Oh, it is. Oh shit. Already?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yep.
Yeah, sitting around not keeping busy, you kind of lose track of the days sometimes. Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out what I'm gonna get rid of here.
Sell it to Hawaii.
I'm not interested in the shit coin.
Shit coin. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, well, it's not for me, you know.
I wasn't expecting you to be so harsh on him. No,
I'm not harsh.
He has actual cash.
No, I'm not harsh on him. I'm harsh on the shit coin.
Did you hear about that school in Michigan, Roseville High School or something like that? They sent out a letter to all the people that in the school system, and it had a revised dress code thing. It's crazy. It's like
what was the dress code?
I'll tell you in a second. Give me just a second.
Yeah, so Night Strike, I'm not being harsh on him. I understand everybody's trying to make a dollar, but that thing is so unstable, and yeah, it's not for me.
So the letter starts off. It says, dress code. Students' dress should not interfere with the learning environment. The following are prohibited: tank tops, spaghetti straps, midriff tops that are bare, spandex underwear as outerwear, inappropriate slogans and emblems, pajamas, slippers, sagging pants, see-through clothing, sunglasses, hats or headgear, U.S. flag, low-cut shirts, exposed undergarments, and bandanas. They snuck the U.S. flag in the middle of the list, thinking nobody would notice it. And then it was funny, at the bottom it says, you have any questions, if your student's last name begins A through G, you contact this guy. If it's H through O, you contact this woman. But if it's P through Z, you don't have anybody to contact. It says to be determined, which means they don't give a fuck about you guys.
Well, that's pretty much covers everything the kids are wearing. So they'll either get a dress uniform or the kids will go to school naked, because half that crap you mentioned is what they're wearing
on school grounds in the U.S. of A.
Yeah,
well, that's another fucked up story.
There's going to be a lawsuit on that one, and the court is going to say they want to wear clothing with the U.S. flag on it. It's their God-given right to.
Damn straight.
Well,
I know G-Webs is a little iffy on this because there's a U.S. flag code saying you can't have it on clothing and whatnot. But the issue is we're in the 21st century. We're not in like the 19th from when G-Webs was born. So
it's stupid.
Wait a minute. It can't be on clothing, but is the loophole that it could be on a patch and then you could put that patch on your uniform?
Yeah, that's the loophole for G-Webs.
No, I mean, is that really the loophole though? Is that what it is?
I have no
because
clue.
you see it on uniforms, right? But they're patches affixed to a uniform. So.
Right, but those are work uniforms you're talking about when you say uniforms.
No, we're talking about like military uniforms.
Right, those are work uniforms.
Yeah, you work for the government.
Yeah, that's acceptable.
Okay.
That's probably loophole patches.
I just wonder if they really did outlaw the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah, probably.
Like, I heard about that in my school district, but I never really looked into it to see if they actually did it or not. That was out by the time all this bullshit started.
Well, that's probably only those sick, demented sanctuary cities. Like you heard California is looking to get 585,000 votes so they can secede from the union. A lot of people in California already consider themselves part of another country. That's how twisted they are.
Oh, yeah, I think it's called dystopia.
I am rubbing my hands because I really want to go to war with California.
Hell yeah, it'd be the shortest war in history.
And then we get to round up all of their senators and their governor, and
have a new Nuremberg trials and have a conga line to the gallows.
No, we should have them deported to China.
No. Sean's got it right. New Nuremberg trials. We will hang every son of a bitch there is.
Hell yeah.
Well,
and play the music.
That's if they don't hang themselves first. Send them to Afghanistan. They'll take care of them there.
They'll probably ask us for ammunition, and we'll give it to them. And I was like, we took care of your problem. They're all dead.
I'll donate to that fund.
We won't do it. Society is too anti-death penalty these days.
Yeah, we will.
I like my conga line idea, though.
I do too.
Well, you got to keep it fun and exciting somehow. Yeah. So,
and really piss them off too. You got to really, really piss them off before the proceedings begin in the conga line. Before the conga line music starts, right? You got them all standing there, and you have them standing handcuffed and shackled, and they have to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance before they actually go hang. and they have to stand to the national anthem.
No, did you guys watch like 2 or 3 evenings ago on the Tucker Carlson show? He had this nut job from California talking about us and them, not us as in like the United States. He's referring to California as us versus them, the rest of the United States.
Really?
And Tucker Carlson was he was actually talking about seceding, and it's serious. They're actually looking to get votes to put it on the ballot for 2018, I think he said.
Fucking
But
let them.
Didn't their leader quit because he had ties to Russia?
Oh,
Which
yeah.
one?
Yeah, there's the Secede California group. Their leader quit because apparently he had ties to Russia.
No, this is another wacko group.
Oh,
that's
another
trying to
wacko.
get it.
Huh.
Yeah. So Tucker Carlson was trying to explain to him, what was it? Virginia, I think he said, South Carolina, one of the other states tried to secede from the states, like back in the day.
They did.
And there was a civil war, and they lost.
They succeeded. It was South Carolina, particularly Charleston, but the whole state follows suit because shit. Fuck it. Let's jump on the bandwagon.
Right, but there was a civil war, and that's how it ended. So that's what the nutjob Californians want, I guess.
If California wants to secede, let them and see what happens. Because I'll tell you, all those liberals that are crying about this, that, transgender, this, that, they're all in fucking California.
Exactly.
Though I will grant there may be a shit ton in New York and New Jersey, but we're going to ignore that. Because New York and New Jersey isn't stupid enough to try and secede from the Union, are they?
No. And the sad, funny part is California wants to do it with their budget non-existing. They're going to be another Venezuela.
But the way Heavy B describes it, that's only Southern California that really wants to secede. The North would like to secede from California.
You know what? Let's wait for a miracle from heaven that would make such an earthquake and just secede that whole part of the state on its own. Do it naturally.
Oh, so you want the escape from LA option where it just a giant earthquake broke it off of the country.
Just crack the whole state off from the map.
Yeah.
Let them float into shit, which is what they're doing to themselves anyway.
Yeah, I wish.
So, so they'll be their own country, their own island.
I thought they had given up on the whole secession thing.
Nope, they're still trying to go at it. And they have my vote.
If they want to secede, please go ahead and try. I would love to take all of your liberals, including your governor, and hang them for treason against the United States. Because as far as I know, treason still gets the death penalty.
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised it hasn't happened already.
But that's only when it's a clear case of treason, and it's not the government overstepping its bounds and someone whistleblowing on that, and then they're like, "Oh, he's treasonous." That's different.
There are plenty of people who can whistleblow, but they're so screwed up in the head that they are going along with this nonsense.
Well, the thing is, I'm torn on the whole what was it, the guy that ran away to Russia because Obama wanted to kill his ass.
Oh, you mean before Hillary got to him?
No, Hillary didn't get to this guy.
Yeah, that's why he's still alive.
Are you talking about Edward Snowden?
Yeah, Snowden. Well, yeah, he did screw. I will concede that he did screw up. He probably shouldn't have done it in the way that he did it. But the issue is, the government was overstepping its bounds because the people did not give the government authority or power to do what they were doing, and they got hosed for it. Granted, I don't think he should get the death penalty. If anything, maybe 5 years in prison and a slap on the wrist. But the point is, they weren't supposed to be doing that in the first place, and they decided to say he committed treason, and they were going to try and kill him. Instead of someone going to trial and being accountable for that shit.
Well, it's the same thing as the WikiLeaks. Everything, the whole problem with the WikiLeaks is the leak. With the liberals and the Democrats, it's not the issue that the information is true and correct. It's that the fact that it was leaked. That's how fucked up they are.
Why can't we put Obama on trial for that whole program itself? And if it's not him, why don't we be at one of his other liberal lackeys that was in charge of it?
Yeah, take your pick. Like there aren't enough of them.
Yeah, there are a shit ton, but we need to make somebody an example instead of Snowden because it wasn't his fault for doing the right thing.
Exactly. Like you said, it was just the way he went about it.
The way he went about it probably wasn't the best, but the issue is, if he hadn't done it, then shit, I'm afraid to even fathom what would have happened.
No, if it hadn't happened, then the Democrats would have continued to destroy the system without anybody knowing what was going on.
So
yeah.
Well, the president's pulling a patent in Afghanistan.
Uh-oh, what's going on?
Well, you remember that scene where Patton drives in his officer's car across a river during the battle, and he turns around and he goes, "What the hell are you doing over there? You're supposed to be 3 miles up the road across this river." And he's like, "We're looking for a place to go." And he was like, "Look, you're going to get this job done right, or I'm going to fire you. I'll find somebody who will." Right now, he's doing the same thing to a general out in Afghanistan. He's like, "We're not winning. If you don't start showing me results, I'm going to fire you." Of course, libtards were screaming, "He's out of control." And it's like, no, he wants results. Why waste the taxpayers' money every day in a region that you're not getting any results in?
Because that's what liberals are good at.
That's the point. Apparently, these kids, these liberals, have never seen. They've never actually watched the Great War, on how you had these generals and field marshals, controlling this war for like a year or two, not getting any results, and in some cases getting millions of people killed because of their stupid tactics that weren't, modernized. And they got shafted. They got either killed in battle or they were fired. Period.
Oh, did you guys
about Conrad von Hotzendorf?
Did you guys catch the hearing the other day for free speech in Congress? Did you catch it?
No. What up?
Oh, you need to watch it. They had some woman from NYU Law School. They had Ben Shapiro, and they had a professor and two professors from other schools, and they were all discussing how everything that's been going on with the students being violent and attacking people who were trying to give speeches based on free speech. That whole hearing was regarding that, and they're based on the what happened in California in the college where the students were holding the administration hostage. So they had a hearing yesterday or the day before that. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Based on the free speech. That was actually a really good hearing.
Well, actually, no, I think I did talk about this before. My response was pretty simple. I was like, some folks just have a really hard time grasping that your, quote, right to free speech does not exempt them from the consequences of deliberate public stupidity on display.
Exactly.
You're allowed to speak your mind. It's just there can and will be consequences.
So that's part of what the witnesses, Ben Shapiro and this woman from NYU Law School and the other two professors, that's basically their whole point was
Actor Robert Hardy died today.
Who's that?
He's a British actor that was in the Harry Potter series.
Okay.
Well, he was 92.
Lucky he lasted this long.
Good run. I thought Ian McKellen was a lot older than he is, but he's actually only like 72. He just looks old.
I saw an image earlier. I'm going to see if I can pull it up.
Oh, so my supermarket got a new brand called Tofayan, and they're wraps. So I bought a whole bunch of them, and I'm just eating them as a snack.
Okay, now I'm linking this. This is how bad our country has gotten. Check
you have
that
to
out.
Warn people if it's safe.
Well, Sean, it may or may not be safe for you, but John, go ahead and check it out.
Give me a second.
It's a political cartoon thing.
Yeah, it's taking quite a minute to load up. Give me a second.
See if I can just get the image.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
that's exactly what they were discussing on the hearing.
The thing is,
that is so true.
If it has gotten so bad that these Antifa people that are throwing Molotov cocktails, that are wearing all black, and are literally the anarchists and communists of the left side, are calling the Boy Scouts of America the Hitler Youth. There is a fucking problem.
Well, don't forget, it wasn't just Antifa. It's also Black Lives Matter and every other nut job that wants to follow them.
What's really funny is somebody like Antifa calling the Boy Scouts Hitler Youth, while they too are a militant organized group, is the pot calling the kettle black.
Well,
exactly.
No. What really gets me on the whole Antifa front is, why don't you just come out and call yourselves communists and anarchists? Because you aren't fucking anti-fascist.
Nope, that's for sure.
Because you're doing the same thing the black shirts did during, the 1930s.
Brown.
Brown shirts.
No. Why you say brown shirts? I say black shirts because the Italian fascists were the ones that wore all black clothing. Right. And the Antifa, they're wearing nothing but fucking black.
That's right.
Nope, you nailed it. I thought you were thinking of Germany. You were on the Italians.
No, I know people normally associate, fascists with the Nazis, but the problem is they weren't fascists. They were socialists. King of fascists. They were socialists.
They were national socialists.
They were national
Bernie
socialists.
Supporters.
They were nationalists and socialists, which is weird, but it worked out for them, but not very well. But the correlation I was trying to make is because, if they really are anti-fascist, they wouldn't be wearing black clothing, because that's associated with the black shirts of Italy, which were the fascist group that took over. Okay,
yeah, but you're forgetting that liberals have very short memories.
Yeah, I'm also forgetting that liberals can't hold a decent, civilized conversation as well.
And they also like to change historical facts.
Yeah. And three, why the hell are they throwing Molotov cocktails and starting riots? It seems like they're more communist and anarchist than they are, anti-fascist, because, that's not American. What they're doing right now is not American. It is communist. It is anarchist, but it is not American, and it is not anti-fascist.
Well, they're anti-America, don't forget. They're anti the values America stands for.
All right. I'll see if I can.
That's a really great cartoon, though.
Yeah. I got it in the email this morning, so I figured I had to share it. I'll just link the image itself. Go ahead, Angry. There you go. If I get in trouble for it, I'm sorry, G-Webs.
Why would you get in trouble?
I don't know. But while somebody did that as a cartoon character to make fun of it, the factor is it's more ironic than anything, because that's actually what's happening.
Exactly. Nobody. I don't think anybody would dispute that. Nobody in their right mind, at least.
I put it out there in the Gunchannels chat if you want to look at it, Sean. So John, how about them beans?
Oh, they were really good.
Those pork and beans.
Oh no, I made split peas.
Oh, you split peas? Okay, well, split peas.
Yeah, I made split peas with carrots and some wheat.
Good.
Yeah. But now I'm just munching on I'm munching on whole wheat wraps. There's 0 trans fat, 0 cholesterol, and 12 grains. No. This one's actually flavored savory spinach. This one actually has a decent flavor.
What are they again?
The brand name is Tofuyan.
No, what are they?
Oh, they're wraps.
So, okay.
I'm just eating the wraps. I'm not putting anything in them. I'm just eating them as a snack.
There's a place that I go to that does like European import foods.
Right.
You can take those and cut them into pieces, throw them in the oven, drizzle them in olive oil, sprinkle some sea salt on top of them, and they're
yeah, like crackers. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I do also. Right now, I'm just snacking on it because I don't want to turn my oven on because it's kind of warm.
You dip those in hummus, and it's epic.
You make your own hummus?
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I got
actually.
This place, so.
Yeah, I've been watching some YouTube videos. I'm gonna try to make some hummus later. So
what are you, HVS's cousin?
Why?
Oh, no,
what does HVS's cousin do?
Chickpeas, more or less.
What does HVS's cousin do?
No, you're talking about hummus, so I had to make the joke.
Yeah. Oh, no. You brought it up, so I said I would try to make it myself.
All right.
Sabre's good shit.
Yeah, but they're also very processed. So there's salt content and sugar and all that added.
You got to have a little flavor.
Well, no, the chickpeas have a really good flavor on their own.
Yeah, like split pea soup is supposed to. I can't stand that shit. I tried it. I'm not a fan.
You know what the problem is? You're eating it from somebody who actually makes it as a soup. What I do when I make split peas with carrots and onions, I actually put it in a pan with lightly oiled pan, and I cook it on the pan on the stove. After it's finished cooking, I put it in a blender, so it still has a little thickness. Mm-hmm. It's actually really good.
I just eat peas as peas. When they turn into like mush, when you puree them, that's when I can't stand it. It's the texture.
Oh, you're talking about this texture being liquidy, like thick? No. You actually, when you puree it after it's fully cooked, you actually make the consistency. You could actually make it not as thick. Yeah, if you make it right, it turns out really good.
And yeah, I know, Angry. Wow, but they did that as a joke. But literally, that's how bad it's gotten.
What did Angry say? What did Angry say?
No, he just reacted to that link.
Oh, I'm not at the computer right now. I'm sorry.
Wow.
G-Web says, I got no time for peas.
Ain't got no time for peas.
Well, just send me your address and I'll tell me what you want, and I'll make it for you and send it to you. Oh, so I ordered the you know the what's it called? Shit, I can't remember what I ordered.
An Anderson Lower.
Yeah, I wish. But what I really ordered was the spaghetti maker, and you use like vegetables, like carrots and zucchini and stuff, and you can actually make spaghetti out of it.
Oh, you're talking about where you put all the materials in and you make your own pasta?
Yeah.
Sweet potatoes,
but it's a vegetable.
Really cool
but it's vegetables instead of actual noodles.
Sweet potatoes make an epic pasta.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially if you caramelize them as the noodles. Oh my god.
Jacob says he has this cheap one of those spiral cutters.
Yeah. That's what it is. But I don't remember the name of it, so that's why I couldn't remember. Does G-Webs, does he have the brand name spiral cutter they made for as seen on TV stuff, or is it just a spiral cutter?
You have to wait for the answer because there's a delay.
I ain't going nowhere. I got time.
Starting to wonder if that's the same chicken curry I had before.
I ordered like a knockoff, like not the actual brand name one. So I'm just curious if he has the brand name one, if it works. If the non-brand name one that I ordered, if it doesn't work, then I'll just get the brand name one. But I don't know how they work either way, so it's gonna be my first time.
You know what people don't use anymore?
What?
The acronym RTFM.
Which was...
Read the fucking manual. Like, nobody uses that anymore.
There's a reason for that.
Yeah, because we can't even get them to read README files.
Yep.
What? The mouse went in the opposite direction. This is going to be interesting. Well, I'll give you an A for effort on packaging this with your algebra homework, apparently. Okay, this is a hex with 12 buttons on the side. That's ridiculous. I thought of this shit. No, I've driven one though.
Oh, ask G-Webs if he installed those. Oh, G-Webs, did you? Well, he's not talking, so I don't know if he's in the chat room or not because I'm not in front of my.
No, he's watching the stream.
Oh, well, G-Webs, did you have you installed the stuff you got for the van yet? I saw you had the video for the tubes and the pipes that you bought. I was just curious if he put that stuff in yet.
You guys ever catch a whiff of something in the air and it instantly links you to a memory?
Yeah.
Like, I was just walking around in the shop and all of a sudden I caught this smell. It was very faint, but there it is again. It instantly reminded me of, and when I say this, everyone's going to think the same thing. Like, they'll remember the smell I'm talking about. Cafeteria during lunchtime.
Did somebody
Damn
let
it,
loose where you
Sean!
are?
No, it was like my coworker's lunch.
No, nasty.
No, it's not a bad thing. It's like there was a certain smell that a cafeteria made when you walked by because they were making things, you know?
Yeah, I don't usually relate somebody saying take a whiff and it's smelling good.
Well, that's unfortunate. It's like if I smell J'adore, the perfume, I instantly think of one of my ex-girlfriends. It was a bad thing.
Yeah, so that's not a very good smelling perfume.
No, I like it. I bought it for her.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I bought it for my current one too.
Oh, you gave her the same bottle? Okay.
No, I just the same brand. It's one of my favorites. I usually get them that and like Bulgari because I've got pretty good taste in fragrance apparently. Damn it. guy said that the mouse worked backwards. He couldn't play his games with it, and I almost guarantee I know what the problem was.
Yeah, the fact that it was backwards.
Nope, his game has a setting that says invert X or invert Y, and they had that set. Wow, how the fuck did I just tangle my fucking cord in one shot just by bumping it into it? It's amazing. Son of a bitch. Like, all I did was bump into it, and it was hopelessly tangled. What the fuck? Anti-square knot. Piece of shit. How to put Poner in a bad mood. Give him a knot.
Tangle his cord.
Give him a knot. Give him a tangle to have to deal with. How to make a cat entertain for hours on end. Give him a cord with tangles all over it. Alright, I got it. What the hell are you scraping?
Oh, I'm making egg whites. and I use my
You're almost making it.
My cast iron. I use my cast iron.
You season your pan?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I seasoned it last time we spoke.
With which oil?
Oh, I just use regular what is this? Canola oil.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is where you are, but the canola here, when it's on sale, really good price.
I like coconut oil.
Huh?
I like coconut oil.
Yeah. Well, I buy coconut oil, but it's very rare because it's so expensive here. It's like $12 for like a 12-ounce. It's like $1 an ounce.
Damn.
Yeah, it's not cheap. And that's just the cheap stuff.
The problem is you're in New York, so everything's expensive there.
No, exactly. So you can't afford to be buying it all the time.
Dude,
not to be mean or anything.
Cigarettes
no, you're absolutely right.
I think my buddy was telling me they pay over $12 just for a pack. I'm like, what?
A pack of what?
Cigarettes.
Yeah. No, it's almost
$12?
$13 in the city.
Jesus.
And if you go to a smoke shop, it's almost $15 or $16.
What?
Yeah.
Fuck that. What if you buy like a can of Bugler and roll your own? Is it still equivalently the same expense?
Yeah, they're not that much cheaper.
That's harsh.
Yeah. No argument there, sir.
My dad used to tell me that his mom and dad growing up, because I mean they grew up during Prohibitions, or not Prohibition. Prohibition and the World Wars actually. That they would buy a can of Bugler and they would roll all their cigarettes for the week on a Sunday at the kitchen table.
And it was affordable.
Mm-hmm. Back then.
Yeah.
The other thing that he did was he bought a Packard right before the war broke out. And as soon as he got it, he put it in the garage and he put it on jack stands. And then when the rationing started, he sold the tires off the car for more than he paid for the car. And he bought the car brand new.
Nice.
And then when the war ended, he just bought another set of tires. Cheap. Pretty smart guy. Because he could walk to work from where they lived, so he had the car, but he didn't have to drive it.
Right.
I thought that was really clever.
Well, back in those days, you had to do what you had to do, you know?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, he used to drive across the border into Canada, and because he was an upholsterer, he worked for the local mafia types.
Right.
And they would say, go to this address across the border and take your son Mickey with them. And they would go across the border. He said, drop your car off at this address and go spend the day with your wife and kids. Have a good time. He would come back, and then the car would be waiting for him, and it would be loaded up with everything, like steaks, leather, shoes. And then
nice.
My dad would get a pair of shoes, and inside was a little letter, and it said, hey, Mickey, don't forget to go play outside in these for a couple of hours before you head back across the border. They can't look new.
Right.
So, yeah, my dad used to work with, or my grandfather used to work with organized crime, I guess is a good way to put it. But they were taken care of very well.
Yeah, you had to do what you had to do back in those days.
Yeah. Never had to worry about drinks. Never had to worry about shoes or food or nothing. Speaking of food, I think it's time for me to lunch channel. Let's go take this over.
Lunch channels. Yeah,
Dun,
yeah,
dun,
yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
Pew,
Nom
pew.
nom.
Pew, pew.
All right. Let's see what we got today. I was really in the mood for. I haven't had fried chicken since fucking November, man.
Oh, that sounds good.
What they gave you a clean bill of health, man. What the hell's wrong with you?
I know. It's just I think that one of the reasons I got a clean bill of health is because I stuck to a pretty strict diet since November, and I'm used to not garbaging out anymore, so I don't want to go back and fuck it up. Because like I remember standing in front of a mirror one day and I was like, got a gut. Like this is unacceptable. And then I did everything. I lost 25 pounds, and it's like, it's kind of weird now. I wake up, I can see my six pack every morning. I can see it. I'm like, there it is. And then by the time I get off of work for the day and I stand in front of the mirror before I go to bed, it ain't there. It's like I got pudge. It's like it goes away at night and it comes back every morning.
I see my six pack every time I open up the fridge door.
Oh, this will work. Got a bowl of instant noodles here at the shop. I'm kind of curious. It sounds good. Lobster flavored. Never had that one. Spicy seafood too. I might actually try those.
Oh, it's the stuff with the seasoning packet.
Yeah, being Asian though, it's like I'm a real stickler for a good bowl of noodles. It's like it has to be perfect. Like a lot of those packeted stuffs aren't that good, or not good for you either.
No, definitely not.
Every once in a while, flavor's nice though. Like what I'll do is I'll use the packet to thicken it up, and then I'll use sesame oil.
That sounds good.
Sesame oil too. It's pretty good. It's like my mom is pretty clever. She could take a 17-cent packet of ramen noodles. She'll take 2 of them, put them in a pot, add like a ton of stuff, and turn it into something that's probably worth like $10 at a restaurant for one person.
Nice. There's a little Japanese store about 4 or 5 blocks from me. So I bought the udon noodles.
Mm-hmm.
They are really good.
Yeah, it depends on how much flour they use for a good one.
Well, they cook really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And then they weren't the seasoned or the flavored ones, so they didn't have all the extra crap. Very good though.
Yeah, it's really funny. I had to call my cousin yesterday because Plus, there's a better version of a program like AdBlock Plus,
right?
Because my mom wanted to watch Korean videos and she was sick of all the ads, and like she told her how to get rid of it. So I had to call her and I was like, "What program is that?" And it was the first time I talked to her in like 10 years. It was like no big deal. And I mean, she only lives an hour from here. I don't know. I have a very strange family life. Like my uncle and his family are the only people in my area, and I've got no other extended family. And it's even them I don't see very often. I hardly ever talk to them. Doing their own thing. It's dysfunctional, socially.
Where are they all? You're not all in the same state, right?
They're only like an hour away from me.
Okay, but everybody has a life. It's not easy.
I guess. I don't know. They used to come over for Thanksgiving and shit, and it was like even then it was weird. Don't know. All I know is I named my first cousin. And then
you named your first son already?
No.
What'd you say?
Nope. I named my first cousin when my aunt was pregnant. They're like, "We're gonna have a girl." I named her after Jessica Rabbit.
Did you actually name her Jessica Rabbit?
I named her Jessica, but I think I was like 7 or 8 years old when that movie came out. So I was like, name her that. He's like, okay. Yes, they are. Kamala Harris. She won't go far. That's new.
Hello. What's going on, Dad? Where's the house?
Oh, he actually asked for that trade. Shocking.
Did G-Webs respond yet to if he had installed those parts yet in his engine?
Wait a sec, I'll take a look. He didn't.
Okay. Is he going to do a video on it? G-Webs? Oh, I asked it, so maybe he'll answer it. Oh, so it turns out I got my car back in the same day from the dealer. And they said nothing's wrong with the car. Everything is perfect. Guess what it was with the airbag? The wire under the seat came apart. It just disconnected itself. That's all it was. Holy shit.
Easy fixes are good.
Yeah. No, seriously. I was there for like 4 hours, though.
It took them that long to find it.
I was the third car in line. It took them 4 hours. But at least, like the last dealership, they didn't keep it for 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So the guy said I have a slight, I need a slight correction on the, you know how your wheel is turned a little to the left or a little to the right, and the wheels can be straight? So there's a little alignment issue, but he said when you come in and do your tires, because he said my tires have about like 20, 30,000 miles left on them. When you come in and order 2 new tires to replace those tires, or if you want to get 4, that's when they'll do my rotation. So he said it's not.
You're talking about that that old wives' tale where they said that they camped the steering slightly to make up for the crowns in the road.
Right.
They don't do that anymore.
No, it's the alignment issue. So he said, all right, so your alignment is not that bad. It's there, but it's you can use a realignment, but do it when you replace your tires. So I said, okay. And he actually, I thought one of my tires was actually worn out more than the others, but according to them, I don't know how they measure it. They said that the tires are wearing evenly.
Tread depth gauge.
Oh, okay. So I thought I had to replace 1 tire, so I would do 2 tires. But he said, yeah, all your tires are wearing evenly. So he said, you might as well wait till you have to do your realignment. Now, if I do get those disc brakes, and I do it myself, is it better to do it before they do the realignment or after, or it doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter.
Okay. And on average, those drilled and grooved ones last how much longer than the standard?
I'll put it to you this way. I put them on the BMW when it had 11,000 miles.
Right.
It has 194,000 on it now, and I still don't even have to change the pads.
Nice. And you have the ceramic ones, right?
I think so.
Okay. Okay, good to know. I think I'm going to order that $131 set where it comes with 4 drums and the pads. Well, when I save up a few extra dollars. You know how much they wanted for the GPS radio?
$1,500.
3,000. Factory. Right. Are you fucking kidding me? You know what they told me? You can't, if you get your own GPS radio and install it. You know how much they said it costs just to activate the GPS? The dealer? Guess how much? Take a wild guess.
$800.
Very close. $700 just to activate the GPS. I was like, what the There's a company that sells an added thing that you put in the big piece of the plug that's supposed to be able to activate it through the unit. What do you think about that?
I've never used one.
So it's the wire that goes to the back of the radio, and it has a little box that's attached to it. Now there are a few other things you can attach to that box, which are the reverse camera and the wiring that goes to it. And supposedly you can activate it using that, so you don't have to pay the ridiculous amount of monies that the dealer wants. Is that true?
Yeah. Dealers are expensive.
Yeah, but do those devices really work?
Well, that's going to be a case of individual results may vary, to be honest.
You know what's funny? I was researching eBay sellers, and some of them are giving you the entire description for the GPS unit with the faceplate and everything for whatever amount. And it's very cheap. Because at the end of the description, if you don't read it, it said activation code.
Yep.
Mother effers. And then they wonder why they got bad ratings. All the way at the end of the description of the ad on eBay, they said, "Oh, this is only for activation. This is not for the actual unit." In small print.
Damn.
What's up?
Tiny lunch.
Ah.
Not bad though. Just a bit plain.
Did Night Strike go to sleep?
Well, he disappeared, huh? Well, he was on the phone with his dad
he must
earlier.
be having lunch. Okay, he must be having lunch, or he's still on the phone.
Can't take off. Now it is.
Are you going to take off?
He did.
Okay. You know what I love about these headphones? They actually increase your volume to where you're actually where I could actually hear you clearly versus the computer. Because if I don't have the headphones on, I can barely hear you. Headphones work really, really well.
Oh. If a bear has you stuck in a tree, try to pee in its eye. This takes practice, but bears have tiny eyes. But if you pull it off, you can say you did something impressive before you died.
I peed in a bear's eye. That's an interesting one for sure. Where did you read that?
Someone sent it to me on my feed.
Okay.
Pee in a bear's eye. That's what I'll call it.
Oh, next time I'm up in the tree and the bear stops by, I'll be sure to ask him to lift up his head. I'm pretty sure if you don't catch his eye and you pee in his mouth, it would probably do the same thing.
Well, the eye is tiny.
Yeah, but I doubt most bears would like the taste of pee in their mouth.
Al Gore's energy consumption last year for his home was just released. He used more energy than any private citizen in this country. You could take care of the energy needs of 38 four-person homes for an entire year for what he consumed in just 1 year.
Gee, there's a shock.
Nice.
Al Gore is a scam in himself.
I love this one. When Al Gore was born, there were only 7,000 polar bears around. Today, only 30,000 remain.
Isn't that a growth?
Yes.
Or did you say
that's the joke?
Oh, okay. He's still yakking away his loony ideas of the ice caps melting too fast.
Mm.
I don't even know why anybody still has him on, but it was CNN, so that's understandable. It makes sense. Fake news would have fake news on. Did you see the latest White House press briefing with Jim Acosta and the guy who replaced what's his name?
Who's the new one?
He replaced Spicer.
That guy's gone already.
Yeah, Spicer's gone, but there's another guy now.
No, so Scaramucci's gone too.
Right, there's another guy now. I don't remember his name.
Huh.
It's not the lady, because she still works there, but there's another guy now, and Jim Acosta was really going at it, and this guy just ripped him a new hole. It was the funniest thing.
As of 3 days ago, he hasn't been replaced yet. Kellyanne Conway's being suggested to take the role, though. They might have a fill-in, but it's not officially replaced yet.
Okay, maybe that's what it was. Oh, I watched it. Mark Dice had it on his channel. Excuse me.
Apparently that's backwards. Oh, those are weird. Here, I'll show it to you because I can't really explain it.
You're gonna do it on the Hangouts or on the
on my camera
or a link on the camera?
Look at
Okay.
these shoes. What the hell? What is this nonsense?
What the hell? What the F is that?
It's a pair of shoes that look like someone's feet.
That's retarded.
Pretty good detail too. Bit odd.
They should have put hair. They should have put hair all over it to make it look like a Sasquatch feet.
They did on the tops of the toes.
No, they should have put it around the whole foot.
Oh, that would just be Jimmy's foot.
Yeah.
Wait, what? This has to be fake news.
What?
President has appointed retired Army General Mohammed Saeed El-Shahaf as the White House Communications Director. That can't be real.
On what website?
Duffel blog?
Yeah.
I don't think it's
not real. Yeah, that doesn't sound real.
He was the guy who actually controlled the media after Saddam Hussein was captured.
Yeah, that's fake. Whatever website you're watching. Oh, so the guy that blasted Jim Acosta was Stephen Miller. So I don't know if he's just a stand-in for now or not. But...
That's a different position you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah, that was on Mark Dice's channel from yesterday.
How does this weigh? Fucking U.S. Postal, they don't put the weight on the label, dipshits.
Well, you can click it to show the weight.
No, I'm actually holding the box.
Oh, okay.
Whatever it was, it cost the dude $13.60 to send it. It's heavy as fuck.
Why didn't they use the Why didn't they use the box or the bag where you can put up to 70 pounds for a specific amount?
It's a flat rate box.
And it still costs $13?
Mm-hmm. Medium.
Holy
flat rate. Oh, I know what's in here.
You probably put insurance on it, no?
Nope. It's about the right price.
Okay, then he probably made it so it comes to you faster.
Exactly what he did. He used the original box we sent it in, and he just slapped a label on top of the original label.
Oh, okay.
And he used the thermal print label like we use, so it's a business. Very clever. Oh, crap, I forgot the name of that thing. Oh, yeah, Hank's barbecue sauce. Now I have to make sure this is the right guy.
Smeggy put the tracking link in the chat.
Nice.
That's funny.
Now I can call and use that number and tell him I need it rerouted immediately.
Seriously. Yes, Maggie, I put the link in there already.
Oh, it's not these sauces, that's for sure.
DB said the Dems are setting Kamala Harris for president run. That's funny. Oh, do you collect coins of any kind?
No, my dad does.
Does he have them in capsules or does he keep them in those paper flaps?
They're in those little paper-proof things in a book.
Okay, the what are they called? What are those things called? The 2x2 flips.
Yeah.
Okay. I got to order some of those. Going through my stuff and I'm noticing I have too many loose coins. They're not in the flips.
And then there was a Tony.
Tony, DB, what's up, guys?
Not much.
Good to see you.
I think I drank too much coffee, so I came in here to scream on somebody.
Oh, you got the runs?
Yeah, it's one of the shut the fuck up! Who's gonna argue with me today?
Tony.
My whole damn purpose in the job here is telling people shut the fuck up.
There you go, DB.
Shut the fuck up!
How you fellas doing?
My doctor says I'm still alive, so I'm good.
Well, we're happy with your doctor's results.
How do you know? You could be in an alternate universe.
Don't care.
Parallel heaven. This could be heaven.
He's not a Democrat. He's in reality.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Say, if this is heaven, I really thought it would be less cluttered.
This is true. What are you guys up to today?
Did some doctoring this morning for me and the old lady both, but other than that, nothing. Waiting for somebody to call and pick up the grandkid, which I took over and let play with a couple others.
You just leave them on the doorstep, just wait for someone to come get them?
It must be nice. It must be nice just to be a man of leisure. A leisurely granddad.
It is. But it's the wife.
Well, you earned it, man. So. You made it this long, so. You earned the right.
He sure did.
I just pretty much worked myself nearly to death, so.
What? I thought you were on welfare your whole life and getting food stamps.
No.
It's not Night Strike. What are you talking about?
You fucked up. He's not nice. He's not. What's Night Strike's real name? Like Jadico or something? Like Jedediah. Huh?
Jonas.
Oh, same thing. Jedediah. Jedediah was a welfare frog.
Oh, God.
What's up with Jonas, man?
I don't know. I wasn't there when they coined him yet.
I think that's his fucking name, man. Like, and then Never Enough Ammo. Have you been on your show lately?
Nah, I haven't been able to do evenings since like January.
Me too, man. I go to sleep at like 4 in the afternoon now.
I'm catching the chats, but sometimes it's too late to.
I wake up to bad advice.
Yeah. Taurus advice.
I wake up, dude. Now on the Daily Gun Show, Bob has a Canadian flag behind him, and it's like probably the worst aesthetic I've ever seen in my entire life. It's like.
I don't know, man. I caught it when he wasn't wearing a damn shirt. That ain't very pretty neither. Well, I wonder how many people are watching Red Dawn.
Is today the day?
It's on right now.
What's on?
Red Dawn.
Oh my god.
No, I gotta find out.
I'm trying to remake Red Dawn with Canadians. This is gonna be fucking awesome.
That would be White Dawn, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Maple Dawn. It's gonna be called.
Snowback Mountain.
Dude, I want to know why their flag is so fucking gay. I don't even fucking stand it. Like, if they got nothing else to be proud of besides a fucking tree leaf, does it make sense to you guys?
I have never actually thought about that until this very moment.
It's just a fucking tree leaf, man. It would be like if our flag was a fucking... Can you imagine if the United States flag was like a pine cone? Like a fucking retard? Unbelievable.
Smaggy says there's already a Red Dawn in Canada. It's called Trailer Park Boys.
Oh, yeah.
See,
can you imagine?
They can't be cool like Mozambique and have an AK in their flag.
Mozambique, no. And they can't be cool like, they can't be cool like the, what is it, Hamas?
The homosexuals, yeah.
They have a bomb, a nuclear bomb going off. Is it Hamas?
What? Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
On their, it's one of them. It's not the PLO.
Hamas
What's the Iranian back
words?
Hamas, right?
Their flag is green with a bunch of Arabic words. It says Islamic resistant. Islamic.
Right. But if you look, there's like a little mushroom cloud.
Really?
Yeah. I think it's whatever the Iranian back group is.
I'm looking now.
Just Google mushroom flag or something. Mushroom cloud.
Mushroom cloud flag. Okay.
It's either Hamas or it's kind of, there's only two groups, like the PLO and the Hamas. One of them.
This one here is. I'm looking at one that's green and yellow, but the top of the flag is a fist holding a rifle.
Yeah, but I think there's a small mushroom cloud in the corner.
And Angry says, this is how Pawnery made the watch list.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I'll be like, gotcha, Sean.
Maybe it's Hezbollah.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's got to be, it's Hezbollah. It's,
okay, that's the one I'm looking at. That's the one with the fist in the air thing with the gun.
It's got an 8. Yeah, but I could have swore there's a mushroom flag on there. No, it's okay. Thank you, man. Gotcha. Yep, you too. Either way, cheers, man. It's better than a fucking maple fucking tree fucking leaf. Oh, we're so proud of being a fucking maple tree.
Damn, what the hell you got against maple trees?
It's not you, it's Canadians, man.
It's, they make nice furniture.
The Canadians or the maple tree?
Maple tree.
Anyone see Dunkirk? Anyone saw Dunkirk yet?
Not yet.
I haven't.
It's pretty good, I must say. It's pretty good. Pretty interesting. It was interesting. There's a part, though, where the commanders or officers are like on this dock, and they're like, "What is Churchill saying?" And he's like, "Well, he don't want to risk any planes. He doesn't want to risk any more destroyers. Like they're just fucking, they're killing us out here." And something like one of the British commanders was like, "Well, what about the French?" And he was like, "Well, they're the French." He's like, "What?" Something like they're the French. Because like I think days later they surrendered, but they didn't know yet. But they were like asking like, "What's going on with the French?" There was a bunch of French troops on that beach, but somehow that made me think of the Canadians. Like, well, they're the Canadians. Yeah.
All right, I gotta go pick up the grandkid, guys. I'll catch you later.
Later, Tony.
It says here that the Red Dawn release date thing is 1 week from today. I'm sure there will be a very special Daily Gun Show episode for it.
You saw the new trailer for Death Wish with Bruce Willis?
Oh my God, that looks so good.
He's gonna be Oh crap!
Yeah.
So he's taking over.
The trailer looked really good.
It's weird because it's in Chicago, and then in the trailer he's in a gun shop. He's like, I'm here. I want to buy a gun. And the guy's like, oh, get a Glock 17 or something. Which is, I know Bruce Willis is more gun savvy than that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure he would have said something to the director like, well, this is totally unrealistic now. Like, I can't go to a shop in Chicago and buy a fucking Glock.
Of course you can, because we all know how the crime is so low in Chicago.
It would have been more realistic if he was like, walked over to some thug dudes, chilling, smoking some weed, drinking a 40. And was like, hey, I got $1,000. Like, I want to buy a gun. And they were like, okay, cool. And then they robbed him of the money, and they didn't get a gun. But then he found he was like, oh, they could do like a montage scene of him getting robbed, and then eventually you find some dude who's like, here's a gun, give me the money.
Well, I only saw the preview, but I like the premise of it.
I like the premise too.
Yeah.
I just want to know more about how did he actually buy the gun? Because if he goes into a shop in Chicago and buys a gun, I can't not forget that part, and then I can't. It ruins the whole movie.
Oh my god! So Elizabeth Shue's going to play his wife. Vincent D'Onofrio is going to play his brother, and that girl's name, Camilla Morone, the model, is going to play his daughter. Holy shit!
I know, but there's not going to be any canon film style rape scenes or anything.
Darn.
It's not going to be any Golem and Globus, Death Wish 5, the raping.
You ever notice all those movies after a certain point, just like rape festivals? It's not.
IFC blockbusters and shit.
What was that?
IFC blockbusters.
Yeah. The ultimate in B
NBA
movies.
unanimously approves the Pistons' move back into downtown Detroit. Little Caesars Arena. Let's see. What do I have here? City of Industry, California. Why do I know this address? Like, I get packages from this address all the time. I should look it up. Oh, it's a Newegg package. That would explain that.
How is Newegg? Because I haven't ordered from them in about 20 years.
Fine. They're just turning into another Amazon.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We sell there too.
Yeah, you mentioned that before.
What's really funny is even though we sell there,
right?
I don't have access to any of the portal information, which means when people call me and ask me about late packages, order details, and things like that, I'm like, look, dude, I can't answer that. Like, I thought
well, why would they call you if they could just look it up online?
Because we're a fulfiller for them.
Right, but
being a
once
fulfiller
you
for them, they can't give the answers if I'm the one who shipped it.
Okay, I understand that, but if you shipped it, they have a tracking number, so
sometimes they don't, and then they wonder why there isn't one.
Ah, okay.
Or the person will receive the item and he'll say, "It's not what I ordered," or, just some shit like that. I can't look up any of that stuff.
Well, you're always gonna have people complaining about some things.
Well, my complaint is if I have to answer these calls, I need to have access to this order system, and I don't. But part of me doesn't want it because that's just more work for me, and I don't want more work.
Right, and if the boss doesn't want you to have it, better for you.
Yep. Yeah, I like it. go back to just playing with power supplies, chilling.
And making explosions?
Yeah, and I was gonna get some more ammo bits, but they won't make it here in time now because today's already Thursday and I gotta go on Saturday. So 250 rounds is all I've got for 4570.
Sorry to hear that.
Knowing my luck, I'll get through about 100. My shoulder will get a little sore, and then my friends will shoot the other 150.
That's actually pretty good if you can get by 100 and just be sore and still be able to do it for that many shots.
Well, my limit with 500 right now, I think, is 74 rounds.
Now, are you wearing a shooter's shirt or some kind of pad on your shoulder?
No.
No?
The rifle's got a decelerator pad on it already, but marginal comfort at best. It's squishy rubber on the end, but...
Right, so why not get that thing that wraps around your shoulder like a shoulder rig?
Because I ain't a bitch. Nah, I should be able to handle it just fine.
Right. It just sucks having to get sore afterwards.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
It's actually, there's certain things I call a good hurt, so that's one of those.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Plus, I'll just imbibe the area with alcohol anyway.
Yeah, a couple of drinks and your shoulder will be up to snuff.
Couple of beers, couple of shots of whiskey, and I'll be singing Toby Keith in no time.
Yeah. Then you'll be able to do those other 150.
The first thing I got to do is I got to sight in the scope that's on it because I haven't even done that. And then once I get that done, then I'll switch over to the 30-30 and I'll sight in the reflex sight on that. And then I'll play golf 44 Magnum. Then again, this could all be going to shit because it's supposed to rain like hell all weekend. And if this is an outdoor place, we're not going to be able to do any of it.
That's true too. Did you see what G-Web said in the chat? Did you see what I replied?
Nothing new there. Oh, Alien Covenant's out. I better get that. Pretty sure I got that already, right?
Underworld Blood Wars is coming out in January. Oh no, that's old. What the hell? 2018.
Let it be the last one.
Oh, Blade Runner. That's what I want to see. My Little Pony the movie. Come on, seriously?
Yep, bronies have to have their films too.
Jesus Christ.
It's not what you think it is, though. It is actually pretty twisted.
It's what?
It is actually kind of twisted.
I can only imagine.
It's been reinvented with, like a warped sense of humor in mind, essentially.
Oh, it's one of those. Oh, then maybe I would like it.
Yeah. It's like the target audience isn't for little girls. That's the best way I could put
it. Yeah, then I definitely probably enjoy it. So there's a movie called The Foreigner, Jackie Chan and Bronson.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a remake or is that supposed to be something new?
Most of Jackie Chan's movies aren't remakes; they're dub overs.
Okay.
If they send them here and they dub them over.
Oh, you know what's another movie I'd like to see? Only the Brave. The one with the firefighters in the bush.
Yeah.
That actually looked really cool. And from someone who had done a review of the movie, who happens to do that job, he says a lot of the stuff is actually very information correct.
Yeah.
Oh God, another Jigsaw movie? Oh, that's enough. Come on. No more Jigsaws.
Another Saw?
Yeah, Jigsaw.
I'm down for that.
I can't do those movies. Oh my God. The Saw movies, I saw the first one, and I haven't seen any ones after that. I just can't stomach it.
I like the effects. Like, make me believe how gross it can be, or how horrible people can be.
Yeah, it's
You remember that
gross.
scene in Fury? He was like, wait till you see it. And he's like, what is he talking about? Wait till I see what? And he's like, wait till you see what one man can do to another man. That's why I like Saw.
Yeah, I don't want to see that.
Oh, I dig it.
Oh, they're doing also Murder on the Orient Express.
Shit in order.
Oh snap! Justice League is supposed to be coming out in November.
Yeah.
Oh sweet. Oh, that's freaking awesome. Any decent Christmas movies?
Never.
No.
There are never any Christmas movies.
Just they made another remake of Jumanji. Oh wait, right before Christmas, The Last Jedi. Oh sweet. All right. I know what I'm doing right before Christmas.
Will it be the last movie?
Maybe not fan fiction, but maybe the series itself. I don't know. Do you ever watch the fan fiction stuff?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
I didn't do Star Wars until this year.
Really?
Like any of it. And then I sat down and watched all of them.
Oh,
they're okay.
Right.
It's just the really funny thing was I gave it sort of a Marxist synopsis. Like I broke it down to its most basic elements. And I'm like, man, it's amazing how far you guys will, you know, how good how intense your fandom is for such a obvious love story. And they're like, what? I'm like, come on, none of this would have happened, you know, if it didn't start out with a love story.
No, that's true.
It's like it was how far one man was willing to go to save the woman he loves, and like the fallout after he couldn't save her. That's all it is. That's all that whole movie is in its most basic form. And what he twisted and warped himself into. You guys all got Titanic by a sci-fi. It's so funny when people try to deny it. No. I'm like, yes, He wanted the power to be able to save her, so he went to the dark side. He was tricked into it.
Have you heard there's supposed to be a $6 billion man coming out also in December?
$6 billion man?
Yeah.
I guess they adjusted it for inflation, right?
Right. Well, it's still in development, but it's supposedly it's coming out in December. I don't know how they're gonna do that one, but
I mean, there's gonna be nobody that's gonna be able to do Lee Majors.
Oh no, definitely not.
You know what other movies I like to watch? Like I put my hands over my eyes and I peek through my eyes or through my fingers. Final Destination.
Oh, I love Final Destination.
When that kid survives the dentist office twice and then goes outside and gets liquefied by that gigantic pane of glass.
Which one was the one with the Ferris wheel? That was the last one?
I think that was the last one.
Yeah. I actually enjoyed that series of movies.
I thought they were pretty cool. I was like, ooh. Good job, Death.
I don't know if you watch it, but Angry says Narcos season 3 is coming out soon too.
Narcos.
I'm guessing that's a cable series.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's why I don't know what it is.
I'm gonna sit on this one for parts for now. I can't see anything obviously wrong with it.
Yeah, but I can't do those Saw movies. I don't have the stomach for it. It's just way too twisted for me.
It ruined it for me when I started to think, you know,
about what
they really were. I was just like, it's not real. You know? As soon as I came up to that decision in my head, it's not real. It lost some of its fun. But then I thought, no, I want to see how good the effects are.
Yeah, that's then the first one that I saw, that stuff looked pretty real.
You know, it's like they say that wars are actually the greatest time of invention, right? That's true. If you think about it, most of the best special effects are in war movies also.
Right, because it only takes a sicko to come up with that shit.
Like the battle scenes in Heartbreak Ridge or Hacksaw Ridge.
Right.
That was really good special effects. I'm like, wow.
Well, I like that stuff. I like because it was based on something other than people chopping themselves up.
It's still,
but Saw is just people like cutting
grotesque.
themselves up. Yeah, it is violent and grotesque, but it's better when someone else does it to you than when you force it on yourself. It's just the mind games.
Force you to force it on yourself.
Right.
That's what makes it awesome.
But it's you doing it to yourself. It's not someone else doing it to you. I don't know. It's different mindset.
That's what makes it awesome. Because basically what it is it's a test of how far you're willing to go.
Yeah. I can't stomach that shit.
It's like, does your survival instinct overtake your fear? That kind of thing.
Right. Or the other way around. Yeah. Well, that it is. Crazy is definitely a good word to describe it.
Let's see what I'm looking. Oh, I should check the fuse first. It's intact. Everything that needs to be here is here.
So Smeggy says he got tired of it after the first time because they just keep repeating the same shit over and over.
They do.
And then Angry says, imagine Matt in a Saw movie. And he quotes, you have to eat this sprinkle and coconut flake covered donut or else your Maverick cabin gets melted.
Do you want to play a game? The rules of this game are simple. Eat the coconuts. Eat the sprinkles.
Off a donut.
Lose your Maverick.
Yeah, he locks him in the Maverick, and he fills up the Maverick full of donuts, and then the sprinkles and coconut just come floating in, and then Matt just can't touch the donut after that. Does he dare? Does Matt dare to lick the sprinkles and coconuts off those donuts?
Sprinkles suck.
Well, that's what Matt says.
They do. They're just a visual.
Unless you go to a strip club and there's a stripper called Sprinkles.
Or candy.
Candy sprinkles.
Every time I hear a funny girl's name, like the funny girls' names, I think of Russell Peters' joke. He's like, like when girls all hang out, they always bring an ugly one to make themselves feel better or whatever. They're like, oh no, you're pretty, you're cute, come on, this will be fun. And they try to hook you up with that ugly girl. And she walks up to you and she's like, hi, I'm pretty. And you're like, fuck no. No, you ain't.
Hi, I'm Candy. Yeah, and I'm a diabetic. Fuck off.
He was like an Indian chick. She's like, hi, I'm pretty. Like, fuck no, you aren't. Somebody's been lying to you.
Like, I don't think so.
Shit's hilarious.
I'll be right back.
So if you could, this is a panel question for you guys out there listening. If you could bring back one comedian to listen to them do a stand-up show, modern one, with today's stuff, right? Who would you want it to be? Mine would be, it's like George Carlin is like an obvious easy choice, right? For the certain political climate going on right now, but I think I'd want to see Bill Hicks talk about the shit's going on today. I think that would be a really cool show.
Yeah, I would take George Carlin any time of the day.
That's like a softball though. Like everybody knows Carlin. Everybody wants to see Carlin. Everybody knows Carlin's shtick about politics and stuff like that. It's too easy. But Bill Hicks, on the other hand, that'd be awesome.
Or you could just listen to politicians talk about it. That's pretty funny.
Ooh, look at that. Easy fix. I don't like him. Hang on, I gotta look over my screen. I think I see my name. At the bottom of this pool, Cosmoline, there's a knight's armament SMW 500. Will you take the plunge or let a dream gun disappear from your grasp? Oh man, that's harsh. That's cold-blooded. I'm going for it though. Now, if I have to eat my way to it, fuck that. Nope. Amy Schumer, the Kraken in the pool of Cosmoline, gets in between me and my Smith & Wesson 500 Knights armament. I don't know what kind of Photoshop and theatrical witchcraft they did, but she was in a movie this year with Goldie Hawn.
Right.
And in the movie poster of her standing next to her, she actually looked cute. Thin. I think they photoshopped the shit out of it.
It was in a online or in a magazine or something.
It's the movie poster.
Oh, okay, that's why.
They shot it or something. She looks
yeah, they definitely photoshopped that. They definitely photoshopped
literally
that.
half her size. Like when she first became a comedian, I thought she was actually pretty funny because all she would do is talk about like bad relationships and her exes and shit, and I was like, that's pretty funny. But then she had to go and turn off fucking political libtard. Fuck. What's up, Dano? I see you here.
Yep, I'm just listening.
Hey, Dano.
Hey, John.
Well, since we are at the top of the hour, now's a good time to remind everybody that's watching this on YouTube and anywhere else this might be streamed to come on down to Gunchannels.com, where it is free to register, free to join in the conversation, and maybe even be invited to panels such as this, where they're long format shows. And these are plagued with, ebbs and flows and quiet spots here and there. But you could come join this, or you could come in the evenings and hang out with some of your favorite YouTube personalities, many of which actually host shows here nightly on Gunchannels. Tonight we have the Daily Gun Show, which comes to you at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. And it will be followed by Gun News Weekly with Tack Daddy. And I believe Clover Tack wraps us out for the evening with his late night show on Thursday. So that's on Gunchannels tonight.
And don't forget to check out Ask Gun Questions for all your gun-related questions. AskGunQuestions.com and GearWebsites.com for all those patches, T-shirts, and other memorabilia you'd like to have or give as gifts.
I think G's about to put a shipping freeze for a little while, though, because he's getting ready to go on tour. Gun Show Loophole Tour is going to begin soon, so if you get your orders in before he leaves, you'll probably be fine. But if you get delayed, just be aware that there's a road trip coming, so there's going to be a delay.
Roger that.
AskGunQuestions.com, is that an actual URL?
Yes. Yeah. AskGunQuestions.com.
It's at the bottom of every page on Gun Channels, and you can click that and fill out the form and ask a question.
Ask Gun Questions, it's redirected over to that.
Yes.
I didn't know you made it its own page.
Yeah.
And then Jimmy's been rearranging it so the commonly asked questions and answers will be posted right there on the page.
Look.
Like the bulletproofness of an encyclopedia.
This was part of Gunchannels.com.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's at the bottom of every page.
Well, except its URL is a standalone page.
Mm-hmm. When I graduated high school 20 years ago.
Now, I don't know if I like this. Listen to the early watch for gun answers every week. That's called free material.
Well, yeah, but that's the segment he took under his wing because nobody else did at the time. And he's the only one with access to the questions. I don't see them, so he asks them on the air. I try to answer them, as do others. And then we stamp it solved, or we flag it for we'll have to check into that and get back to you. Or we give the typical answer of check your local laws. Because there's a lot of questions that people are asking, and they're valid questions. It's just most of the questions that these guys are asking are things that they could easily find the answers to themselves when it comes to legalities in their state. So it's like we always encourage people to check your local laws for certain things. And it saves us the time of trying to find the answers because you probably know them better than we do in your own state.
And you don't want to take any chances and get mixing up information and then not following your individual state laws.
Oh, I mean, unless we know the answer for sure, we always tell people just check your state laws just to be on the safe side.
Exactly.
Now here's
One of the local
question with an interesting answer. It says the question is, can I register an old gun that belonged to my grandfather that passed away 20 years ago? I live in Illinois? Question mark. And the answer is only need to if you live in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was last week's question.
Yeah, we got that one last week and we wanted you to be here for it.
Yeah.
That's wrong.
Ooh.
We register the owners, not the guns.
Correct.
That's why we have void cards.
FOID.
Which is the entire state. Is lead ammunition really a health problem? Yes, lead can kill you. That's an overly general answer. Just my 2 cents. It's like saying speed kills. Yeah, but
if you go fast enough. Yeah, no, if you go fast enough.
Okay.
All right, fellas, I'm going to take a break. I'll talk to you guys a little bit later.
Yup.
See you later.
Later.
Yeah, when they asked that question last week, we were like, where's Dano? He can tell us this. So you guys don't do the tactical pop quiz anymore?
What's that?
Are you guys not doing the tactical pop quiz anymore?
Why do you say that?
I don't know. I'm just curious. Like, I think somebody told me that. I'm like, really?
We do it every day I'm there.
Okay.
I mean, it's not done on Fridays on a permanent thing because I'm not there on Fridays anymore. Started that about 2 months ago, I think.
Yeah. Because the money is good on Fridays for you.
Yep. Or at least I can make some.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, since you're a Honda owner, when I graduated high school 20 years ago, you could buy a Honda Civic LX or an EX for 13,000-ish new, maybe 14. And you could buy a Civic Type R for about 18 to 20, depending on how much stuff was added onto it. I looked at a listing yesterday for a 2017 Honda Civic Type R, and this dealership in New Jersey.
Yeah.
2017 Honda Civic Type R. They added a couple of factory installed options, or sorry, dealer installed options. $47,900 for a fucking Honda Civic.
Yeah, when it comes to performance, Hondas are not worth it in any way, shape, or form.
This is what's staggering to me is this is an acceptable price figure because like the standard Civic Type R MSRP is like 36,000 now, 36 or 38,000. That's ridiculous. Now I keep telling my dad, I'm like, we live in the land of $10 burgers these days. I said, don't let any sticker shock actually surprise you. And then I see this Honda Civic for 47 grand, and I was like, what the fuck is this? You could buy a GT 5-liter Mustang for that kind of money.
I had a GT 5-liter Mustang. I thought it was sweet.
Yeah, the new ones are fantastic.
Mine was new, but it was in the Wayback Machine.
Mm-hmm. I can honestly, I've never owned a Mustang to this day. I've driven my share and I've fixed a lot of them. I've raced a couple of them, but never actually owned my own. I almost had a 65, but I bought the Chevelle instead.
You know, I have a movie question, and the question is going to be, can you figure out what movie I'm trying to describe? And I don't know what the name of the movie is. Otherwise, I would just say, do you remember movie XYZ?
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of a horror movie, but it was there was one scene in particular that really kind of freaked me out. There was this guy going through this. I can't remember if it was like an alien machine or an ancient machine. So I want to say like an ancient machine, and was walking through, and there were all these like death traps everywhere that people were getting caught in. And all of a sudden, he was walking slowly, and it was very dim, and all you saw was the very brief glance of what looked like a mesh cubing wire. And what I mean by that is, you know what cubed cheese looks like in cubes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, like 1 inch by 1 inch cubes sort of thing.
Yeah.
And this guy, he was walking very stopped, and then he stopped and hesitated. And then all of a sudden you heard this sound, and then there was like a 2 second hesitation, and then literally his body fell apart in cubes as gravity got the best of it. That this thing literally went through his body so fast that it cubed him.
Do you know roughly how old it is? Like if you can remember if it was really grainy film or.
No, it was not real grainy. But you know, I'd say maybe back in the 90s.
Mm-hmm. Well, there was a movie called Cube that was made in Canada. It follows a group of people led by a man named Quentin as they cross industrialized cube-shaped rooms with some rigged with various traps designed to kill.
Now that sounds like it. There was one scene that the guy actually got cubed, but yeah, in every room there was some variation of death.
Mm-hmm.
But it came in the most bizarre, unpredictable ways.
I think this is it. Yeah, it was made in 97, Toronto Film Festival. It's 90 minutes long, and each room had a unique way to die.
Oh, is that the name of the movie? A Unique Way to Die?
No, it's called Cube.
Oh, Cubed.
Just CUBE. There's an acid trap, a sound activated trap. There's an earthquake trap. One trap was triggered by prime numbers.
Yeah, and he has to escape the cube to, you know, get his life forever. But there's like a small group of people.
Yeah, I think this is it then. Sounds about right. The era is right. The plot sounds really similar.
Yeah, I'm looking at the plot right now, and it reads pretty much exactly like I seem to remember it.
So you gave me more information to work off of, because like usually my mom she'll do the same thing. She's like, hey, what's that movie with that guy that did that thing? You know, that thing? And I'm just like, I'm looking at her like, you're really not helping.
Yeah, with the thing, you know, he has that walk, you know, and the hat.
And then she gets mad when I'm like, need more detail. She's like, you know, the thing. I'm like, nope, sorry, don't know.
Yeah, and this is kind of interesting little backstory that the character's knowledge of the outer shell size allows him to determine each side of the cube is 26 rooms, and there are approximately 17,576 rooms in total of this cube.
You're never getting out.
Not if each one's going to kill you.
Mm-mm.
And of course, the group moves towards the nearest edge as determined by their theory. But each of the rooms near the outer wall are trapped. Rather than backtrack, which they never do in any movie, they travel silently through a room with a sound-activated trap.
Was it I think it was a Mini Cooper commercial where it was like they were making fun of horror movies. And they were like, oh my God, they're coming to get us. And like, let's run into that shed full of sharp utensils. And this chick is like crying. She's like, why don't we just take the running car? And they're like, that's a terrible idea. Let's go into the barn. They're like, okay.
Yep.
I think it was in He's fine. He's good. Got this update from my Cold War sub game yesterday. It screwed up my heads-up display. So now all the denominations are in some other language. It's really frustrating. I'm trying to figure out how to switch it back. I don't think I can.
Well, this was another part of the movie. As far as, you know, how did they not realize how they got there, and don't have to worry about any backstory when they pull one of these. None of them knows where they are or how they got there.
Chloroform.
That's how they start the movie. Meaning, we don't have to explain anything.
Yeah, they were black bagged, basically. We're going to see what happens first. It's like when they were filming. Never mind. That's something else. For some reason, I'm really sleepy today.
You know, there's another one of the way that people die in the movie is there's I'll just call it an acid trap. But I was actually thinking in regards to, in the real world, some of these two-legged monsters that it seems to happen mostly in Europe, where they'll throw acid in people's faces.
Yup. They can't kill you, but they'll maim you.
That's a thing, and that would not be something. I mean, one of those types of crimes that they ought to. I don't understand how they cannot forfeit their lives upon committing such a crime.
They're usually like vengeance attacks, honor attacks, or whatever. Who'd have thought that radical Islamists get offended? Who'd have thought that, right? Shocker.
Yeah. They seem so quiet.
Yeah. Such a friendly and peaceful people.
Yeah. When they're outnumbered.
That's why I'm really curious how it's like in Detroit, because there's a very large Arabic population there.
Right.
It's like one part of the city, and then the other part of the city is everyone else.
You know, maybe in a non-prime time chat or something, talk to Smeg about that and get his perspective. I mean, I know he doesn't live in that area, but I'm sure he knows where it is.
I think he was saying they're in Ann Arbor, but the radio station's called Arab Detroit Radio, so I'm assuming Ann Arbor is like just a slight small offshoot from the main part of town, sort of like how Houston has Katy and Houston has Sugarland type of a thing. That's probably all it is. I have to dig deeper. Wait a minute.
Smeggy is out there, what he was.
Scotty was too, but I think he's doing the Air and Sea show today. And he's going to get hooked up with pictures from a guy who has more security clearance access. Actually, I can find out, because I think he said he was going to post it to Instagram anyway.
You know, the one thing I'm glad we got back in the good hangouts is the audio control.
Mm-hmm.
Because then, like, when you do your daytime stuff, I can boost up your signal so I can actually hear you.
It's still quiet, huh?
Well, I mean, once I boost you up, you're fine.
Every once in a while, I can't say anything. It's like I have to turn my phone off and start it back up, and then everything's fine. Travis P11 just put up like a whole bunch of different kinds of hot sauce. I've had everything but 2 on his list.
Would you consider yourself, I'm not sure what the right word would be, but a food connoisseur?
Foodie, yeah. I try to be, at least. I'm not tooting my own horn or anything. It's just, I do spend a lot of time out. Looks like he hasn't updated today. Watching these two guys spar, and only one of them is wearing headgear.
You're at work, right?
Mm-hmm.
How are you watching a TV thing?
I'm just going through the Instagram video.
Oh, okay.
19-inch Soul Crusher from Tactical Advantage Armory. Holy crap, that looks really cool. I think this is one of G's reposts. Or Marco's. Damn, that looks badass. I want that. Matt got his own Lucille bat. Not as cool as making your own, though.
Yeah. He's had that for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I watched how he made it, too.
I was surprised that, and I don't know why, unless he told his wife ahead of time, just that when Matt did his pop towards the end of his chest last night.
What happened?
That nobody came in the room and said, "What's going on?"
Oh, what do you do?
One of his best pops.
Yeah.
Revolver. I mean, because unless you tell somebody ahead of time, all of a sudden you get that loud of a sound. Somebody's going to come in. What's going on in here?
Like, what the hell is that?
Yep.
I did that one time. I took like a foam earplug and I stuck it in a 454 casing. And I stuck a primer in the end of it and shot it. It's substantially loud enough. Gets people's attention.
Now, was it a Magnum primer or just a large pistol primer?
Small rifle Magnum primer.
Small rifle?
Yeah, Kasul uses them. .500 uses large rifle Magnum primers. I use Magnum primers on everything now. Like I got tired of buying small pistol for 38 specials. It was like the only cartridge I had that used them, so I just used Magnum primers for 38s.
Yeah.
They're fine. They don't do anything. Because I don't load my 38s hot anyway. All right, let's get some heat going. Check the news while I wait for the soldering iron. Body believed to be missing moms found in Grand Canyon. Okay. Big Shot Cubs fan jokingly challenges Chris Christie to MMA fight. Acid victim left with no eyelids describes the torturous aftermath of his attack and calls for 20-year sentences. Wow, they really messed him up. Oh yeah, they're all yours. A dead Russian submarine is sitting on the bottom of the ocean, armed with nuclear weapons.
What movie is this?
Fellas?
Matt.
So yeah, I guess everyone's on lunch break.
Well, it was kind of funny because just as you were coming in, Sean muted himself. I'm assuming because he has something work related.
Oh, gotcha.
Oops. Oh my God, we have a globalist.
Yeah, I got off work at a decent time today.
I saw your letter.
Oh, yeah.
You should have typed it.
Well, I was going to have to work Sunday morning, early Sunday, and I was going to do it Saturday night, but I got kind of drunk, so I had to improvise. Yeah.
Dude, that's the perfect time to type it. You can really let them know what you think.
I mean, I don't not like working there. It's just I don't need to work there anymore.
Yep.
And it's not worth the discount that I rarely ever use. And it's really going to start sucking in a couple of months when holiday kicks in. And I like being able to get tanked on Saturday night and not being hungover the next morning.
Yep. Weekend workers for chumps.
Right.
I mean, my job's considered retail, but we're not open on the weekends.
We're technically not open on the weekends, but if like someone calls my boss and they got a job early, like Monday morning, and they need machines set up on Sunday, they've got to call one of us, and we'll have to go do it. But other than that, I haven't had to work on the weekend yet.
How long have you been at that place?
Going on 2 months.
Oh, okay.
We've been inspecting a lot of houses lately, and they're like really swanky houses in Cary, like $1 million houses, and they all got like really nice backyards with pools and shit. And it's like 98 out. I'm sweating my ass off. I was like, I really just want to pull a Caddyshack and just jump in this pool with my clothes on. But I did this one guy's house. His name was Mr. Chow, and
he was Romanian. I'm kidding.
No, and I think he's some like eccentric millionaire because he looks like he hadn't thrown anything out since like 1993. Like,
it was a Howard Hughes type.
Yeah, like classic hoarder. But at the same time, I'm like inspecting his house. He's calling like a stockbroker, and it's like, hey, I want to transfer $50K out of this mutual fund and put it in my daughter's like savings account, and then I want to transfer another $50K from this fund and put it in my daughter's account. And then he's calling his friend. He's like, yeah, I just tried to deposit a check for $50,000. It says it won't let me. And I kind of be like, yeah, Uncle Sam doesn't like it when you moving that much money around.
First world problems, huh?
Yeah, like I think the most I can cash in one day, I think, is 5 or 10. I think it's 5 or 10. It might be more than that, but I was like, man, you clearly you've got $100K to throw around. You can't hire some people to come clean your fucking house up.
Nope.
Like he had, I don't know what year, he had a Porsche in the garage, and that thing probably hasn't run since like the Reagan administration.
What?
Like it had been sitting there so long. You know how like when you have like a really old car and like a garage, that the dust on the windshield, it combines with like the oil and the gas just floating around the air, and you get that like, it's like dust, but it's like smudge. Yeah, yep. The whole windshield was covered in that shit. All 4 tires were flat.
Probably where his first wife is.
Yeah, it reminded me of that house out of Silence of the Lambs, where it's just like, I'm just waiting to come up on a fucking hole in the ground with some fucking lady in the bottom of it. But yeah. But like, and then next to the Porsche was probably 13 or 14 5-gallon gas canisters, like the red, reusable kind, just piled up. I was just like, does this guy know you can use these more than once? Like, it was just insane. Like, certain rooms I couldn't even get into because there's just shit everywhere. But
and you're just inspecting, right?
Yeah, I'm just looking for like cracks and shit so they can't sue our blasting company if, explosion goes off and it damages their house. They can't be like, oh, well, this wasn't here before, I'm suing you.
Well, so if you have an area you can't get into, how can you ever complete the report?
Yeah, it's up to the homeowner because we're not responsible. Like, we're technically, by law, we're not supposed to move anything because then we're liable. So
right.
It's like if I can't get in a room, I just write on my little thing, like mostly obscured, couldn't get in the room. Like I did a house the other day where the guy's daughter was sleeping, so I couldn't even get in the room. So I just shot it down, was unable to observe room due to, his daughter sleeping in there.
Damn it.
But I did one lady's house. She was originally from Michigan. I was like, oh man, I know a snowman that lives up there. What part of Michigan you from?
She look at you a little funny.
No, I didn't say that, but I think she said she was from like Middleton or something. I don't know. Maybe Spaggy knows.
I think this will work. Be right back.
Splitting headache.
Yeah, pretty bad headache earlier, but after I ate something, it kind of went away. Yeah, my only regret with this new job is I haven't seen any cool explosions yet.
All right. Shit. Did I do this one already? I gotta find out. I got to know. Say, man, I got to know. Tony's favorite scene. So have any of you guys started watching Winona Earp after I talked about it the other day? To witness the cheese firsthand? It's not terrible, but just be a little cheesy. Be prepared for that.
Unaware of this show. I don't really watch that much television. I just got done watching all 2 seasons of Rick and Morty. Pretty funny.
Man. Yeah, I found it by accident, and I read the synopsis of the story, and I was like, well, maybe it won't be horrible. And then I asked a couple of people, and they were like, oh, dude, it's crap. It's cheese. And I'm like, nah, come on, man. I'm going to give it a shot. I was like, everyone said the same thing about Chips, and I loved it. And they're like, what did you like about Chips? And I'm like, I went in there without a bias. I watched it as an entertaining movie, and it was very funny. And I recommended it to Jimmy, and he was like, dude, that shit was hilarious. I'm like, I know. Great.
Winona Earp, does that have like Megan Fox in it or something?
No.
Like actually, I remember hearing about it. I just never saw it.
The girl that plays her, the title character, she looks just like my ex, like one of my exes. Oh. Except when one of my exes was overweight. Now that she's thin, now she looks like my ex today. She got her shit figured out, sorted out. But actually, it's not horrible. Like I like how they reinvented Doc Holliday, like how they explained him.
So he's not like a raging alcoholic with tuberculosis?
No, he's an immortal. Because it's a modern day setting.
Oh, gotcha.
In what movie?
It's a TV show called Winona Earp on Sci-Fi.
Oh, never heard of it.
Okay. I didn't either until about a week ago, but then I gave it I watched 11 episodes of the first season, and it was intriguing enough to where I want to watch the rest of it and then part of the second season up to current. It's not horrible.
And this is a sci-fi
because there's characters. It's a both.
Yeah, and I understand. Yeah, I've seen Western sci-fi sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a modern day version because she's supposed to be the descendant of Wyatt Earp. She's like the granddaughter, I think she's the granddaughter or the great granddaughter, and she's one of three sisters. And the premise of the story is that your dog is inactive.
That actually scared me for a second.
Yeah. I think I'm deaf in my left ear now. Anyway, the premise of the story is that was killed by Wyatt Earp's Buntline Special come back from the dead as revenants. And the only way to send them back to hell is to use the original gun that killed them in the first place. Which is kind of a neat little thing, I guess. It's a gimmick, but it's a neat gimmick.
Yeah.
And then the sisters are known as, I think they call them the Chosen Ones or the Descendant or something like that. But it's a neat story. All right. Yeah, I'm getting one because of this damn solder.
The smell of lead will do that.
Yeah, this lead acid core sucks. Yeah, it's funny that your dog did that. Like, I watched this guy Jive Turkey, and he plays Cold Waters in the morning. And, you have active and passive sonar, right? Mm-hmm. So he fires a torpedo. He sets the arming distance, and he sets it to active homing. So he's like, it's going to go out 8,000 yards. It's going to activate. It's going to actively track a target, go after it, blow it up. And like every once in a while, he's got this German Shepherd, and if somebody comes to the door, it goes bonkers. And he's like, whoa, my dog just went active.
Yeah, we joke that our bigger dogs are on the neighborhood watch because anything goes on in the court, like mailman shows up, anything, they just go ape shit. And just kind of annoying from our roommate because she works from home and she's on the phone a lot, and then all of a sudden you've got three dogs just go ape shit. And she bought this spray that you spray them with, and it's got like garlic or something that they don't enjoy.
Is it called No? I've seen that.
It's like a yellow can. It looks like mace, and it's got lemon or garlic or something. And you spray it with them, and they don't like the smell of it.
Yeah, I had stuff like similar to that. That was called No. The golden retriever with like the saddest look on its face, and the words "No" in big purple letters right across the top of the can. No.
Yeah, I had to start paying back my student loans now that I'm like actually making money.
Nah, you don't have to.
Well, I don't want to go to federal prison.
No, you don't have to. Just blame Obama.
It was like, I'm paying you guys money, yet you can't, get some NFA shit approved for me less than a year. Like, I'm so bummed. Like, I had money and everything to go fill out the, Form 4 or whatever it is. And they were like, yeah, if you plan on moving, that will probably mess it up. So you're going to have to wait like 6 months and then come back in here.
After you move.
Yeah. So now I got to find a place that at least has a year lease. Because, the guy I was talking to, his suppressor came the same day. I was in there talking to the guy. He was like, yeah, it took about a year. But I'm thinking he was trying to do it before they redid the rules last summer. So I'm thinking maybe that's why it took so long.
Well,
because I feel like 270 days, I feel like is the average that Silencer Shop has on their like little tracker thing.
Yeah. How's the housing market in North Carolina?
Oh, it's good if you got money, which I don't.
Well, what I was thinking is if your financial situation's better than it was, instead of paying rent to an apartment on a lease you're not sure about the duration, maybe you can find someone that was trying to sell their house and rent it or lease a house.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, even if you lease a house, you don't have to worry about the property taxes because you don't own it.
That's true. Like, I wouldn't mind just finding like someone that owns a house and they're just like renting out a room.
Yeah.
And just doing that. As long as like I know I'm going to be there for at least a year.
I got a buddy who he was looking for townhomes or something. And I mean, the housing market in my area is pretty decent. But, you know, every once in a while you run into a nice house that's owned by somebody who had it on the market for like 9 months. So he just approached this woman whose house was for sale, and he goes, you know, I've been passing by here every day on the way home from work, and I've seen this sign. He was like, would you be interested in maybe leasing it to me, money out of it, while you're trying to sell it? And she says, I really don't even care to sell it. She was like, if you want to lease it, she's like, you can stay as long as you like. And he lived there for like 4 years. Like sometimes those people will wheel and deal just because they'd rather have someone occupying the place and making some money instead of trying to sell it and nobody moves in and make no money.
Yeah. Like I knew a girl in Wilmington where the people owned the house, but out back they had like a garage, like a, you know, detached garage, but they had finished the upper area into like a frog to where it was like a super small, like 1-bedroom apartment. And that's where she lived. And I think she only paid like, it was, you know, dirt cheap. And I was like, I would be totally fine with something like that. You know, I ain't got a lot of fucking furniture anymore.
Yeah.
It's like
my bed, my TV, my chair, my computer, my reloading bench.
Yeah, it's a shame that the NFA won't work with PO boxes.
Right.
It's a shame that it's even an NFA. It kind of sucks because I was like, man, you know, I'm just hoping like I want the HPA to pass and the Hush Act to pass and all that stuff, but it's like if you don't have a suppressor already and that shit passes, you won't be able to find one for like 2 years until they catch up with demand. Because I feel like everyone and their grandmother would go out and buy a suppressor if they were legal.
Maybe.
But the guy at the gun shop was like, man, I can't even see them voting on that until at least next year.
Well, that's why they keep inundating it as additions to other bills. They're like, we're going to get this thing passed one way or another. The problem is they're not voting on any of those bills.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's because the Democrats are like, we're not voting on anything until we know if there's not collusion or not. I'm just like, man, y'all really do suck.
Yeah, it's like, where's the evidence of collusion?
Yeah.
I'm still waiting. You know, if there was any judge in his right mind that had to take that case, he would look at it and go, you've had 9 months. You have proven nothing. Case dismissed. Just quit wasting the court's time. But not with liberals.
It's like, I hope they get just swept in 2018 because all they have to show is, because I think it was Chuck Schumer that said it, all they have to show is the Democrats sitting on their ass when they couldn't get a gun bill passed and fucking Chuck Schumer being like, we're not going to work with the Republicans until we know the whole Russia collusion story, especially if it turns out it's a big, you know, nothing burger. That's a campaign ad right there against Chuck Schumer.
I got a better one than that. Just keep showing the picture of him having coffee and donuts with Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
I'm like, dear Chuck, explain this shit.
Well, it's like I was listening to Ben Shapiro's podcast, and he's like, have you noticed how the whole Russian collusion thing's kind of died down? Because it turned out that GPS, Fusion GPS or whatever, is like a democratically backed like operative and that they were in cahoots with Russia. So it's like, well, who's in fucking collusion? Trump Jr. or the company funded by the Democratic Party that's actively trying to like sabotage Trump's campaign? That's fucking collusion. Understood.
When was it illegal, buddy, and say, hey, you got any dirt on this guy?
It's never been illegal.
Right. So
the only time it's ever illegal is if it's coming from a government source or if it was obtained in a legal manner.
In an illegal manner, yes.
Yeah. Oh,
even if it's a government source, it doesn't matter if it's not classified, you know?
Yeah. See, I fucking pointed that out on some libtards on Facebook, and they're just like, yeah, that's not true. I was like, yeah, it is. Getting Oppo research against your opponent is not illegal unless it comes from illegally sourced.
And they're like, turn around and they're like, what about Watergate? And you're like, there you go, illegally sourced.
Yeah, it's like, and it's like, oh, like they're like, you're the dumbest person on this forum. I'm just like, I literally just told you collusion's not illegal, and you're too stupid to realize that I'm telling the truth. And yeah, it's just like arguing with those people. It's fun because they're so stupid. Like,
I know, but you know what? It does kind of wear on you because you get ganged up on by like 30 of them, and there's only one of you.
Yeah,
it gets old fast. Like I even took Yahoo News out of my feed on Facebook because I just got so sick of the idiots.
Yeah, like I was telling my roommate, I was like, when Trump spoke at the Boy Scouts of America, like some fucking blogger or reporter came out and was like, it's like it's like the brown shirts and Hitler in 1933. I'm just like, so you really just compared the Boy Scouts to the brown shirts of the Nazi Party? It's like, you are just...
Strike was on that earlier.
It's like, you are spinning your wheels if that's the best you can do. It's like, you should get fired for that. Like, trying to compare the Boy Scouts to like fucking brown shirts of the Nazi Party that went around and actually beat up people like Antifa does? No fucking way.
Yeah, I know. It's the Hitler Youth. Get it right.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like... yeah, it's... I did see a pretty funny video of some tranny. I think it was a dude that identified as a woman, just getting the shit beat out of him by some black guy because the black guy wanted to come join their protests, and they're like, "We don't want you. Get out of here. Get out of here." And the tranny like threw a punch at him, and this black guy just started wailing on him to the point where like he's on the ground getting beat up. The Antifa people have like a siren on their megaphone, so they start doing the alarm, hoping like someone will come to the rescue. And it's like, it's so funny. You protest the police, but yet when your ass kicked, you're trying to get the police to come over. Yeah, it's like don't be a hypocrite.
You don't need the people you're protesting against.
Yeah, it's just... Yeah, me and this guy, we got this huge debate about healthcare, like before the repeal bill failed.
For the first time.
Yeah, and I was just like, show me in the Constitution where it says that healthcare is a right. And he picked out some random passage that doesn't say anything. And he was just like, you're just a soulless Republican, blah, blah, blah. I'm just like, no, I just don't agree that my money should be used to pay for unhealthy people's insurance. Like, if I want to pay for unhealthy people's insurance, I should have the option to like donate to a charity or something. That should be my option. I shouldn't be forced to do it. But he just couldn't understand that concept. And he's like, the Constitution's a living, breathing document. And I was like, no, it died the day it was signed. It's like, sorry to burst your bubble, but I was like, and it's funny that you know, 9 times out of 10, you hate the Constitution until you need it to try to suit your agenda, and then you're all about it.
They cling on to only one part.
But he was like, I wish he would have said this to like G, because he would have had a field day. He was like, I didn't know if Red Dawn happened, you'd be fighting on the side of the Russians. And I was like, He's like, I figured you'd be pro-America, blah, blah, blah. I was just like, you know what? I am pro-American, which is why I didn't vote for a candidate that wanted to limit the First Amendment, destroy the Second Amendment, wanted expanded government, take away freedom and liberties, push the leftist agenda, deleted emails that were property of the citizens of this country. And he never fucking responded because I just feel like...
You just laid out a list.
Yeah, I just laid out a list of every fucking thing Thunder Cunt did. That was,
See, and the best part about the lists is when you lay out the lists and you present them with facts, the only thing they can come back with after that is personal attacks.
Yeah, I can say, yeah.
That's all they know.
Yeah, the best is when you use their tactics against them. Like, I got called as, it's like, you're nothing but a white racist. And I was like, how dare you identify my race? Maybe I identify as a black man. And then they can't say anything because it's like, you can't identify as a black man. I was like, well, why can Caitlyn Jenner identify as a woman when he's clearly a man? Kind of destroys their narrative.
Who was that one chick, like Rachel Dolezal?
Yeah. Yeah, the transracial, yeah.
31 different mental disorders.
Yeah, I try not to get in debates, but sometimes they just post shit that is just fucking wrong, and I feel like I need to explain to these people, or try to, how this is just a flat-out lie, and they just refuse to believe that shit.
Lie fact when you can react. That used to be the mantra of anti-gunners.
Like, I think it was like the whole collusion thing. I was like, oh, I guess you forgot about this collusion. And it was like the hot mic Obama telling, was it
give me a little bit more time?
Yeah, Medvedev, be like, I'll be more flexible after I win the election. I was like, or maybe this collusion, it was like Ted Kennedy actively petitioned the Soviet Union to try to ruin Reagan's attempt to run. And no response. Yep. I was like, see, when I lay out some
short-term memories.
Yeah, it's like when I actually lay out legit collusion, y'all are like nowhere to be found.
Like, why are you dwelling on the past?
Yeah. Well, I'm still waiting for the people on the left to admit that Venezuela is a failed state, because that was their, unicorn for years. So I'm like waiting for them to come out and be like, yeah, we were wrong about socialism, because it's going to be like, well, that wasn't true socialism. That was something else. It's like, no.
That was a dictator.
Yeah, and it's like, well, that's how it always ends,
He wasn't truly socialist. He was a dictator. He has to be removed from office, and now you guys are stymieing the progress of us asking the military to fight someone else's war for them.
Oh, man, it's finally raining.
So I realized why it is I cannot watch the Alex Jones channel on YouTube.
Why is that?
Because every time I see a video on his feed, it has a byline, like a subject line, right?
Yeah.
Title. And every time I click it, the video that I watch has nothing to do with that subject.
Yeah, that's how his videos are.
It's almost clickbaity.
Yeah, pretty much. I watch him every now and then just to see what he's cooked up conspiracy-wise.
I try, because every once in a while they'll get that chick commentator or whatever, the one that looks like she's still in college, and it's like, okay, let's see if she'll actually do something. Nope. Let's see if she'll stick with the topic. Nope.
He does have some pretty cute girls on his little show thingy.
Yeah, what a coincidence. Today we have Caitlyn Jenner. Or not Caitlyn. Kylie. We found Kylie Jenner showing underboob today. Great. Must be a slow news day.
Yeah. Did you see that? God, it was good. That guy for the Trump administration just go after that CNN reporter over immigration. Stephen Miller just chewed up Jim Acosta and just spit him out. It was like not even a fair fight. Like, and he was like legit calling him out, and he was just like, Jim, are you telling me you don't know the difference between a green card holder and an immigrant? He was just like, rah, 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 and he's just like, and he said something to where, like, I guess Trump implied that he only wanted people that know English to be allowed to come over here.
Oh, because of his softening on deportations.
Yeah, and Jim Acosta said something to the point of like, so what you're telling me is you only want people from like England and Australia? And the guy was like, Jim, I can't believe you just said that. How dare you? You just belittled every person, every immigrant that's ever took the time to learn English to come over here. He's like, how dare you? You are a shameful person. He was like, well, that's not what I meant. And then he said something about like, you know, immigrants and like African, like how they're coming over here and like taking African American jobs. And like this random black lady that I think she's a reporter for like the National Urban League, she jumped in just to give her 5 cents, and then he kind of like shut her down real quick. But yeah, it was a bloodbath. It was not even a fair fight. I was like, good.
I like non-fair fights. I heard that the name that they're passing around for the new White House press correspondents or whatever, Kellyanne Conway.
Really?
Yeah. Do they really have to have, you know, methed out Suzanne Summers as the White House press secretary? Really?
I'm still kind of sad they got rid of the mooch.
I do too. Like, I think, you know, the White House needs some fucking balls.
Yeah. It's like, I'm not saying he would have done a good job, but it would have been fucking entertaining as hell.
People were like, he's too unprofessional. They started digging up dirt on him about his wife and the divorce and everything, and it was just too much.
Well, the reason I read that apparently the reason he got canned is he gave an interview with somebody, and he didn't know the difference between like on the record and off the record.
Yeah.
And he was like on the record saying like, yeah, Steve Bannon wants to suck his own cock, you know, and he said Rance Priebus was like a schizophrenic, you know.
Yeah, I heard that.
And yeah, it was like Trump was like, this isn't professional. I'm going to have to like let you go.
You're going to have to go. That's because he wasn't groomed for the position prior to being given the position. And then they threw him. Ooh. It's like they didn't give him time to learn the job. They just threw him straight to the wolves on the first day. They're like, go be yourself. He's like, are you fucking sure?
Yeah.
Yeah, just go be yourself. All right, hickory dickory dock. The Russians can suck my cock. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, it's like Ben Shapiro was like, yep, he's like Patrick Bateman from American Psycho or Christian Bale. He was like Leonardo DiCaprio from The Wolf of Wall Street and Ellis from Die Hard all rolled into one.
That's amazing.
And then he was playing like a montage of like Ellis like, Hans, baby, I know what you want.
That shit was hilarious. Booby, come on. What can I do for you? They just need to fucking give the job to Hannity already. Quit fucking around.
Hannity makes good money at Fox News. I bet he wouldn't give it up.
Limbaugh wouldn't take the job. Limbaugh's one of those kinds of guys who will speak his piece, but he won't put his name out on the line. You know? Like when things get really heavy, he backs off every time. And it's like, come on, man, you're supposed to be the voice of conservatism, and you won't fucking put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah.
That's why he says he'll never run for public office. And it's like, I know why, because you're scared to. I mean, it's cool, you know, there's no shame in that. There's no money in it.
Like, you know, my mom, she huge liberal. I remember riding around the car in like the late 80s, early 90s, and she was always listening to Rush Limbaugh. And I asked her, I was like, well, why are you listening to this guy if you don't like him? She was like, I need to know what they're up to.
Yeah, like, my dad was like that for a while.
Like, I need to know what they're scheming.
My dad was like anti-Rush so hard until he found out he was a really good golfer. He's like, you know, he's not a bad golfer. I'm like, I know.
Well,
I was like, does that all of a sudden make him a good person? He's like, yeah, give him a mulligan.
So you got any more guns lately?
Me?
Yeah.
No, but I'm finally going to shoot them all.
Yeah, me and my roommate talked about going shooting this weekend, but now we got some friends coming up from Wilmington. So
my buddy's birthday's this Saturday, so he lives out in the country now. He says that the range is like 2 blocks from his house.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there better be outdoor and there better be steel targets and you better let me bring beer. Otherwise, I'm not interested.
Well, that's like the one thing I've noticed when I'm on the job. I was like, man, this would be a great place to shoot. No one around, you know, but it's like, yeah, I'll probably get arrested for trespassing, though.
I had the cops called on me for saying those exact words one time.
Yeah.
I was like, man, this looks like a great place to shoot. And someone thought that I was planning like a mass murder or something. They're like, we got a call saying that you were saying threatening things. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, they said you were planning on like a mass shooting of some sort in the area. I'm like, well, yeah, I was going to bring out these steel targets and I was out in this field. And I thought it was a really nice place to shoot.
Yeah, people just overreact so much now.
You know what's really funny is they get really mad when you call them libtards. Like, they take serious offense.
Oh, I know. That's how you get them going.
Yeah. It's like, damn, man, you're like one chromosome short of, you know, one broken chromosome short of drooling into a fucking bucket.
Yeah, I try to keep my composure, but then after a while, I'm just like, you know what, libtards, let's get real for a second.
It's like, I can't keep my composure with somebody who is uneducated on the other side because they don't have an intelligent response to anything you tell them. So then you have to end up going at their level.
Yeah.
And then they call you uncivilized.
Like, I'm not trying to stoop to your level because, you know, I have, you know, a greater IQ than a toaster, but, you know, I guess I'm going to have to go there.
I used that one time against a libtard. I was like, look, I'd really like to stoop to your level, but I can't dig that hole deep enough.
Yeah. Well, I guess North Carolina today, a law passed saying we're the first state that now if like a college administrator tries to like bar like a conservative or, you know, it could be a liberal, but it's mostly conservative speakers from being able to speak, like they can get in like legal trouble now.
Well, it's what, libel? Something like that?
Well, it's like, essentially, it's like you're denying them their First Amendment, and you can't do that.
They're arguing.
And I posted something on my Facebook. I was like, it's like sad day for, you know, the safe spacers, but a good day for anyone else that's got an IQ greater than a toaster. It's like, see what I did there? I called you a safe spacer and insulted your intelligence.
Mic drop. Hit for copyright infringement because you sent them the old After Dark logo of the flying toaster.
Oh man, speaking of mic drop, did you watch that Ben Shapiro Cenk Younger debate? Oh my god.
They would have called that Left 4 Dead, but that name's already been copyrighted.
Well, I read somewhere that I guess Jenna Jameson on Twitter, I guess she's a big conservative. But anyway, she came up with a new nickname for Ben Shapiro, Debate Thug. It's like, yeah, that's true because he can definitely debate.
Yeah. He's like Ted Cruz, the next generation, essentially.
Oh, that's something else.
Less mousy.
Yeah. That's something else I saw. I saw a guy. Shut up, Alexa. I saw a guy today driving from Texas, and his license plate just said Ted Cruz.
Nice. We like Cruz here in Texas. It's just I wish he didn't look so sniveling or didn't sound so sniveling.
Yes,
I met him post-election. I found him on the jogging trail with his wife at Memorial Park. I was like, "Oh, Mr. Cruz." He's like, "Good morning."
It's Senator Cruz.
No, I said Mr. Cruz because he was a candidate. And I was like, "I wanted you to know I voted for you." I was like, "I really believed in your message." And he was like, "Oh, thank you." I was like, "Is this your wife?" He's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Pleasure to meet you."
Oh, Heidi.
Yeah, he's real friendly. Like he'll actually take the time to talk with you.
Yeah, he seems like really friendly and like I like of his lot of his policies, but for some reason he just kind of seems like a sleazeball.
Yeah, he's hard to market because of the way he looks.
Yeah, it's like
he looks like a used car salesman.
Yeah, it's like he's like your cool uncle, but then it comes out like 20 years later that he's also a pedophile. Yeah.
He's been diddling kids for 30 years. No, he's pretty cool though. Like I saw him at the Redneck Country Club a couple times too when he did his campaign victory parties or whatever for the primaries.
I mean, anyone that makes machine gun bacon, it's cool in my book. So,
first thing he should see, I don't know. Like the first thing that should have happened after the election was Trey Gowdy should have been appointed FBI director or attorney general, and Ted Cruz should have been the first person to be nominated to the Supreme Court because Trump would have gotten rid of Cruz technically that way, you know?
Yeah.
But in a useful capacity.
See, now if since he's a senator, would that mean if he did get nominated to a position, does that mean your governor would pick his replacement, or do they have a special election?
I think don't most senators have like a lieutenant position thing to back them anyway?
See, I always thought that if it's a congressperson, they have a special election, but if it's a senator, the governor picks, unless they change that with whatever amendment to the Constitution that lets people vote for senators. Because, back then the senator was like, that was the state power because the governor got to pick them.
Got fucking electrocuted.
Oh, that sucks. I think you're still alive, though.
It tingled a little, that's all. Like, it kind of felt cool, actually. Not gonna lie. Yeah, you might be right.
I've had my fair shares of electrocution, so...
Let's give him a position, and then we'll write my governor and tell him to give me his old position, and then I'll let you know. And then I'll even earn it. Like I'll take one of those gun range wagers that my governor is famous for.
Huh?
He actually took, I think it was $10 from Ted Cruz at a gun range.
Yeah, I think you told me that story.
Yeah. And I asked him when I met him, I'm like, did Governor Abbott really take $10 from you at the range? He's like, yes.
Huh?
He's like, that man's an incredible shot. And I'm like, that's awesome. He wasn't bitter. He thought it was funny when I mentioned it, though.
I mean, what's $10 to a guy that makes, what does a senator make, like 80K a year, 100-something K?
Probably. Yeah, they were playing shot for shot, and the governor was 10 for 10, so he took $10.
Huh?
That's pretty cool. And he did it from a wheelchair too.
Oh yeah, I forgot he was in a wheelchair.
Mm-hmm.
So people are already bitching about Death Wish for being racist. What?
What? Really?
Let's see.
This is supposed to be Willis's comeback movie because he's done a lot of crap.
Yeah. SJW is already screaming racist, fascist. Death Wish remake puts vigilante Willis in hoodie. Like, I guess they're trying to make a comparison to like Trayvon Martin or something. I don't fucking know. These people are crazy. Wow. Teacher has sex with 16-year-old male student in airplane bathroom on a school trip for charity.
Wasn't it his birthday also?
I don't know, but she's kind of hot, so I'd do it.
Yeah, the byline for that is "Get down, it's your birthday."
Oh, Shapiro was on Joe Rogan. I'll have to listen to that podcast.
I still want to know. Wait, shit, my brain farted. Never mind.
Fake news. Turns out Trump never called the White House a real dump. It's like I don't even know really what to believe anymore because you see shit like that, and then like 2 days later it comes out and they're like, oh yeah, that was totally fake.
Yeah, well, I mean that's the thing though. See that most media they put out the story if it's a hit piece or slander or whatever, right? And it's on the front page, it's in bold letters, and everyone chimes in their opinion, and they move on to the next headline, and then like the recusal comes out a couple of days later on page 29 in fine print. Oh, we fucked up here, and nobody cares because they're already picking on the next thing.
Yeah,
that's why liberals have short-term memories.
It's like I feel like journalism is essentially dead now.
It is.
Like what's the point if you're gonna behave like that?
The one person who said that I believed was Andy Rooney. He said that right before he died.
You know what? I think journalism's dead. And I am going to be in about a week.
You know what's wrong with America today? Liberals.
Yeah. These SJWs that want to segregate college campuses, that just goes against every logical sense. MLK must be spinning in his grave.
Now, I read somewhere this guy was like, liberalism is a byproduct of youth, innocence, and being naive, right? And, when you're young, you're full of ideas. And that makes sense. And then he goes, but after about the age of 30, you have to start questioning if these people have mental disorders or if they just don't have fully developed brains.
Yeah.
Because they're still hopeful and wishful.
Yeah. It's like someone said the other day, I'm trying to make sure I get the quote right. He was saying, like, the reason conservatives aren't funny is because liberals don't have a sense of humor.
Yeah, that makes sense. They don't.
Yeah, they can't.
Most of your mainstream comedians they consider themselves liberal, though, as strange as that is.
I think a lot of them are starting to realize this whole, like, SJW bullshit is hurting their careers, and I think a lot of them are starting to become more not like diehard conservatives, but they're starting to like kind of wake up and be like, yeah, I can't go on colleges anymore because if I say one Asian joke, I'm going to get like fucking boycotted.
Wasn't there like some Ohio professor that lashed out the other day on his Twitter and then he was immediately fired? Then he lashed out 3 times in response to the firing?
I don't know if it was in Ohio, but I know what you're talking about. He said like, he had one of his tweets was like, oh, I wonder if you'll still love the Second Amendment if I go out and start shooting a bunch of random white people. And then, like, I think another one was like, someone needs to go kill Trump. And that's the tweet that got him fired. It's like, man, I really think these people don't think.
Privilege, too. And he was a white dude.
Yeah, it's like, oh, the Beyonce professor. He teaches classes on Beyonce. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, and you wonder why millennials aren't prepared for the job, market world. It's because they're taking classes about fucking Beyonce.
I blame mumble rap.
I don't even know where to put the blame anymore. It's like there's a little bit of blame to go around everywhere, but
it's like mumble rap.
I feel like it started with the parents. It started with like my dad grew up, like I'm sure his father was kind of like a cold, like you gotta think like, like our parents, their fathers, they fought in the war. So I'm sure they didn't, talk much about their experiences in the war. So they probably came off kind of cold and, distance. Whereas like you know, people our age, they were raised by parents that grew up in the 60s and 70s where it's like, you know, all that shit was going around. So I feel like we got over, you know, parenting, like almost like helicopter parenting. And it's even worse now because now, you know, people our age are having kids and they're taking helicopter parenting to like a whole extreme. And it's like kids are coming out.
Kids in bubble wrap.
Yeah. And it's like their kid turns 18 and they go off to school and like,
don't know a damn thing.
They don't know a damn thing. It's like, oh my God, that man just said the N-word. I got to go home and cry about it now. And it's like, you just weren't prepared for it. It's like the world's a scary place, you know, shit happens.
Oh, good. You already posted the link. I had to restart my page. No, I got this thing in my mail the other day, and it makes really good sense. I'll read it to you. What is a zennial? Zennial is the micro generation born during the cusp years of Generation Xers and Millennials, 1977 to 1983. Zennials experience an analog childhood and a digital adulthood. They possess both Gen X cynicism and millennial optimism and drive. People like me, it's like I'm optimistic, but I'm realistic, you know?
Yeah, it's like I was born 6 days into 84, and I definitely identify with more of the Gen X crowd than the millennial crowd.
We'll give you a mulligan.
Yeah, like I heard someone say that. They're like, oh, the Star Wars generation.
Yeah, they actually marked that in there from 77 to 83. Yeah. They said, or during the Star Wars era. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, because I definitely.
Long childhood.
Oh yeah, like I didn't get my first cell phone until I was 16, and the only reason I even got one is my mom's like, I want to know where you're at. Like I didn't really want one.
I didn't get one until I was 28.
Yeah, I was like, I was just forced to get this thing. But then they became kind of cool, so now it's like, oh, I kind of want this one because it's like a little computer in my pocket.
Exactly. Like I wanted one when I was 16. I just couldn't afford it because like the phone bills were ridiculous back then.
Oh yeah, I know. Like I remember to text somebody was like $1. Mm-hmm. Like I had an old Nokia, and you could text someone, but it would cost you like $2 to send like 2 sentences.
Well, you were a gangster if you had a pager and a flip phone.
Yeah, I remember pagers, but I wasn't old enough. Like I didn't have a reason for a pager, and by the time I did, you know, cell phones were pretty much pretty much replaced them.
Yeah, but if anybody uses them anymore.
I think drug dealers do.
It's still like an underground communications thing, you know? Like people still using IRC today.
Like I remember I was at some like one of those like play palaces or whatever, like in the ball pit, and there's like a guy there with his children, and he was like searching around for the ball pit. He's like, man, I dropped my pager. He's like, I can hear it going off. He's like, hey, I'll give you some money if you help me find it. And the rain is coming down.
Yeah, I started getting mine yesterday. It was a welcome change because I mean it was getting really hot around here. Now it's just really moldy.
Well, if it rains hard enough, long enough, they won't do any shooting tomorrow, which means I might be able to get off early. Let's have to do more fucking inspections.
Struggle is real. Beats folding clothes, though.
Yeah, got that right. Like, I'll be doing inspections, and, you know, they'll have, like, pictures of their family up, and occasionally I got in 2 houses so far where it's like, man, your daughter's kind of hot. It's like, is she going to be around later? And they're like, oh, no, she's at college, or no, she's in Ireland. She's coming back today, though.
What the hell? 9/11 entire Pentagon footage with missile impact never shown to the public.
Clickbait. I'd like to see that shit though.
It's on anonymous news.
I still think, yeah, I have, my doubts that a plane actually hit the Pentagon, and they can call me Alex Jones if you want to, but I've seen plane crashes. I've seen footage from plane crash. That didn't look like a plane crash to me. And it was like, I think something Alex Jones said, like 2 or 3 days before 9/11, the Pentagon apparently came out and was like, yeah, we lost like hundreds of billions of dollars. We don't know where it went. And just coincidentally, that side of the Pentagon was where, I guess, this information was stored. So it just, haphazardly just disappeared on 9/11. So it's like no one lost their job over it because all the records were destroyed. Or something. It was something weird. Like they had lost like a lot of money, or they didn't know where like a lot of money went. And I guess the records were kept on that side of the Pentagon. Yeah, anonymous news where CNN gets all their sources.
Usually anonymous news is the one that debunks CNN.
Yeah.
They're pretty good about that. I don't know, man, if that video is legit, like there's a picture of the video, so. I mean, basically you just take it and you go explain this.
Yeah. I saw something the other day that I got the biggest chuckle out of, and it was like somebody posted a path of the eclipse, which I really wish
Oh, and it was like all red except like 2 spots of blue.
Yeah, like I really wish I'd started this job earlier so I could have gotten the day off, because I totally would have tried to like con Night Strike in to like let me stay at his place, because it's going to go right over his house. Be like, hey, I'll bring a bunch of guns we can shoot if you just let me like crash at your house for like half a day. But anyways, like the headline was like, eclipse path goes through most of Trump country. It's like, goddamn Russians.
Yeah, waiting for the liberals to scream collusion.
Yeah. It's like, you act like, and I was thinking about the day of this, I was like, they literally act like going into, quote, Trump country is the equivalent of like you getting shot down over Nazi Germany.
Yeah.
It's like, you act like once you get out in the country, it's just like backwoods as shit and people don't know English, and it's like ignorant for one, but it's like my sister posted a picture on her Instagram a couple weeks ago that she was shopping somewhere, and she took a picture of a bunch of shirts, and like one was like, keep calm and carry an AR, and another one was like a Trump like MAGA shirt, and another one was like a Confederate flag, and she was essentially like, yep, this is America now. And I'm just kind of, I didn't say anything because I don't want to start like a whole feud, but it's like, see, you just completely wrote off like the culture of these people because you don't agree with it. It's like, this is why your person lost, because you refuse.
The funny thing is if you look at the cultures of the people who voted for him, they're vast.
Yeah. And it's like, you think every gun owner is this crazy redneck that hates the government. And it's like, me and my dad, we're not crazy rednecks that hate the government, And it's like, in the vast majority of gun owners are like,
my fucking neck ain't red.
Yeah, it's like vast majority of gun owners are just like you. They just happen to like the Second Amendment.
I hate to think of the government.
Yeah, I mean, the government ticks me off every now and then, but I'm not like, we need a revolution. No, I'm Bernie Sanders. It's time for a revolution.
I think that people who... Shut up, Connery. I'm trying to interrupt you. I think that people who don't like guns are fucking commies.
No, because commies want guns. It's fascists and dictators that don't want you to have guns.
Yeah.
All right, then they're fascist fucking commie dictator. One of these.
Yeah. Commies want
I don't
guns.
ever suggest that we should wipe them all off the face of the earth, though.
I do. I'll do it for you.
I move them to California and then nuke that fucker at the San Andreas Fault so it becomes an island unto its own. I'm good with that one.
You guys really need to learn how plate tectonics work.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that, Tony.
It's a lie.
Yeah,
You
but
got
you need
some stupid bastards out there somehow, and then be willing to stand still while you nuke them.
like you need a bomb that can go 50 miles underground.
Yeah, like the amount of energy needed to actually rupture California off is like
It would break the world in half.
Yeah, you would literally have to like
not if we get all liberals
crack the earth. Side. In fact, I read an article the other day saying like, is it even possible to do that? And they're like, no. There's like, we'll never have an earthquake strong enough to like crack the crust of the earth.
The only thing that'll happen is it'll crack enough to let the water fill in the void.
Yeah.
There we get the island. What the fuck is the issue then?
It's still attached to the mainland.
Sharks and piranhas in that fucker, baby.
There you go. I like that.
But I'm thinking you get enough weight over there from all the liberal bullshit, it'll break.
Wait, you mean it isn't heavy enough already with it?
Evidently not. It's still there.
Did you ever see that video of that? I think he was representative from Guam, essentially saying like, yeah, if we get too many people on Guam, the island will tip over.
I saw that.
Fucking flat earthers.
Yeah.
I'm like, good Lord, man. How the hell did you get a job in the public eye?
Oh, shit. Gives me hope.
You made Trump look smart.
Yeah,
that's my biggest bitch about Trump at this point. I just wish the fuck shut up.
I wish he would just go to twitter.com on the shortcut on his browser, grab his phone, and just delete the app. That's all he's got to do.
Yeah, if he deleted his Twitter or just stopped tweeting, I feel like his administration would be going a lot smoother. Better.
You know, the thing I
then like do a fireside chat or something.
I think that a lot of that Twitter stuff with Trump is diversion. And if that's truly his game, then he's more clever than he gets credit for. I mean, he's got people talking about the stupidest fucking shit.
Oh, sure. I'm going to see if I can find that Jim Acosta thing, and I'll post in the internal. Because 7 minutes of just straight up, like, bashing. It's awesome.
Well, I see that Grand Man's officially got old. He evidently switched from 30-06 to 5.56. Come on, man, get with it. 30-06 primers have more power than that.
See, there you go, Sean.
What the hell are we looking at?
One of Trump's guys just straight up whipping Jim Acosta over immigration to the point where it wasn't even a fair fight.
Listen, you stupid bastard. The Statue of Liberty was a gift from France. I mean, it's not really an American icon or idea.
And Trump's guy was like, that was added to the statute later on. That wasn't originally on the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah, and I think there was probably back then a footnote, don't send the Irish.
Oh, the Irish just had it so bad.
I can make those kind of ethnic jokes because I am Irish.
I'm like a quarter Irish.
Probably a little closer to half.
My granddad, I think he was 100% Irish. Close to it.
My maternal family name was Deweese. And my grandparents were both named Deweese when they got married. So we'll figure that one out. I'm just not saying anything, but we probably don't have a hell of a lot of forks in the tree on that side. But I think
y'all got to stop with the Rachel Dolazoling. I'm 10% this and 0.5% that. No, you're from Missouri. Matt's from North Carolina, and I'm from Texas, and that's all that matters.
Well, then I'm an Illinoisian.
Oh, damn, it's a lot of silverfish.
I was born 14 miles from where I sit.
So your state hasn't declared bankruptcy yet?
Nah, hell no. That's just a fucking scam to raise taxes. Now, I'm curious why people aren't asking the question. Well, you're not paying any fucking bills because you ain't had budget in 3 years. But yeah, you're collecting taxes. You haven't let us slide on that part. Where the fuck is the money?
Well, I feel like I read something that Illinois had something like 60,000 state workers that were getting paid at least six figures, and their pensions are almost six figures. And it's like, it's unsustainable. You can't collect enough taxes to cover those people.
Illinois is a great state to work for. However,
for, not work in.
Exactly.
I like the way you worded that. Just don't want to be on the police force, the crime task unit, the gang force, or gang activity unit.
Probably stay out of cities, you got no problem.
Right.
I mean, we got, 100,000 Barney Fife jobs around here in these little small towns. Carry a bullet in your shirt pocket, you're fine. I don't know. I'm so fucking hacked off at the political machinery in this state because it is just Chicago trying to rape the rest of the state.
You should run for public office.
Are you kidding? I've said enough shit on this show to get me fucking put in jail.
I don't know. It's like some people run for public office because they're tired of not having someone with their beliefs run for public office, so they do it themselves.
You could be like the Kid Rock.
Yeah, he's been approved to go ahead and put himself on the ballot. He's allowed to be on the ballot, so he has a good chance of winning.
Far too many skeletons for me.
Here's what you should do, Tony. You should start a petition to Brexit Chicago. Let Chicago form their own country.
I have started that about 10 years ago. It's called the Illinois Coalition to bulldoze Chicago into Lake Michigan and form wetlands.
Actually, Mr. Knives started that here at Gunchannels.
I did this before Gunchannels existed.
No, I mean, didn't you come up with something like release the Moabs or whatever?
Where's Knives? Is the Yakuza finally caught up with him?
I think they're. See the movie Repo Man? I think they came and took his eyes back or something. He's gonna get on. He's gonna be like, "That's fucked up, dude."
Fuck you, Connery.
Yeah.
Seattle spent more defending gun tax lawsuit than it collected in revenue from gun tax.
Nice.
That certainly doesn't surprise me.
Oh yeah, did you ever see that Tucker Carlson interviewing that guy about that shit? He was just like, it hasn't dropped crime at and he was like, well, that's not why we passed the bill. And he was like,
that's exactly.
Yeah, it is. He's like, you don't get to come, take that back. We have you on record saying this tax will decrease gun crime, and it hasn't. He was like, well, I think we need to raise the money to, study, crime and shit. And he was like, well, you should just come out and said it then. You shouldn't say,
Listen, I can do a study for you, and it'll only cost you about $10. Look up Kennesaw, Georgia. That's all you need to do. Every household must own a gun. Don't enforce it, but make it a rule. Crime goes down. Simple. And it worked.
Sometimes I wonder, because I'm not the fastest driver. I drive kind of slow sometimes. People are just road raging.
Corolla.
It's road raging behind me. They're like, man, I want to fuck this guy up. And then they see my Glock sticker and my Don't Tread on Me sticker. And they're like, oh shit, he might have a gun on him. Never mind.
Right. They just give you this scornful look as they roll past.
Oh, I was going to work the other morning, and this guy got behind me, clearly in a hurry, and he passed me on a double yellow line. Well, out of nowhere behind me comes this fucking sheriff's deputy, and he fucking floors it and passes me to get behind this guy. And I didn't get to see if he pulled him over or not, but the guy, but the driver. I could look over at the driver because I was turning left and he was going straight, and he was just shaking his head. He's this black guy. He was just shaking his head, and I'm sure he was like, man, this guy's going to pull me over. I know it. It's well, you shouldn't be driving like that. Don't be passing people. Double yellow.
You sent the man to bring me down.
He's like, man, it's probably because I'm black, ain't it? It's no, because you fucking broke the law.
I love that T-shirt that says that. It's a picture of an AR. Because I'm black.
Oh, I haven't seen that. It's pretty funny though.
I don't know. I get them guys that want to pass me like that. I just speed up when they try to pass, so they get either back behind me or they get head on by the semi.
What I don't understand is when they pass you and then slow down.
Yeah, right.
It's really, dude.
That's one of the reasons I like large vehicles. People don't do that shit.
That's why I need a Fiat carry.
You're the exact kind of people Hillary's worried about.
Hillary should be worried about everybody.
Yeah.
It's a new thing now. We have little car syndrome.
No, because I still like my BMW.
But you want to arm yourself when you're in the Fiat.
I arm myself in the BMW already. It's just I carry a shotgun in the Fiat. Just for the lulz. Man, that motherfucker came out and pulled out a fucking shotgun. I thought I was going to die. Why didn't you tell him about when you cut him off and then waved a knife out the window?
That's why you should be the first one calling the freaking 911.
I did that one time. I called 911 one time, and I'm like, they're like, 911, what's your emergency? I'm like, I'm about to shoot somebody. And they're like, excuse me? And I'm like, this dude keeps bumping the back of my car. He's waving a knife out the window, and he's repeatedly cutting me off and brake checking me. And I'm like, I've just about had enough, and I'm getting ready to just shoot through the window. She was like, we'll send a cruiser right away. So I was like, all right. I said, don't worry, I'm not going to shoot the guy. Cops came by, and they found me in my car. And sure as shit, they saw this dude waving a knife out the window, and they pulled his ass over quick. And just kept going.
I had somebody say that I was brandishing a gun at one point, and I open carried, as my job. And the chief of police, who I was kind of friendly with in this little town I lived in, said he didn't brandish any gun around you, because if he'd have drawn a gun when you was president, you'd be dead. I know the man.
I got detained for about an hour for that very thing. Someone said I was brandishing a weapon, and actually all I did was flick them off. But they did that to, inconvenience me, I guess. I was like, dude, search the car if you have to. I was like, there's no gun in this car. And if I had one, I wouldn't be dumb enough to throw something that expensive out the window. Come on.
I wonder how many times like police in open carry states get calls from like people that just don't have a clue. Like, oh my God, there's a guy in a Taco Bell and he's got a pistol on his hip.
Oh, you'd be surprised how many times that happens at Chipotle.
I would imagine that it's real common on states that just newly go to constitutional carry.
Oh, it's so laid back at Whataburgers, though.
I actually don't get people see me carrying a gun around here open on occasion. I don't do it every day, but it's illegal to do here, but except at home. So I walk around the house with a gun, and fuck, nobody ever says nothing here. I'm waiting for the cops to show up.
We can open carry just about everywhere we can conceal carry, with a few exceptions.
I was never a fan of open carry until I got stainless steel revolvers. Now I want to.
Now you just want to show off. You're peacocking.
Exactly fucking right.
That's exactly why I want my outlaw. And I'm a fucking Lee Van Cleef carry. Peacocking. You know who we haven't seen in a while because of his new job? Tino.
I think I just seen him over the weekend. Or maybe that was last weekend. We did the Caliber Corner. I don't know. Fuck, I'm old. I can't remember shit.
I just can't get up that early.
I don't mind. I just shouldn't turn gun channels on Saturday if I'm wanting to go to the range.
Yeah, because the next thing you know, it's noon and it's too hot to go.
Yeah, exactly. And, even though on some of the topics I have absolutely fucking nothing to add,
you're still there anyway.
I still, if they ask, I go.
That's because you, sir, are an active participant. And so could any of you who want to come on down to gunchannels.com. Ah, look at that. How's that for a plug?
Yeah, that's a good one. I like to work in.
Yeah. Come on down, register for free, join in the conversation for free. Hell, we'll even throw you a link if you want to join in on this one.
Yeah, right. You can come in and do this shit. It doesn't take freaking physics majors or nothing like that.
Yeah, we'll be going here for at least another hour.
Proof fucking positive of that. And we really don't have no moral dress code, as it were.
Well,
at least I don't.
At least wear a thong.
Oh, no. No ass black floss.
Oh, they'll be in the chair on that end.
I just meant for me. I don't give a shit what anybody else wears.
You too can join in on this conversation while wearing your Gun Channels pasties. With the fidget spinners attached to them.
No, Gun Channels members, fidget spinners are big boy revolvers, so keep that in mind when you're clipping these things to your nipples. It's going to hurt. A lot. Not that I know from trying it, mind you.
I call him the Cuchillos edition. He was the one that wanted those. He's like, hey, what about those pasties made out of fidget spinners? I was like, dude, if you wear them,
I don't
wear those,
want to
go right
know.
ahead.
Man, I am suffering the damn today. Fucking chiggers just have opened up on both of my friggin' ankles.
Did you walk around in the yard with your friggin' barefoot?
No, I went hunting yesterday morning. And they don't generally show up until the next day.
White vinegar. Works really well. Or apple cider vinegar, that'll work too.
I use some hydrocortisone triple itch cream.
Oh yeah, that'll solve the itching problem, but I mean, if they're still around,
bugging me.
If they're still biting and they're still there.
Well, I think that they are. My old lady says I'm nuts, but
vinegar will take care of them.
I says, I'm telling you, I didn't have any problem with these fucking things yesterday after hunting. All day I was fine, and I get up this morning and it's driving me out of my fucking mind. And it gets worse as the day goes on until I took my socks off. And I put clean socks on. Like, what the fuck is the deal? It ain't like I'm wearing the same socks I wore yesterday that were infested with chiggers or something.
I need to borrow Hawaii's gas mask.
And I used fucking bug spray. Son of a bitch. Or maybe I forgot.
No, I need to borrow his gas mask while I'm doing all this soldering.
Fucking breathe it in.
Shit's driving me. No, every time I open up a new one, I get a headache again. I go outside and step outside, get some air, and it kind of backs off a little bit. And I start on the next one, and it comes back like 10 times worse.
Using acid core?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the shitty thing about welding or soldering on electronic shit.
It flows real nice though. That's why I use it.
Right, I know it. I get you. It sticks better than rosin core too on electronic crap.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember correctly, it smells better.
This one has like it's a sour smell. I'm not a fan.
It kind of smells like vinegar.
Yeah. And it's like, if you can catch a whiff of it strong enough that you can smell the vinegar smell, it's like instant migraine. Instant. I mean, it's just fucking someone hits you on the back of the head with a bat.
Yeah. Yeah, I know acid core solder is fucking brutal.
Mm-hmm. I used to actually go out and smoke a menthol, or I would smoke a menthol while I'm sitting here doing this to kill the smell with something other, something else. Back when I smoked.
I used to get a lot of shit about not soldering wires when I hooked up trailer connectors. And I'm like, well, one, it's not really conducive for me to do unless you let me turn your vehicle upside down. And for two, it's, from what I've seen of people doing solder jobs on that stuff, it's more prone to corrode than a good sealed crimp connector.
I get to keep the job. Imagine that.
They're hinting that I'm trying to keep a revolving line of work going by not soldering. I'm like, that's not the case at all. If I put a plug on your vehicle, until that plug rots away, I guarantee you my wiring works.
Do you remember, this happened like in the 90s. There was a company out there that made this connector, right? It was made out of clear plastic, had two caps on the end. You take the caps off, and if you looked in the middle, it looked like a piece of aluminum, like a conical shaped aluminum end, right? On both ends. And what you would do is you would take the cap that had a hole in it, you would push a wire through it, pre-stripped, and you would screw it into this middle thing. It was a solderless connector. I can't remember the name of the company that made them, but I used to use the shit out of those.
Right. No, I don't know that I've ever seen those.
They were brilliant.
Scotch locks with the silicone in them were good. They would hold up for a long time unless there was any kind of stress on the wire. Because it would eventually pull the wire out of the connector if there's any stress on them. But oh hell, 10, 12 years ago, they come out with butt connectors that you could heat shrink. And then they also had silicone in them. And these things cost like 35 cents a piece. I mean, it's not cheap.
But they work well enough to make it almost permanent.
Yeah, they work very well. Well enough that I was willing to guarantee my work for as long as the plug I put in lasts.
Now I gotta look this shit up. I used to use them on my Jeep all the time, and I'd wire people's car stereos with them.
Now, car stereo work, I would solder. I mean, because you're actually, for the most part, you're in a position to do it, and it's not ever going to be exposed to moisture, in theory. But I have fixed a number of them that have been soldered together and soldered in hold. It just corroded. And basically, it's the copper wire corrodes off right away from the solder joint because it's been heated and tempered or whatever the fuck happens to it.
I want to know when the hell glass fuses became so damn expensive.
When they stopped putting them in every car out there.
Right. Like I used to be able to buy like 100 for $5 or some shit. Now I can't get 5 for less than $4.
I think I probably got 1,000 of them bastards here.
I need a very specific type, and they call it a pigtail fuse because it's got the wires on the ends. For these power supplies I'm fixing. Actually, I can look this shit up on.
Actually, you can change them over to the spade fuses with a little adapter in vehicles. That was one thing about our work at my old job is that it was never, ever do the cheapest work you can and get the fuck out of here. It was, we want this customer a lifetime customer. Do the best job you could possibly do. So we looked at things quite a bit different than most trailer dealers did. You know, I went to work for a guy in Oklahoma for a couple of weeks, and man, he didn't want you to tape fucking wires, just twist them together, plug the trailer in, get the fuck out of there. I'm like, dude, I can't work like this. This is not what I do.
I always try to achieve some level of excellence when I do this. What's really funny is, you know, when I build the machines and stuff, they almost never come back because I put them together the first time and they don't come apart, so they last for perpetuity.
When I have never had a trailer that I built come back, ever. Now, I've had 2 that the other guys built come back a couple of times, but that was problems with aluminum welding. Welding aluminum is not really easy. It's not for the uninitiated. My boss just jumped in and tried and built some aluminum trailers, and you know, when they break where wires pass through, so I had to fix them, and I had to put wires in them, but it wasn't anything that I did. I think one wheel bearing that I had installed came back, and I put a lot in. I've had some issues with some brake systems that I could not sort out. Some of the early versions of electric over hydraulic disc brakes were a real nightmare. Because people who design the shit try to make it as cheap as they can.
I think the company that made the ones I'm thinking about are out of business. Like, I bet I can bring them back. You know, like, their patents probably expired. I can bring those damn things back.
Nobody'd spend the money. I'm surprised
they
that
were idiot-proof.
I'm surprised that the heat shrink crimp connectors have taken off as much as they did, because they were actually expensive.
Well, I mean, on the grand scheme of things, I mean, considering what things cost these days, that material cost is nothing to an electrician. Like, they'll just charge you $189.50 an hour instead. You know, they'll get you back that way. They'll make it back somehow. All right, let's see if I get to keep my job.
All right, I'm gonna go start getting dinner ready. I'll catch you guys later.
Hey, take it easy.
I'll see you
later.
I'm gonna duck out of here for a minute too. I'll be right back.
All right. Oh man, what the hell? It worked until I plugged it in. No. How you gonna do me like that? Fucking power supply. Damn it. One of these is not good. Shit. That one. Aha. This connector is not good. For whatever reason. Set this aside. Try the rest. Okay, good there. Good there. All right, so I have one bad string. I wonder what the deal is. Down. Ooh, we're on the final hour.
Oh shit.
Oh my god. Passenger secretly films female bus rider whose hair is alive with lice.
Never had it in my life.
SMU denies memorial display for 9/11 victims in main campus area. It says it would violate school policy. What?
Did see where the NAACP put out a travel advisory for people going through Missouri. Missouri's probably thinking, hey, go around then. You don't give a fuck. Instead of coming across on 70 or 44, just drive down to Interstate 40 and go across to Arkansas. If you got a problem with Missouri, we don't have a problem with you bypassing us. Or go up north and go across to 80. Hell, we don't care.
No, that's pretty funny. I can't read it out loud. Fallout would be endless. Someone in my local area is selling a member.
I haven't seen HBS lately. I'm thinking that he's hiding because of the whole Bitcoin deal.
He was here yesterday. Or Monday, I'm sorry. No, let's grab the next one while I'm waiting for that one. Still don't know what I'm going to do about this.
Well, piss. I think I'm going to bail out of here, too. I need to go start figuring out what the hell I'm going to feed the kid for supper.
Yep, about that time.
Yeah.
John has returned. Just in time to start telling us what he's cooking for a vegan dinner.
Hey, feelers. What I miss?
Apparently, you missed Karma being a bitch.
What happened?
You choked on your words.
Pretty much. I was gonna ask, who did Tony fuck up this time?
Nobody.
I don't fuck up.
No, I didn't say you fucked up. I said who you fucked up.
Oh no, not admittedly.
You said Karma's a bitch.
He'll call Ruger and have the repair underway before he admits to defeat. No, I didn't do nothing. Where's your gun? It's getting work done.
You said you should have took that.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, the proof is in the pudding. It didn't cost me a fucking penny to get it fixed.
Well, I think what actually happened is they took one look at your gun and they were like, somebody here put the wrong cylinder in this gun. Because every Blackhawk hunter I ever saw had a carpenter steel cylinder, and your replacement one was, but your original one wasn't. It was like someone put the wrong one in when they built it. So they were like, let's just swap it out and sweep it under the rug.
Is that true?
Fine by me.
Yeah.
Oh, snap. They should have given him an extra Blackhawk while
they
they
got
were
the correct one in there now.
No, they should have given him an extra Blackhawk.
Shit, never gonna happen.
Yeah, I know.
I have an extra Blackhawk.
No, an extra one to the one that you blew up because they had the wrong cylinder in there. Well, extra one on their dime, not on his dime.
They wouldn't be in business for very long if they did that.
All right, so an extra one.
Buy one Alaskan, get the second one free.
Hell yeah, that'll be the shit.
I would have a lot more guns.
Damn straight.
I'd buy more Rugers.
See, it's good for a Ruger business, so they should start doing that.
I don't know if it's good for business. It's just a good business practice for us.
Those Blackhawks would cost $1,200 a piece.
Yeah. Well, they're what, 700 now, ish. The 100 ones. Yeah. So what's for dinner?
Yeah, John, what are you cooking? I need ideas.
I'm just what do you call it? I'm putting fish strips, cod, and I'm powder coating them for now.
Powder coating fish?
Yes.
You mean battering them?
Yes.
If you're powder coating them, I wouldn't eat them.
Well, I'm just making it very light. That's why I don't call it a batter. And I'm not frying them. I'm baking them.
Okay.
I had about a 10-minute
powder coating.
I had about a 10-minute conversation with my doctor this morning about how to cook squirrel.
And what's the best way?
Fried.
It depends on how much you got. If you got a bunch, fry it. If you don't have a bunch, stew.
Holy shit. I found out what's wrong with this one.
I never tasted squirrel. How does it taste?
Chicken.
Chicken.
Okay.
Squirrels are called chicken of the trees, you know.
Yeah, and it is. You could substitute squirrel for chicken in any recipe, as far as I know.
This is coming from a guy who's never eaten one, me. But even I knew that.
Yeah, they're like kind of like dark meat chicken, but they're not quite as different from white meat.
Right.
They look like rabbit when you skin them.
I see people doing it all the time on YouTube, but I've never tasted it, so I don't know.
It tastes like chicken.
I ate a nutria once. Never do that again.
What's that?
Those big river rats. You'll eat anything when you're hungry enough.
Why would you eat a rat no matter where the fuck it is?
Because I was out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, but it's a cute rat.
This one,
fucking rat with a fuzzy tail.
Nutrias are fucking ugly.
They're all ugly when you peel the hide off.
No, that's the thing. You see, they're ugly when you shoot them, but they look fine when you just see meat. You're like, fuck it, I'll eat that.
That's where salt comes in handy.
Or if you're Ron White, ketchup.
Now, now it tastes like chicken, or it just has the texture?
Texture, consistency, slightly the flavor of.
Yeah, it's real similar to chicken.
Okay.
My grandkids ate it with no problem, and they're kind of picky, so it's palatable.
If you don't tell them what it is and they eat it and they love it, and then you tell them what it is, they can't judge you.
This is true.
Like, you know,
just give them a chance to eat it.
I didn't think I'd ever get it pulled off because my granddaughter come out and watch me skin it and clean it.
Turned like
and she didn't have what is that?
Oh, she knew what a squirrel was.
Oh, she knew it was a squirrel that you were cutting up. Okay.
See, what the trick is when everyone's eating it and they're talking about how savory and great it is, you're like, congratulations, you've just joined PETA, people eating tasty animals.
Well, now, you know, my wife and kids don't have a problem with it because they had it when they were throughout their whole life. I don't foresee my daughter ever cleaning one, but
even I have a hard time with that.
Why? Is it just hard to clean them?
You know what my excuse is? I don't want to waste the meat. You probably cut it better than I could.
If you get onto YouTube and watch videos on how to skin the thing, skinning them's the hardest part.
Right.
You got to do it when they're still warm.
Hell, I don't.
It usually goes smooth when you do.
By the time they get home, they're usually pretty stiff and cool. It's all right. I mean, once you figure out the appropriate way to do it, it's not that big of a deal. And squirrels don't reek like rabbits do. Deer.
They don't what?
They don't stink.
Right.
The one thing on cleaning any animal is you don't perforate the intestines or any of the gut. And as long as you don't do that, then it ain't that big of a problem.
So what you're saying is it still takes some kind of skill.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the fur's stuck on pretty good.
Okay. And like you said, you don't want to cut the intestines or whatever inside the animal.
But it's harder to do chickens than it is squirrel.
The trick is to try to get all the innards out in one big bag. That's the trick.
That's fairly easy to do on a small animal, but it's a little bit more difficult to do on a deer.
I was going to say it's easier on a deer because you have a lot more to grab onto.
But they got a lot stronger attachment points for the diaphragm.
That's true. I was going to say it was a real pain in the ass to take the bear apart. That took the better part of the rest of the day. So,
you know, I had in some of my daydreams, I suppose, thought about, you know, how you dress a bear or a moose or something huge like that. And I would thought about quartering that son of a bitch as I'm gutting it.
You can do that.
It just strikes me as being, you know, once you get the hide off, it would be a little easier to deal with it than trying to roll around a freaking 700-pound critter.
I'd imagine it would just be easier to dress them with shorts and a t-shirt.
But
Sorry, I had to go there.
Back when me and my brother-in-law, before he got divorced and went his own way, he always read shit about how they did game animals in the old days. And he read somewhere about how Cherokee Indians cook squirrel. And they just gut them and cut the head and feet off and throw the thing on the fire. Burn the hair off.
Pretty much.
That's all fine and dandy, but you don't hand that fucker to me after you cook it.
Wait, you don't hand the fucker to you after they cooked it?
Not if you don't burnt the hair off that son of a bitch.
Okay. Do they burn easily?
I don't know. I never did it.
It's going to taste like shit.
I see people barbecuing on YouTube all the time, those things.
With the hair on it?
They take the fur off of it.
No, they cleaned it at first, obviously.
So I'm talking about this is just take the guts out of it and throw some bitch in the fire, fur and all.
Oh, shit.
Oh man.
All right.
Nope, that ain't fucking happening for me.
Man.
I thought you meant they clean the skin and then they do the guts. You just didn't happen to mention the skin on. I didn't hear that part. Sorry.
Nope, that's what they call Cherokee squirrel. You cook it and burn the fur off in the fire.
No, thank you very much.
Nope, I'm with you there. That ain't for me. I would imagine the stench of scorching the fur off would wreck your appetite in the first place, unless you was absolutely starving to death.
Even if it didn't, you still have to be pretty damn hungry to even eat it.
I mean, it don't take that goddamn long to take fur off. A couple minutes at most. Hell, it probably took me 3 to 5 minutes to skin one, and I hadn't done it in 20 years. I actually went and watched YouTube videos on how to dress a deer because I couldn't remember how. I haven't done it so damn long.
Shorts and a t-shirt.
That wasn't funny the first time.
Damn.
Deal with it. I don't think I've ever had a game animal whatsoever. Ever.
I thought you were about to say you don't think you've ever had a gay animal. I'm like, how would you know?
Well, it sounded the same way when you guys talk about cutting up a gay animal. Why would you cut up a gay animal? What would it matter if it's gay?
I shot him with a lisp.
No, but I've never had a game animal, so.
So we just offended all the heterosexual lisp people out there.
I shot the bear and I heard him scream, "Stop it!"
I'll stop.
I'm identifying as a coyote today. Sorry, I won't shoot you too, so bye.
I identify as a 556 today.
Do you classify as a human? I am a popsicle. Go. Damn, I'm missing a part. And I don't know if this one will work as an alternative.
Coffee makes really good mouthwash.
At some point or another, I have tried about every kind of game animal out there.
That's because you hunted, right?
I know. We don't have a lot of the Western stuff here.
No, you just there's the city. There's plenty to hunt.
It's around here. It's freaking freak.
Elk that far down is probably rare.
And elk are probably my favorite of the whole bunch. Elk is really good
because they're really tasty.
Moose, sorry, bear. Yeah. Buffalo's really good.
I've always wanted to try buffalo meat.
Do you have a Fuddruckers in New York?
No. Actually, we might have, but I don't really know. I've never seen one. There might be one upstate. There might be one upstate in Western New York.
If you see the Fuddruckers, you can have buffalo burgers.
What about bison? Is that similar to buffalo?
Same thing.
Same
thing here. You can probably find it in grocery stores.
Not in the city.
Central markets will have
them. Yeah. There's a guy in one of the chats that I talked to from the silver community. He lives upstate. He's actually looking at houses and sending me the information. And
to be honest with you, buffalo isn't that much different than beef to make it worth seeking out.
It's a bit gamey.
Cattle run wild, they would be too.
Yeah, it's just the shit they're eating.
What would you say is some of the best game meat if you wanted something similar
Elk.
to steak?
Elk, hands
Elk.
down, elk.
Elk.
Second would be pheasant.
Bear. Pheasant's good.
I don't like bear because if you don't get a spring bear, it's fattier than shit.
You want it fatty. If you roast it for a long period of time, you actually want a bit of body fat. You don't want it ultra lean.
What's the difference if it's fatty versus ultra lean?
If it's fatty, it can roast in its own juices and it helps break up some of the meat. It's a very oily meat, especially if you get a winter bear.
And if it's lean?
It's, depending on what its diet was, it could taste really bad.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And it can also be pretty damn tough.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
Well, I might go up western New York, close to Buffalo, to where this guy lives, to look at some of the properties that he sent me information.
I thought you were getting
on.
out of New York.
Well, when I go back to work, it'll probably have to be in New York.
Look for work in Vermont.
Nah, I don't want to be anywhere near Bernie nut jobs.
Did he actually go back to Vermont?
He's the nut job senator there.
That doesn't mean he goes there.
Well, he lives there.
He could be a Maine. Yeah, Maine.
I don't know. I think Collins is losing her fucking mind.
Oh, shit, she's writing messages.
My favorite game to get around here is pheasant, because we used to have them quite abundantly. And goddamn, it's good. I have never had bird that tastes better than pheasant, except maybe dove. But dove just ain't worth the fucking work.
Well, pheasant tastes like what? Duck, chicken?
Pheasant tastes like sweet breast turkey.
Seriously?
Yeah, it's not. It's a little sweeter than turkey, but it's not quite as stringy.
Oh, okay. I hate the stringy taste, especially when someone like makes chicken like really poorly. It could taste stringy. I don't like that. Yeah, pheasant sounds good, I guess, if I can't get elk.
Pheasant's freaking fantastic.
Do you barbecue it, or do you just have, cook it in the oven?
Like turkey.
Okay. And what would it be good if you barbecued it?
I know, I never tried it. I like it roasted like a turkey.
Okay.
I mean, I've had maybe 4 in my whole life. They're pretty damn scarce. It isn't like I got an abundance here that I can sample recipes on. I know they taste good roasted, so that's the way I'm going.
Okay. Are they fatty?
No.
And is their skin thick?
No. It's not much difference in cooking a small chicken.
Oh, okay.
In fact, you cook them just like you'd cook a miniature turkey. You put dressing in with them, and you can do the oven bag. The only reason I take shotgun out to the field really is to hunt pheasant.
How often do you do that?
Once every 25 years. I haven't done it in a long time. There ain't any around.
Well, I've seen people do like pheasant gaming, but
they're hard to find.
I ain't going down to canned pheasant hunt paying $25 for the chance to. I just pat down my chicken with some brown sugar and call it a day.
Where are pheasant known to be more abundant?
England.
England.
A little farther west.
Further west from you?
Yeah, towards the Dakotas and whatnot, pheasants are pretty plentiful in that area.
Okay.
How far south they go? Have to ask somebody from Kansas if they're there. I know they're in Iowa pretty good. They used to be good here, but we had a couple of severe winters in '78 that decimated the population of pheasants, and they have never rebounded.
That sucks.
Yes, it does. Evidently, there's enough in the state somewhere that they still have pheasant hunts. Now, they've not ended pheasant hunting here, but
maybe they're farmed.
Well, I think it's more just this region of the state. They're not here. We got far more turkeys here than pheasant. And
I wonder if a service like Omaha Steaks would have pheasant.
Maybe.
Most any high-class restaurant probably has it.
No, he's talking about that place where they mail order and deliver it.
There is a mail order delivery that does game meat. Now, I don't know about pheasant, but they did do elk, moose, bear. There was 4 or 5 kinds that they'd send you, but it was fairly pricey.
My neighbor recently told me he ordered a like a combo package from Omaha Steaks. It was only $50, and he got a little bit of everything. But I didn't ask him exactly what he got. So maybe I'll go online later and check Omaha Steaks, see if they have something.
Well, there is a place that will sell, or there was a year and a half or so ago when I seen it, a place that would sell wild game meat like that. And you could buy sampler packs of assortments.
Oh, you know what? If they have pheasant, they probably would have elk too, right?
It's a seasonal animal, though.
Ah, okay.
Like there's some restrictions on how many they can take and all.
And if it's farm raised, I doubt that it tastes quite the same as the wild stuff.
So if it's seasonal, that means it's probably pricier.
I don't know. What I looked at was fairly pricey from where I sat. I mean, if I remember correctly, it was like $10 a pound.
That's not terrible. And I'm looking to see if the Omaha Steaks has it at least. Then I'll search elsewhere. Yeah, so he said he paid $50. He got a mixture of different kind of meats and hot dogs and hamburgers, and it was $50. And he put it in the freezer, and he had it for like 3 weeks. He still has. So, but everything is in a portion, so it's small. So you don't have to think twice about overeating, I guess.
I've tried those. And the portions are so small, you have to cook like the entire thing they sent you to have one dinner, at least the way I eat.
Well, he's on a diet, so I guess he's limiting himself to not overeating. There's $60. They have a sale. I guess it's a sale. You get 2 filet mignons, 2 top sirloins, 4 Polynesian pork chops, 4 gourmet jumbo franks, 4 caramel apple tartlets, and it ships free. And it ships free, $60. That's not bad. I mean, these are quality pieces of meat too.
All right, guys, I'm bailing out of here. I know I said it was half hour ago, but
I know.
All right, Tony.
See you
Take it
tomorrow
easy.
guys.
Hey, Sean, check this out. They have a bison.
Well, there you go.
Oh, yeah, but they don't have the other stuff you were talking about, the pheasant or anything.
I'm not big on pheasant.
Yeah, I've never tasted bison, so I'd like to at least get an idea of what it tastes like.
Do it. Try it. Cross it off the list. Life
It's
is
not
all
cheap.
about that.
Wow. It's definitely not cheap.
Holy crap.
Bison boneless strip steak, $100. 4 8-ounce pieces. Ooh, they have bacon wrapped top sirloin. Oh. All right, I need to stop looking at this. All right, never mind. They are not cheap. Hmm.
There we go.
What you doing?
Oh, my mic stopped working for a second. Anyway, so I went and stopped and looked for my Oktoberfest yesterday, and
Right.
it's not on shelves anywhere.
I see Cabela has it. That's about it.
I have to wait a little while longer, I guess.
Elk is also expensive. Holy cow.
It's because they can only shoot so many a year. They used to not be able to shoot them at all. Like in northern Michigan, they used to be illegal to hunt.
Right.
That was back in like the 50s, though.
Yeah, $70 with shipping and tax. So that's about almost $90. for 4 pieces.
$90 for 4 steaks?
Yeah.
You better really want it.
Yeah, I want it, but I don't want it that bad. I'm trying to see what the weight on each piece is. Oh, let's see. If you want to
4 8 ounces or something like.
Well, I'm trying to see here. These delectable packs contain either 4 6-ounce New Zealand elk, venison, or wild boar steaks, or 4 8-ounce buffalo.
What the fuck? They're not even from here?
No. Yeah, but at least you have your options, so you can get either the elk, the wild boar,
If
venison.
you want to try elk, honestly,
right,
for not a lot of money, go to a gun show. I'm not even kidding. Go to a gun show. Find the guy who makes jerky.
Right.
There's always somebody that makes like jerky and dried meats, and they make elk jerky and elk sausage. Just get one of those. You'll save yourself a shit ton of money. At least that way you can scratch the itch.
Would that be similar to the actual steaks?
Well, it's sausage, but yeah, they'll spice it a little bit, but it's good. First time I had it, that's how I got it. I got elk sausage and jerky, and it was really good.
Oh, that's an idea to try.
You can eat it by itself with like baked beans or like a baked potato or something if you want. Or
right.
I even made a spaghetti out of it. All right, I put the sausages in next to the ground beef sauce, the spaghetti. It was fine. It was alright.
No. Oh, if I ever go to a gun show, I will be sure to remember to ask.
Are they never in your area?
Not in my area, no.
Really?
Yeah, the closest one that would be even remotely close to me would be about 4 hours away, 3 hours away, 4 hours.
You're kidding me. Like, so they never, like, do you have a convention center in town?
In the city? In the 5 boroughs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not like a basketball arena. I'm talking like a convention center where
Yes.
they host, like,
car shows and stuff, yes.
Cars, yeah. They don't host gun shows there, ever?
Ever.
Wow.
Did you forget where I live?
No, I know where you live. I can't mentally grasp that a convention center in a major city wouldn't have an opportunity to share that.
Yeah, I wish I couldn't imagine that either, but that's the reality.
Like we have the George R. Brown Convention Center. It's gigantic, right? And then they have other shows at like the Lone Star Convention Center, which is a really small place in a smaller town. And they've got like the Pasadena Convention Center, which is another small town type of venue. I mean, it's like, that's all I'm used to seeing. I can't imagine what it would be like not having those.
Well, that's the reality here. Sorry.
Close. So here's the problem I've got So here's the deal.
Who are you, DB now?
Well, he and I came up with that around the same time. We were talking about MetaShare and all that shit, and then he like took it and ran with it. And I'm like, dude, that is yours now. We hear it, 2A share, gun show share, wanting to eat elk share, or we'll take you out to Michigan in the middle of the winter, and we'll get you a winter out there. I don't want to deal with my suicidal ex-girlfriend anymore. Seriously, she's crazy. She's absolutely crazy. And her super hot sister is celebrating her 30th birthday today by sharing everything she's saying with her suicidal sister. And it's like, this is not how she expected to have her 30th birthday. It's like, I'm sorry you're having a bad 30th birthday.
Is she like really suicidal?
Yes, genuinely.
That's not good.
No, she's too. To be honest, she's too dumb to do it. She has no. So. Number one, she has no means to do it. Number two, she doesn't understand what object permanence is. So, when it comes to that,
that's sad.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to that, I'm not worried she's actually going to go through with it. But then again, who's to say she won't go crazy and kill her mom? So
this is true.
like I told you, her mom is like the mom in Carrie, and she keeps treating her daughter like she treats Carrie. So I'm like, this is not a good environment to have your sister in. But her older sister, the hotter one, the one I'm talking to, she has a family of her own. She's married. She's got 2 kids. It's like, you know, that takes priority over the family she left behind, obviously.
Right.
But I mean, as her sister, I'm like, you should at least, I don't know, show your mom this conversation you're having with her, and then chew your mom's ass for being oblivious to it, and tell her to quit being such a fucking ridiculous Bible thumper and turning your daughter into Carrie. Because she should be able to draw that parallel very easily. Because that's exactly what she's turned into.
That's
shocking.
just sad, dude.
It's pathetic and it's shocking at the same time.
That's just sad.
But anyway, I'm not talking about suicide channels or anything. It's just I keep getting these messages, and I'm just like looking over, and I'm like, you still talking more about this shit?
So there's this website called D'Artagnan.com.
For the Three Musketeers?
No, D'Artagnan. D-A-T.
He was one of the Three Musketeers.
Yeah, D'Artagnan, and they have beef, pork, lamb, bison, buffalo, rabbit, venison, wild boar, but they don't have elk.
So you said the closest gun show in your area would be 4 hours away.
About 3 to 4 hours, because it would have to be upstate in Western New York.
Does public transportation take you up that far?
Yeah.
So just find out when the next show is and go.
That's
because I mean, what, a subway trip ain't expensive, right?
Well, you're not taking the subway out of the city. I mean, you would have to take Amtrak or one of
Coach
those.
bus or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it pricey?
It depends where and what train you take.
Oh wait, you got a car. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't drive. That's too much for me to drive.
Well, I mean, you could make a trip out of it if like you had another reason to be in that vicinity, like family or friends or whatever.
Right. If I was driving out of state, I would do it because then I'd be able to get a room, sleep overnight or whatever, and then pick
For
up
only
the next
3
day.
hours?
3, 4 hours? No. If I was driving out of state, I said.
Oh, okay.
But to drive in state and the traffic that we have over here, nah. Sometimes it takes me an hour just to get out of the city.
Stiffness in my chest is coming back, and I think it's because of stress. Angina, they call it.
Did you take your medication?
No, I haven't taken it in a month.
Is that good?
I'm not supposed to take it. Like it's.
Okay.
First of all, it wasn't originally meant for me, but yes, it did treat what I was going through. But the doctor said that what I thought it was is not what it is.
Okay.
It's stress-driven angina. I'm getting tension in my muscles, and it's yanking on an artery.
They didn't figure out what that was yet?
They did. I had a torn pectoral a couple of years back that healed in the wrong place. It reattached itself in the wrong place, and it's yanking on the return. It yanks on part of the return artery going into my heart. But I don't have clogged arteries or heart disease. It's like if someone's yanking on, like tugging on it, and it chokes it back a little bit. Like I changed my bedding and like my pillows and things like that, and that helped a lot. And I sleep with a heating pad on really stiff nights, and I wake up just fine. So.
Right.
I just need to chillax. Like it actually all started when my dog got put down, right before my dog got put down. So I was like, I guess I was under a lot of stress and fatigue, not just in general.
It's not the growth in your pectoral muscle didn't grow back into the pacemaker, did it?
I don't have a pacemaker.
The stent, I mean.
No, I don't have one of those either. I thought I was going to need one, but we went through all the bells and whistles and hoops for ultrasounds and MRIs and everything, and they were like, "No, you're fine." I'm like, "Okay, cool."
Okay.
They're like, "Your musculature is a little off on your left side of your chest." He's like, "Did you have an accident?" I'm like, "Yeah, I thought I tore it, but I wasn't sure." And they're like, "Yeah, well, you did."
So it never repaired itself properly.
Well, you're supposed to go in and they're supposed to surgically reattach it in the right place. And if you don't, sometimes the loose muscle attaches to the first thing it can grab onto and start healing. And it does.
Which is what it did, unfortunately.
What it did to me.
Yeah.
Now, the really cool thing is where it's at right now, it doesn't limit my range of motion or anything. So,
right.
Like, I don't have to get it fixed as long as I keep calm and, don't get pissed off.
Keep calm and shoot some game.
Problem is I'm
they should make that a T-shirt. Keep calm.
I'm practically Bruce Banner, so it's like I'm always in a state of anger.
You just don't turn green, unfortunately.
No, I just turn red from yelling at liberals.
You're not alone in that.
Headache is wiping me out, man. Like, I can probably go to bed as soon as I get home and just be out till morning. As a matter of fact, this is 10 minutes to go time. This is just a reminder.
Oh, that's right. We're almost done.
Yeah, tonight on Gunchannels, you have the Daily Gun Show, which will be on in 1 hour and 10 minutes. And that will be followed by Gun News Weekly with Tack Daddy. And Clover Tack wraps us up for Thursday nights with the Late Show. And that's on Gunchannels tonight. So stay tuned for that. Yeah, I've got about 5 minutes. I'm gonna start closing up the place.
Maybe I'll order some rattlesnake and alligator, and I can.
If you have a Central Market or something like one, they sell them there.
Not here.
I got rattlesnake before.
Oh, there's a website, mountainamericajerky.com.
They'll dry anything.
They have elk jerky. Let me see how much they charge for that. Okay, $7.95 to $13.95. That's actually not bad.
Pound?
Hold on. Size. Let me see. 3.25. 3.25 ounces would be $13.95. Is that too much?
3 ounces?
Yeah.
That's like 1 piece. Maybe 2.
Yeah, that's not good.
It's not good. Nah, I go to gun shows and I can pick up like a bag for like $10.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
Yeah.
All right, I guess they're not so good.
Well, I mean, you take what you can get in your area, right?
Yeah, which is nothing, so.
Wherever farm country is in New York, up in the north, that's where my friend lives. And he said,
yeah, it's about 4 to 5 hours away if you want to farm country.
He can walk across his field and shoot an elk if it wandered, or if it wandered around that area.
Where in New York is he?
Up in the northwest.
Like what area?
I don't know. It's like all I know is it's up in the northwest, and he's a farmer.
Is he bordering Canada, or is he bordering what state is that?
He says he's not far from Canada.
Okay, so he's up in Buffalo area. Okay.
Probably.
Yeah.
Is that the northwest?
Yeah, I was thinking he was to the left side of the top of New York on the map.
I didn't know if there was a lot of farm area up there.
Oh, there's a shitload of farms up there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in different areas of the state.
Oh yeah. Just as long as it's further upstate.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people just think that everything is like New York City in the entire state. And that's nothing further from the truth. It's like you have this huge city metroplex thing, yes, but everything north and west of that's so not that,
Well, yeah, you have Long Island, which is very open and a lot of rural areas with farms and all that. And they have like wine country up there, and then you have upstate, which has its own thing. Buffalo is like 8 hours from me. Yeah.
Man. Cold climate vineyards. Actually, those make pretty decent wines.
Yeah. They actually have a train you could take a ride on. It's a wine train, and you take a ride around Long Island.
Yeah. No, they explain to you all the different vineyards.
Something like that. But you sit down. It's you have like a dining cart. They're all dining carts on this train, and you do wine tasting.
Doesn't sound bad.
No.
I'm all about that.
Hell yeah.
I'm one of those guys.
Your doctor would be proud of you.
I'm not into wine because I'm not versed in it. I wouldn't mind learning about it, but I went through that with Scotch. I'm content with that.
Yeah. That works. I'm sure you can get whatever drinks you want. They have a bar on the train.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they got stuff like that further out on Long Island and upstate. Yeah.
Well, all right, John. I got 5 minutes. I'm going to shut down the shop because the net's going to go down anyway. I'll see you tomorrow for the early watch.
Copy that. Thanks everyone for listening.
Watch. I can't get the button to work.
You want me to press it?
Yeah, if it was that easy.
Well, if I press